wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. The app is easy to use, so download it, explore the app, and you're going to find many different ways that you can bet, like same-game parlays, live same-game parlays. Find bets in the new Explore tab. Make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, the best way to find your popular parlays, and those are ones that are actively being bet. You got some ones that are pre-built for you, and you can build your own. There's so much to have fun with, so download the app and have your own fun. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen for more information and make your first bet a layup. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's say good morning to Keaton calling us from Chesterfield. Who do you want, Rams or the Packers, to take on the Lions?
Yeah, I'm looking for the Rams to come to Detroit, and that's mainly because Stafford requested a trade from the Lions, and I think it'd be really fun. He won his Super Bowl. That was great. I think it'd be really fun for him to come to Detroit, and I know a lot of Detroit fans love Stafford still. But what would really throw off his game is if the entire stadium just started to boo him the second he came out.
I don't think it would throw off his game.
No, I don't think so. And I don't think that's realistic. I mean, he's always been a class guy.
Yeah.
And no, I don't think anybody's going to boo him coming out.
No. Not at all. I think people really like Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
There are people who debated how good of a quarterback he was here, but nobody, I don't think, denied the type of person he is.
No, he's a great dude.
Yeah. I mean, that's not the issue. All right. We do have a football game on Monday night in Houston, Texas, and John will be there. Doug will be there. Hear the game right here in 97 on the ticket, I assume? Yes.
The main deal?
Yes, the main deal.
All right.
6:30.
6:30 American time.
Yeah.
Indeed.
What a Monday. We got Lions review at 5:30, right after Valeni and
6:30
Rico.
is the start of the pregame.
And then 6:30 pregame Michigan. I mean, it's like boom, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be great. There are a lot of people who want to go, a lot of people who can't go because of the price of not just the tickets, but the airfare, hotel,
The total package.
to go to the game. Like I said, I know people who were going to go to Pasadena, but they decided they couldn't do both. So they said, we'll take a chance on them winning and we'll go for a national championship. And, some of the smart people bought hotels or reserved hotels, plane tickets, and maybe even bought tickets on, SeatGeek, StubHub, places like that earlier when the prices were a lot cheaper. And if Michigan didn't win it, well, tickets they could sell to the winning team's fans, and also, hotels
Cancel your
and
reservations.
cancel your reservations.
Yeah.
Because right now, even planes, you don't get. They usually they don't refund you with money. It's just you use a ticket again. Usually.
Yeah. So. And there might be a penalty for changing the ticket, but
are you going to the game? How much is the trip going to cost you if you're going? And how much are you willing to pay if you don't have tickets?
Yeah, because, obviously my phone has absolutely blown up with people trying to find tickets, different ways to get tickets, and, if you hear of anybody, and so far I've only had requests. I haven't had anybody come and say, and it'll happen eventually where somebody says, hey, I was going to go, something happened with the family, and all of a sudden I can't go. Do you have anybody that wants the tickets? Yeah. But it's even face value. Tickets were going anywhere from, I think it was $550, $575 face value. That was the cheapest one, up to like $1,300 face value. And obviously since then, all of those tickets have gone way up on the secondary market.
Okay, I have SeatGeek in front of me. According to their website here, there are 1,832 listings.
Okay.
The cheapest seat right now is in section 627, row N, which is upper level, midfield.
Mike.
I don't know. Anyway, it's $934.
That's the cheapest one
right now.
Yeah.
Yes. That's excluding fees. Hold on, let me change it to including fees, and we'll see how much it actually is. I can't do that right now. So anyway, $934.
Yes. So probably with fees, you're probably looking at what, $1,200?
Yeah,
is that one ticket?
That's it. There you go. One ticket. Okay, now it's
one
including
ticket.
fees. $1,289.
Almost $1,300. That's a hell of a lot of fees.
Yes. One ticket, mind you.
Yeah.
Look, I paid money. I paid face value for a Super Bowl, 2 Super Bowl tickets when the Eagles played in Minnesota, and that was, I think, $2,000 each.
Yeah.
But it was for her a once in a, hopefully it's not once in a lifetime, but for her, she always wanted to go to the Super Bowl. And unless the Lions go, I don't think I'm ever going to go again.
Yeah. But here's the thing is, and I know that this is it's a national title game. There's a Super Bowl game. There are World Series tickets. There's NBA Finals. There's Final Four, national championship game, in basketball. And, the matchups are going to dictate, who's in it and how much these tickets are going to go for. But even the face value of these, we talked about this with season tickets for the Lions when they went up. And some of them went up 20%. Some of them went up 80%. Like, you're starting to price out a large part of the population. And it's in national championship games, all right, it's not your team that's jacking up the price.
Correct.
It was the Lions that were, increasing the price of the season tickets, but have, in large part, the working class, the families, been priced out of going to big events like this.
Absolutely they have.
Is there anything that can be done about that? Or is there anything that should be done about it? Because, we live in a capitalistic society, and hey, if you could charge it and somebody could pay it, that's the value of that ticket.
That's the supply and demand.
Yeah.
That's what this country was built on. Unfortunately, corporations have taken it to a different level, and I'm not going to get into that right now. But, I don't think there is a way of changing it unless the leagues or whoever, in this case college, because we're talking about the college football national championship, decides, you know what, we're going to set aside, 1,500 tickets that we're going to charge, $100 for something or whatever. What I'm saying, way less. Yeah, now, they have that student zone that they always show. I don't know how many tickets those guys get, like 150 or something like that. Yeah. There'll be some student tickets, and I know Doug obviously has students at the University of Michigan. We could ask him what those are going for. I don't know what that number is right now or what the access to those would be. But then if the problem is if you have those 1,200 tickets that you say, hey, we're going to sell for $100 a piece. So if you're spending a lot of money on the trip to Houston, 248-539-9797, approximately how much are you paying, and what is it worth it to you? And what are you giving up, if anything,
That's the thing, yes.
to do it? Are you giving up a vacation? Are you giving up, I don't know, you're about to get a new car, but you say, you know what, I'm going to get a less, because I can't afford it right now.
Yeah. We asked the kids, and this was more for the Rose Bowl because that was the one that we knew we were going to. We had to win that one to get to this one, so that would have been a gamble going to Houston, but would you rather go to the Rose Bowl and share in this moment, or would you rather go on spring break? And they chose spring break. 248-539-9797. Stoney and Jansen on a Thursday, 97 won the ticket. Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If you're going to Houston Monday night, how much are you paying? How much is the trip? Do you want to go? And you decided, I can't afford it. I've been offered tickets. I've been offered, hotel. Can't do it. How much
are willing to pay to see your beloved team win or hope to win.
Yeah, play for a national title.
A national championship. I mean, look, the Spartans have done it in basketball, so have the Wolverines. So anything like that. To me, for a first-time experience, if I could afford it and I wouldn't have to give up much, I would probably do it. I don't know if I could afford to take the whole family.
Yeah.
For myself, and also when you're younger and you don't have as much responsibility.
How do you pick?
Oh, your kid.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pick one of the kids.
Oh, no, I would.
Twins.
It'd be none then.
Oh, it'd be none.
Well,
it's either all or none.
Yeah, because I would have to.
You'd have to live with that decision the rest of your life.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And I already took one to a Super Bowl.
So then you have it. You take the other one.
That's true too. But I take her. I take her to Springsteen. All right. Well, the other one did that. So anyway, Zach and Brighton, you're on 97 on the tape.
Going through the scorecard.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. Not going to the game. Would love to, obviously. I think I'd be willing to pay like $7,000. This could be like a once in a lifetime opportunity. You never know. And me living in Michigan, but being like a Toronto sports fan, my teams haven't really been in the championships ever. So this is the first time I'm able to root for a team that's playing for a championship.
So you weren't around. You weren't around for the Jays to World Series.
No. I was born in '95, so
Okay.
I just missed that.
Okay.
And then with the Lions doing what they're doing, maybe I could have 2 championships to root for. You never know.
Oh yeah.
Who's more frustrating, the Lions or the Leafs?
Oh God, the Leafs. Come on.
Well, the Lions are 10 years longer.
Yeah, I don't know. The Leafs just every year, playoffs start when golf league starts, and all the guys just give me a ton of hassle. Leafs always
Hold
lose.
on a second, Zach. The Raptors won the championship a few years ago.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. I'm not a basketball fan, so it's tough.
All right. When's the last time the Argos won?
So, hey, let me ask you this, Zach. If you said you'd be willing to go 6 or 7, is that just for you or who you taking with you? You hoping for 2?
Yeah, hoping for 2. So, I mean, I was pricing out just for 1, but for 2, I guess you would have to double that. I would take my wife. She's a diehard Michigan fan as well. So.
And if you went by yourself or went with your friend, she would basically say divorce, right?
Yeah, she wouldn't be happy.
Okay. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Zach. All right, we have some ticket texts. Headed to Houston, $2,500 flights plus $2,400 for the hotel and game tickets. Passed on the Rose Bowl in hopes of going to Houston. Well worth it to me because it doesn't happen often. I intentionally saved up and realized I'm blessed to be able to go. Mike in Oakland Township. Great show, gentlemen.
Yep. Well, good for you, Mike.
Yeah,
that's great.
Absolutely. We have 3 tickets through the University of Michigan Alumni Lottery.
Oh.
Wow.
Lottery winners.
I think they are $575 a piece. We are in the 600 level above the 30-yard line. Go Blue.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You'll be in the stadium.
He got the tickets. I wonder how much he's paying for the flight
Yeah.
or the hotel, unless there's an alumni package, which like a travel package.
Right.
I don't know if there is one or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Student tickets are $400 flat. The university hands out 1,000 tickets. We're on the way to Houston right now. Go Blue.
Must be driving.
I have a friend that lives in Houston. I'm using my Discover cashback bonus, so it's almost free.
There you go.
If people didn't have credit cards, half that stadium or stadiums would be filled at those prices. Ridiculous. You can remodel a basement man's room for $10,000 to $12,000 and get that money back 5 times over. That's from Freddie. I don't know if it's Freddie the Pizza Man, but he's right. It's a lot of money.
Sure. And I understand if you're sitting there going, do I remodel the basement or a bathroom or the kitchen or do some addition to the house, some improvement, let's just say, to the house, or do I go to watch Michigan win a national title? You can sell the house and you can, and that's much more logical, but you can never relive that experience.
True.
If you go, you get a chance to live that experience. If you go and Michigan wins.
Yes.
That's also the gamble.
Right. But it's I know you want to be there, but like, would you spend that much money to sit in like nosebleeds though? That's the other thing.
Well, $500 for the 600 level?
It's better for football than it is for like basketball, the Final Four. Those are ridiculous to me. But I don't think the price is that much. But
so I had a couple friends reach out to me that have actually either you, John, or Doug have helped them get tickets to even Ohio State before. And they reached out about this, and I mean, you started laughing as I was completing the sentence. Okay, so and they understand. They knew it was a long shot, but they're just trying every resource that potentially they could have. One of my friends drew the line yesterday. He's not going to go. He's like, there's no way I'm paying $1,000 for nosebleeds.
Right.
He said, he goes, I'd pay that for good seats.
Right.
But then I didn't say this to him, so he's hearing this if he's listening right now. If I were him, I'm like, well, if you've got the money, don't make the difference $800. Either spend the $1,800 and get the good seats and go. I guess everybody has their line. I wouldn't do it. I think it's absolutely absurd. I think this
it's crazy.
It's gotten out of control.
I think
I'm not an alum, so I'm just a fan, and it's just not that. It's like the Lions Super Bowl. It's just it would be impossible for me to do something like that at this point.
For me, what would make it impossible is the flight. If I was going with some buddies, and it was, hey, hop in the truck, let's go on a road trip.
Yeah,
that to me sounds like it's the experience, the entirety of that experience, along with the game, would make it worth it.
I think Gator told me, a friend of his, she's flying from here to like Fort Myers to visit a couple friends, and then flying from Fort Myers to Houston because at that price, flight is not out.
It's not out of this world.
Yeah, and there are ways, if you can figure out how to do it. You can play travel agent for a while where you can figure it out. But yeah, driving Houston. What's it? A 24-hour trip? It's I don't know.
I think it's about the same as going to Florida.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
18, 19 hours?
Fairly, deep into Florida. So
there's a lot.
It's doable.
There's a lot of Michiganders down there because when in the 80s, when the car companies went in there, the gas situation, a lot of people, their jobs were lost here. They went down to Houston.
Well, that was more Tennessee too with the Saturn.
Well, I'm talking even before the Saturn. So there are a lot of Michigan fans. Look, Michigan fans or whoever wanted to go to that game are thankful in one aspect that Texas did not win the game, because that would have been basically a home game.
Yeah.
And with all the oil money and all that stuff, those ticket prices might be about $500 more than they are right now.
I mean, people shouldn't be surprised. It's America's team that's in the game.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 18 hours and 45 minutes to the team hotel. And so it's that's but here I just to let you know,
right.
Mr. Stone, if you do this, you will be crossing time zones.
Okay. Yes, I know that. I know that. I'll be on Texas time.
Hold on a second here. And what's even worse is you would have to go through Indianapolis. So we can add a couple hours to that trip for you.
4 hours. Yes. And then does Houston have a loop?
I'm sure.
Well,
they do.
It's funny you get a kick out of this because I'm doing a hockey trip again this year, and Bruce, like L.A., Springsteen in Vegas, and a hockey game in Vegas too. And I just made my plane tickets. I use miles because go to Vegas because it's the first week of the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
So the friend that I'm going with, he goes, "Don't forget, make sure before you
don't take my shoes."
Yes. That's exactly what he said.
Now, John, if you're down there, because me and Stoney went to Houston, I believe it was 20 years ago, roughly, right now, just about.
Yeah.
And you run into a former college football head coach in the convention center. You might have to show him how to use the sink in the bathroom.
Oh, was that
Jeff Fisher?
That's when I ran into Jeff Fisher in the bathroom.
I thought that was San Diego, but anyway.
We made a minor league move, by the way, on that trip. We went to a Hooters one night to eat. What were we thinking?
I don't remember. I can't remember where we ate.
We were just looking for something to eat.
I thought you were talking.
Instead of going to finding somewhere unique in Houston. Like we ate at some other good places during that trip, but that was a pretty minor league move.
I thought you were going to mention somebody else, not Jeff Fisher.
I can understand why you went, but
yeah,
Also in that Super Bowl, it's when Pudge signed with the Tigers.
I wasn't even talking about that. I was talking about when we were in the elevator. I think you were with me, and the former mayor of Detroit was there with his chief of staff.
That's when I said to you, that guy ain't that guy. There's something wrong with that guy.
That was Kwame.
There's too much of an entourage, and I'm like,
yeah, and Christine Beatty was with him.
Yes. He had a fur coat on.
Yeah, he was there because Detroit. Detroit was going for the Detroit
before
Super
selfies.
The Detroit Super
Could have taken a selfie.
Was that before Detroit was awarded the Super Bowl, or was that they were still bidding on it? I don't even remember.
I think he was there because they had just been
awarded it.
So he was there with the what was that, Detroit host team or something like that?
That was unbelievable.
Christine Beatty.
Christine Beatty. Was that the Super Bowl where you got like the birds pooped on the car?
Strawberry wasn't there.
No.
That's never mind. All right.
Thoughts and prayers. All right. Planet Fitness is the greatest place in the world to get in shape. You saw a video of me on an elliptical or the treadmill over the weekend. I mean, I'm there because they have their big fitness energy sale. Here's what it is. 24 cents down, just $10 a month. And when you go to Planet Fitness, the judgment-free zone, squeaky clean, tons of equipment, and it helps not just your physical stuff, your mental capacities too. You feel good when you work out. That's right. Even when you have big oafs who play in the National Football League trying to make me to laugh during these reads, my mental aptitude is so much better thanks to Planet Fitness. The great deal that they have right now, the big fitness energy sale, there's 50 locations in Detroit, and they got, new stuff. The Highland Road in Heartland location is now open. All new cardio equipment in Utica and Dearborn and other places as well. So join online at planetfitness.com or go into any of the locations and register today. Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free zone. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock, talking about how much people are paying for the trip to Houston. Would you pay that much? Right now on SeatGeek, one ticket, cheapest ticket, and it says great deal. This is including fees, $1,289. Section 627 in the NRG Stadium place, and that's nosebleeds.
Yeah.
Basically.
I would think so, yeah. 600 sections, not usually downfield level.
No, indeed. All right, we have some ticket texts. Absolutely Sports has priced the Fan out. It's cheaper, and my family preferred dinner and movies over a regular season game. Also, big games like national championship, my family would choose a trip to Hawaii over a national title game in Houston.
I mean, that's about what it would be, too. I mean, your comparable expense, if you're looking at, okay, if family of four, let's just use that, and it's ticket along with hotel and transportation. If you're going to fly out there, you're looking at, what, 10, 12 grand?
Well, it depends when you made your air flight, yes.
Oh, but okay, so they win the Rose Bowl. You're like, okay, well, we got to go. Okay, for the next game.
Oh yes, then yes, and even and Delta even added flights, and those flights are starting at like $1,500 to $2,000 a ticket.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's and you look at but take that $12,000. That's a hell of a vacation.
Now, just think for a second. Okay,
that's a great vacation.
Just think for 1 second. If it's improbable, but it's certainly possible that if the Lions get to the Super Bowl, you know what it's going to be cost? Not just ticket, the planes, a hotel in Vegas. My God.
Yeah.
What I would suggest people do is you fly to like Phoenix or some other place and
just
rent a car and drive.
Yeah.
We'll talk about a rental car in a second, by the way. 4 tickets to the game, $800 each. Airbnb, $175 a night. That's not bad. Flying out of Grand Rapids instead of Metro. Flying to Austin instead of Houston. $750 a ticket. Go Blue, Dave and St. Clair.
There you go. He's got to figure it out.
Making the drive without tickets. Hoping for tickets to drop around $600 to $700. If not, I'll enjoy the game from a tailgate outside the stadium. That's from Robert.
Okay, you want to be on site?
Yeah.
Long way to tailgate.
I am a transplant living in Denver. I was able to get a plane to get on Southwest about a month ago for $159. I have a buddy that has 2 tickets to the game that he is going to have me buy dinner and beers and the tickets on him. I'm getting off pretty damn good. Go Blue, Mike in Denver.
I would say so.
Oh my God, yes. That's what friends are for, right?
Yeah.
Now, you were on vacation. You spent some time besides the Rose Bowl in Southern California, and I understand you had a very pleasurable rental car experience.
Yeah. And for the first time, it wasn't an issue with the rental car company. Other than the fact that I didn't make my reservation as early as I should have. We made the plane reservation. We actually made the plane reservations right after the Penn State game. And then it was the hotel, all that stuff. That was fine. Made the rental car reservation about a week ahead of time. And when I was doing it, I had 2 options. I had one, it was like a compact miniature car.
Like a mini John Jansen, his wife Lisa, and little Teddy, in a Mini Cooper.
And
that's only good for Mini Hooper.
Yeah. Or an electric vehicle, which was I don't know if I could say the brand name or not, or if I should. It was a, like a very common
electric SUV.
No, it was an electric car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it an X?
What's that?
Was it an X?
An X. I don't know what an X is. Yes. Yeah. Yes. We know someone here who can make his fart. So, and so I before I made the reservation, I was talking to my wife, and she's like, "Oh, let's try it. It'll be a great adventure." Okay, fine, whatever. We really didn't have much of a choice, so it was relatively affordable. So like, let's give it a shot. And I should have known before I even left the parking garage. First of all, I had no idea how to start the car because there's not even a push button. You've got to put your key in a certain spot. No, it's not a slot. You put it in. It's like it was right above the cup holders.
Right.
And then you can operate the vehicle. But once you start operating the vehicle, and I figured out, okay, this is how I do it. I'm before I leave, right? I got to get the mirrors in place. I'm not going to get on the highway without, especially in Southern California.
Oh my God.
And there's no way to move the mirrors. There's no toggle switch on the door like every other, car in the world.
Right.
There's no toggle switch. And so I'm sitting there going, and so I finally had to have the rental car guy come over and say, how do I move the mirrors? And he's like, oh, anything you want to do, you've got to do on the screen. There's no speedometer. There's nothing that tells you how fast you're going in front of you. There's no RPMs because there's none of that. And so it's really awkward not to see miles per hour,
speedometer,
RPMs,
gas,
all of that stuff.
No gas gauge. There's no gas.
Well, and okay, on top of that, there's a battery.
Right.
Like you're looking at your cell phone battery, and it'll tell you, 79% was as much as we could get it. And then 50%. Well, how many miles is that? Like how many to empty?
Right.
It doesn't tell you.
Right.
You just kind of rolling the dice. And I had to drive up to L.A. and I had to drive back.
Was there any information in the owner's in the manual?
I'm not going to read the owner's manual when I'm renting a car.
Well, I mean, once you realize that you didn't have some information,
right? Well,
that's what I would do.
And I would do like every other dude. I'll figure it out.
Okay.
All right. So,
but you can't. But how are you going to figure?
There's no way to figure it out because there's no logic behind any of this. So, I didn't even know where to put the key.
Okay. No.
Once I figured that out, I didn't know how to move the mirrors. I couldn't figure out. There's no cruise control on this sucker. There's no cruise control. Like what? Who in the hell builds a car that's gonna go 65, 70 miles an hour for a length of time with no cruise control?
You would think
I couldn't operate the windshield wipers.
You would think of all
every time there was one button. You couldn't turn the windshield wiper knob, right, which was the turn signal, to like constant or intermittent.
Yeah.
Right. Again. It was. I figured out yesterday morning on my way to drop it off at the airport. Oh, this is how you do it, because there's one button, but all it does is spray the windshield wiper fluid. So when it was raining, I had to keep hitting the button, and I'm spraying fluid on the windshield wiper.
Okay, I know as guys, you want to try to figure out something. But
I'm not going to read the owner's manual.
But once you have a problem, yes, you
ask for help. Like somebody
every
else.
Once in a while, I would Google it, or I'd have my wife Google it, and then I was finally like, I quit. I'm done. You drive.
Okay. You know what? Look, I'm not going to say it was.
And then to charge it, I didn't even get to that point.
Okay.
To charge it.
Here's my biggest question. And it's basically, it's your fault because you waited, you were procrastinated on the rental car. And when you realized that you could only get it, you should have, you don't like electric vehicles. You've stated it before.
Yeah, I'm not going to walk.
I understand that. Was that the only rental car company?
Yeah, they all had, the only thing they had left was electric vehicles.
Okay, so I understand. So, but your fault was waiting till a week before to do it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, but there's nobody in this world that ever makes a last-minute
of course they
decision,
do.
right?
Yeah, but when I do that, it's my fault.
Okay, did I say it was anybody else's fault?
I know. We don't have to argue.
I'm not placing blame. I'm just saying it was dumb.
I know.
The vehicle itself, whoever designed that sucker was like anti-man. Like there was anti-human. All right, because my wife couldn't figure it out either.
Look, I'm not a proponent of electric cars, but I mean they're.
I've driven one once, and it wasn't like this. It had all the features that a normal car would have.
This one didn't. And to unlock it, like, okay, I finally figured out. Okay, to lock and unlock, right? You put this little key card on the part of the door frame, and it locks it or it unlocks it, but it only unlock your door. And then there was no electric, like no unlock all locks. Right. So I had to figure out that on the screen, there's a picture of the car and it has the locks, but you couldn't just unlock like the back door to get Teddy out. I had to hit it like 3 times for it to unlock all the doors.
This isn't John having a problem with electric cars in general.
No.
It looks like this particular product of electric car was very confusing. Things were not in common places where they are in typical
It was not
vehicles.
user-friendly.
Right. Which is why when that happens after, I don't know, a day, you get out the owner's manual and you figure it out.
So on vacation, while I'm preparing to call the Rose Bowl, I would like to sit down and read the owner's manual of a car that I'm going to turn in and hope to never see again.
And a great catch by Windshield Repair for Alabama.
I don't know. If I have a car and it's messed up, I'll look at it.
Oh, my God. It was comical. So when we were staying at the hotel, I would drop it at the valet, and they would say, would you like a charge? Sure, that's great. I'd charge overnight. Next morning, I pick it up. Got enough charge for me to get around for most of the day.
Right.
I get at night, it would be down to like 5%. I'd be like, I don't know how far I'm going to go, but it eventually will. Hopefully, I'll get there.
You were driving that much?
Well, no, it wasn't. But
they held at least a couple 100 miles.
Well, I don't know. This one did not. But there's no way for me to tell how far I went because there's no odometer. And so. To charge it, when the last couple of days we stayed at some friend's house to extend our trip just a little bit. And they did not have an electric vehicle, so they had nowhere for me to plug it in. So I took Teddy over to the mall, and I'm walking around the mall while I try and plug in the car. Well, to plug in the car, I had to get to a certain charger. I had to set up an account to be able to pay with my phone.
Oh, I would be completely frustrated too.
I
would lose it. I agree. This was a horrible experience for you, and yes. I'm not going to minimize that, but I don't think we should actually put all electric vehicles under this umbrella of this particular brand. I think you should say what the brand is. You can say what the brand is.
I don't want to.
Okay, you're not calling out a dealership or a sponsor.
No, that's okay. This to me was it turned me off. Like, I am open to, if you want to drive an electric vehicle, you want to figure it out, great for you.
Right.
All right. But for me, for my life as well, like, I need to be able to go in today. I'm going to be driving to Ann Arbor. I'll be driving back to Southfield. I'll be driving to Ann Arbor. I'm going to be driving to, a whole bunch of different places. It wouldn't last.
Where's your partner at in all this? Doug.
Doug
drives an electric car, right?
Yeah.
And did he rent one out there?
I don't know I don't think they rented a car. No, they were staying right near we were staying about 45 minutes south of LA.
You just the phone call. Can you help me out, bro?
Yeah, I didn't. It was kind of one of those where I didn't want to admit to him.
Oh, pride.
I haven't
BBT pride.
Yeah, but he doesn't drive this brand either, so he would have been like, I don't know, I can't help you. He
probably knows every single kind and style and everything.
Because he had to go through every car before he bought one. I haven't used this company, but I hear the best to rent a car through is Costco, actually.
Costco?
Yes, Costco.
I know you can buy a car through Costco. I didn't know you could rent a car through Costco.
Yes, I heard it's very inexpensive, too.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Check it out.
I didn't know. I just put new shoes on my truck.
248-539-9797. Does anybody feel John's pain, or is John just a bumbling moron? I think he's not. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts. I don't want to hear John talk about Michigan's academics ever again. How is Googling different than reading the owner's manual?
I'm hoping for a 30-second YouTube of how to change my mirrors.
Well, you don't have to read. You don't have to read the owner's manual like it's the Old Testament or the New Testament or the whatever. John acting like a toddler because he had to put 2 ounces of effort towards learning something. Color me shocked.
I tell you what, and every time that something would happen, like even I would try and get into it. The valet would bring the car up, and I would try and get into the passenger because I told my wife I refuse to drive this car anymore. So I made her drive it. And
it's not so bad, is it?
Hey, woman.
It was it. Oh, the other thing. All right. So I'm stopped at a stoplight. Well, I was still driving it. As soon as the light turns green, the car beeps at you like you're supposed to get your ass moving.
Oh, wow. That's pretty wild.
Right. And so now I've got, and if I'm looking over somewhere, I have my wife telling me already it's green. And then I have the car telling me it's green. Like, enough already.
You needed me to say, I always say in that situation, it's not going to get any greener.
Tell people what you said about Teddy in the break.
Oh, I couldn't put the child locks on. Like, I couldn't lock the doors. And it's just...
He's opening the door when you're sitting at the
like we'd
light.
stop at the stoplight, and all of a sudden, like the button, there's no handle, right? It's just a button that opens the door. And you can open it from the inside. You couldn't open it from the outside. So he hits the button, and the door opens. Stopped at the turn light. Like, what the hell?
Somebody better check John's blood pressure.
Oh, yeah. It was way high.
Guys got EV rental after delayed flight at midnight. Didn't know how to turn it on, turn it off, lock the doors, etc. We are cranky at midnight, Googling locking this car in hotel parking lot. Frustrating, doesn't describe it.
Mm-hmm.
Owner's manual? Really, Stoney? This is from somebody who drove around Indianapolis?
Try a map.
Oh, yeah, maps would have been a different thing. Yes.
AAA.
Yeah, that's what they had back then. The TripTik. That's what it was back then. Yes. John,
you can still get them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. John, if I got this stressed every time I was pissed at engineers, I've been dead by 30.
Yeah.
Let's face it here. Some pride got in the way, and some, I think, reluctance to even give it a try.
Oh, no, I gave it a try because I read it. But when Lisa said, hey, let's give it, it'll be a great adventure, I said, you know what? Hey, it's vacation. I'm okay with anything. Like I was in vacation mode.
Good.
And I was happy with giving it a shot because I wanted to be able to say, hey, I understand why people have them. Mm-hmm. Like, and if I was simply commuting from my home in Plymouth to here and then back home, it would make a lot of sense. Would have no problem with it.
I think you and Rieger should go on a drive one day.
Oh, no, I don't want to be in a car with him. No, I'll take the car. I'll leave Rieger.
Daryl and Troy, you're on 97, won the ticket.
Oh, he just hung up.
Oh. All right, let's go to Eric in Grosse Ile. You're on 97, won the ticket.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good.
You there?
Yes.
Hey, John's not on John's straight up on this car. I know this car exactly, learned it the same way he had to learn on the fly. And trust me, I do rental cars all the time. I work in a car dealership, right? One of the cars that we sell happens to be an electric car also, but it's not the same make. I know I'm not allowed to say the make. I'm not going to do that. But, John, I feel real sorry for you. If they ask me to have the car or try again, I will not go near that car ever again. I don't care if anybody's going to tell me. Anyway, here nor there. I rented it for a parade. Got in the parade, looked down at the battery. Battery's almost done. Mm-hmm. I call around to find out where I can get a charge at. They say Myers. I go to Myers. You have to register. You have to go on account. They want your social security number just to charge the battery. Now they're going to tell me it's going to be another hour before the battery's charged up.
Wow. See, if you would have gone to Meyer, it would have been different.
Yeah. So
I'm just kidding.
No, I know. I charged it, and because it must have been an older model, it didn't have an adapter or the attachment for the rapid charger.
Oh.
So Teddy and I were walking around the mall for 2 hours, and I come back, and it went from 5% to 12% in 2 hours.
That's ridiculous.
It seemed like it.
Right. Let's go to Linda in Orchard Lake. What's up, Linda?
Good morning. John, I'm with you 100%. My son and I both have a test schools out in North Carolina, and with a rental car, and they don't tell you with 6 miles left that your battery takes so much, the air conditioner takes so much, going up and down hills takes so much, so that 6 miles can turn into 1 mile within 10 minutes. So it took us 6 charging stations to get back to the airport. And then when we would go to these charging stations behind buildings or whatnot, then you need an adapter. Well, when we popped the hood, I'm like, oh, let's just get the adapter out. Well, no one put the adapter back in. So we were desperately looking for stations.
Mm-hmm.
So never in a million years would I ever get a battery-operated rental again.
They have.
Linda, thank you for your support.
They have major work to do with this whole industry. They do. I'm not sitting there saying I'm going to go buy electric cars. I understand them in certain situations. Like you said, if you're not going on long trips or whatever, it can save you a lot of money. There's no doubt about it.
And it was. I tell you this much: the electric vehicle owners that I ran into were very nice and very helpful, because at one spot of the mall, I went to this one charging station and I didn't even know where to plug it in. One of the taillights had to flip up. And so I had gone over to this other one that was the same model or same car company. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's where it is. So I can figure things out.
Right.
And then I'm looking at the charger, and I'm looking at them like this the parts don't match.
Oh God.
And so I had to find an adapter. And I'm looking in the glove box. I'm looking, and so where I found it was in the frunk. The front trunk.
The front.
It's amazing.
Think about it. You didn't have to spend gas money out there.
No. I just had to waste 2 hours at a mall for 5% of the charge.
How much was gas out there?
I don't know. I didn't have to fill up.
$15 now?
Yeah.
The Newsom plan?
Yeah, it could be. Yes. The People's Republic plan.
How was the actual drive, though? I mean, did the car ride?
Oh yeah. Once I hit the gas pedal.
I'm curious. Did you
hitting the gas pedal?
Because that was one of your things you didn't think you would enjoy about the electric car, is you didn't think you'd be able to,
Oh no, it
drive
gets up and goes. Oh, I know. They're fast. They're quick. They're fast. But again, my critiques of this car, and I understand they're meathead critiques. I get that. When you take your foot off the gas, I never really had to use the brake. It slows. It's I use this analogy all the time, like a golf cart.
Yes.
Right.
So you take your foot off the gas, and it just slows down by itself. And it almost, if you're going 60, 75 miles an hour, when you take your foot off the gas, it's a little bit jarring that it starts to slow down too quickly, too fast.
Okay.
And so I would have to work on, slightly taking my foot off the gas. And as I come up to a stoplight or stop sign, I never actually had to use the brake.
Wow.
It's wild. It's a unique experience. I'll say that.
But it does have enough power.
Oh, it gets up and go. It has enough to get up and go. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. In terms of, if it wasn't going to tow anything with it, but.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Power. We're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I get that. I'm not looking to buy.
Doesn't have as much power as the BBT.
I'm not looking to get an electric car anytime soon. But
yeah,
do they have electric hogs?
Yeah.
Only ones that vibrate.
Yeah, I was going to say this. Brought to you by Lover's Lane.
Gotta walk me right into that one.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was part of the experience of the Rose Bowl.
So there will be no electric car rental in Houston.
No. Well, fortunately, I'm not going to need one.
Okay.
I won't be renting a car in Houston, but no, I would not jump back into that market anytime soon.
All right. Seriously, check out Costco the next time you want to rent a car.
I will, because as you know, I'm a big fan.
I know.
I go there almost bi-weekly. So
248-539-9797. Gator will attempt his first $2,000 slam of the new year. That's coming up in a few minutes. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Pistons lose last night. Gee, there's a surprise, but it was a fun game to watch if you stayed up late. 154-148 in overtime. They shot the ball great. They just didn't defend very well. I mean, actually, they made too many turnovers. And the only statistic where they really got screwed up was the free throws. Utah was 32 or 35 from the line, and the Pistons had a lot less free throws. But, hey, I was entertained. They're not going anywhere anyway, so if you're going to watch games, you might as well be entertained. That's what they're for. They're back in action tomorrow night against the Golden State Warriors. Tonight, the Wings are on the left coast as they take on the Los Angeles Kings tonight. Kings are a pretty good team. Wings trying to win back-to-back games. And the stat of the Wings is still incredible, where they have not won a game all season where they don't score 4 goals.
I know. It's unbelievable.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It really is. And as I talked about it briefly yesterday, I went to the game Friday night against Nashville, and it was a fun game. I mean, DeBrincat, the Gordie Howe hat trick, which is the goal, the assist, the fight. They win on overtime on a Lucas Raymond goal. And it's not the old cliche, they got to get bigger on the blue line. They're just very easy to play against.
This is a league that we looked up last week that the average goals scored per team per game was 3.38 last week. And you need to score 4 to win. That doesn't add up right to me in common sense. So
right.
It kind of shows like how Jekyll and Hyde they've been too.
Yes, absolutely. They have to get, and it's not just the defensemen, it's the forwards have to do a better job of back checking and, creating stuff defensively as well. Look, their goaltending has not been good for a majority of the season. So the Lion played very good the other night against San Jose. So, and then they'll play Anaheim to finish off the trip. All right, 248-539-9797. John, real quick. I mean, we talked about this briefly before. If, and it's a big if, although some people say it's a given, if Jim Harbaugh is to leave, do you think win or lose will have any bearing on whether he leaves or not? I don't.
I don't think it has a bearing on it. I think if winning a Super Bowl, competing for a Super Bowl, and scratching that itch of the NFL is there for Jim Harbaugh, whether or not they win on Monday, I don't think it really has a bearing on it. You would like to think, okay, well, hey, if they win the national championship, hey, check the box, and you move on. Mm-hmm. If they don't, it's, can we do it next year? Can you convince JJ to come back? Can you convince, like they did this year? Hey, a lot of guys, Blake Corum, I know he was hurt, but a lot of guys made the decision, right. Hey, unfinished business, come back and go for that national title. If you come up one game short, are you able to convince some of those guys that are third year, fourth year, that have eligibility left to come back and make another run at it? I mean, those are the questions.
Right. And obviously, we'll get into this later. If he does leave, is it a given that Sharon Moore is the next coach?
That's the logical step.
Yes.
Because he did such a great job in those, final 3 games. I know he had a half earlier in the season because he shared it with it was Mike and Jay Harbaugh that shared a game. Yeah, yes. Sharon had his own game. But yeah, I mean, he did such a good job. I would be shocked if it wasn't Sharon.
Yeah. There'll be, believe me, there'll be plenty of people, pounding on that door that would want that job.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, we've heard different rumblings and rumors of Brian Kelly. You haven't heard that?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
There's not a shot in hell that
they
would hire Brian Kelly.
No. About as much chance as Urban Meyer.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And it's not to say that Brian Kelly is not a good coach. He is. Yeah. It's not a good fit.
I don't think so either.
That's the way I see it.
Yeah, but I think, whenever, and I don't know when that decision will come, when he'll say, because they backed it up, it's after the division round right now, right? That NFL teams can start interviewing publicly other head coaches.
Right. Obviously, back channels through agents, and now Harbaugh does have an agent, if we believe the reports from Schefter and some other people, that he hired Don Yee. I don't think they're making that up.
No, I wouldn't. It's not something that you would rush to the press with and say, "Oh,
no,
this is
yes,
hot news."
Exactly. But Don Yee has been successful being the agent of former Michigan quarterbacks.
Yes. And I did hear at some point, like he
Sean
is
Payton
stepping away.
Oh, really?
Don Yee, he's only going to continue to manage the clients that he has, and obviously maybe Jim Harbaugh is the last one that he acquired.
Oh,
but that information is irrelevant in this conversation. But when does he let Michigan know that he is either coming back? And yes, let's finish up this contract extension. Let's get it signed. Or when does he say, I'm going to test the waters and I'm good with my contract? He's still under contract. He's got another 4 years?
Something like that. Yeah,
something like that. And say, I'm gonna test the waters like I did the last 2 years.
Yeah, I know a lot of fans it bothers them, but if you have the success that you have, especially if you win on Monday night, you put up with certain things.
Well, you do
to be a champion.
And I continue to go back to: would you rather have a coach that no one else wanted, or would you rather have somebody or players that other programs or the NFL covets? I think you'd rather err on, I'd like to have a coach that everybody else would like as well.
Yeah, because it means that the person is good at what he does.
Yeah,
regardless of all the BS. Right?
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say, if you're a Spartan, would you like him in East Lansing? Okay, let's be realistic.
Correct.
But yeah, there are NFL franchises that I think would like to have Jim Harbaugh.
Look, allegedly there were people who wanted, Mel Tucker when they had one really good year, and that caused, Michigan State to pony up, and that was a bad horse they rode. That pony up deal,
Yes.
As we found out when we let it play out.
Yes. So let's let this one play out, see where it goes.
Yes. Do you have a gut feeling? It doesn't make a difference if you're right or wrong. Your gut feeling right now is Jim Harbaugh coaching this team next year.
I do. I think he's back.
Okay.
I do.
I think J.J. McCarthy's definitely back, unless he just has
That's a unique decision to make.
Yes.
Because and I think he will be a mid-20s, if he's a first-round pick, a mid-20s type of pick, which means he's going to a good franchise.
Yes. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. What's up, Gator? How are you?
I'm all right.
Good. You ready for the first 2 Grand Slam of the new year?
I'm going to try.
Gator?
That's all we can ask you to do.
Gator, I think you'll do very well.
All right.
I'll leave it at that. All right, here we go. Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
The Kings.
Domantas Sabonis plays for this NBA team.
Come on, man. Sacramento.
Who wears jersey number 6 for the Lions?
Melon Fonwu.
This team has clinched home field advantage throughout the AFC playoffs.
Baltimore.
Who played Lando Calrissian in Empire Strikes Back?
Billy D. Williams.
Who is the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings?
Mick. Come on, man. Mick, I'll come back to it.
Caitlin Clark plays for this women's college
Iowa.
basketball team. Is Bad Axe, Michigan in Huron County or Sanilac County?
It's in Huron County.
Who was the head referee in the Lions-Cowboys game last Saturday?
Brad Allen.
Who leads the NFL in interceptions this season?
Bland.
Who is the head coach of the Vikings?
Oh, so close.
It's McSomething.
No,
it's
O'Connell.
O'Connell. Oh.
It's something.
Yes.
Something there.
Yeah, 9.
Oh.
That was the only one I missed?
That's the only one you missed.
I totally guessed on a couple and I got them right.
Yeah.
Sabonis, you totally threw a
Sabonis.
30-team dart. Well, 29. You know he's not on the Pistons.
Right. And
It did follow up with the Kings.
Kings and then
Yeah.
Kings.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's a little
There
hint.
could be a trend.
But that completely went over your head, which is okay.
It's true.
It would have gone over my head too, probably.
Over my head.
Yes. So what else did you guess on? You knew Billy D. Williams. You knew Iowa.
No, the only one I guessed on was Sabonis and then
Huron or Sanilac.
and Huron or Sanilac was a total guess.
Well, you guessed correctly.
I figured, well, I don't even know where the hell Bad Axe is.
It's in the thumb.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all right.
Doesn't that sound like a place where like a famous wrestler would be from?
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Stone Mountain, Georgia.
From Bad Axe, Michigan.
I remember the last time when I drove in Chicago and just passing Paw Paw. That's one of my favorite towns in Michigan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was Ernie Harwell's, one of Ernie Harwell's favorite as well.
I know.
Before you get to
Man
Paw
from
Paw, you
Paw
go
Paw.
to Climax.
Well, you see, some people it's the other way
Some
around. Especially with my
I started with
especially-
Pawpaw. I ended up in Climax.
Yeah. Your mama started off with Pawpaw.
Why you got to do that? Why you
Stony.
You got to take that extra step, don't you? You can't just leave it alone. Innuendo. You got to just flat out.
Start talking about your mom.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking about female masturbation. Thanks, Stoney.
Whoa.
That's what Stoney does. He'll take it to the most obvious point. You don't have to. There's no, leaving it up to interpretation. It's like, oh, that was very subtle from Stoney. No one would ever say Stoney was subtle.
No.
Didn't think I was going to hear that from Gator this morning.
Doug, how are you?
I'm good. How's everybody doing?
Everybody's good. We're doing good. I'm just curious, did you have a similar electric car experience as John had?
No.
I didn't have an electric car in LA, unfortunately, but I love my AV. Test drove another one yesterday. Thinking about we need to get a new vehicle.
If you rented a car, no matter what car, but in this case it was an electric car, and you were very confused about a lot of things in the car, like
John's easily confused.
Wipers and things like that.
Can be. I'm not going to disagree with that. Can be.
What would you do? Like if you
I would panic.
Okay.
Yeah, I would panic.
Would you read the manual? If you're on vacation, would you sit there and read the manual?
No, I wouldn't read it.
Thank you.
But you're sitting there.
He's right, though. Driving an electric car is sometimes like driving a computer.
I get that. I get that.
But if you're sometimes, I mean all the time.
But if there's something,
because you technically are driving a
and
computer.
I don't have to stop and get gas from my computer.
I think all cars are getting like not just electric cars.
Oh, I know
but,
the whole
but
car.
all
plays.
cars like with
Car
how
play.
they start and how they shift now. They all shift differently. So it's like if somebody had to drive my car, I would have to give them a tutorial. It's not an electric car, but I'd have to give them a little bit of a tutorial. Like, okay, make sure your foot's in that thing. You don't know what that is. That's actually the shifter.
Yeah.
You have to push it forward. Like what?
Right.
Why is it being pushed forward?
We rented when I was on vacation a Pathfinder, and it took me a while to figure out how to get into reverse because you had to go forward.
Yeah,
on
that's
the thing,
so is mine,
and you had to press a little button first, and you found out I read the manual.
Well,
ask the question. All right.
Fortunately, I was told before I purchased the vehicle.
Yes, that wasn't a rental car.
If Gator's told that this car comes with reading, he's not getting the car.
That's not happening. Well, who reads?
Yeah.
What do you guys got
Mike
going
Stone.
today?
We got the Wide Night Omaha 4-Down Round League Blitz thingy. Good news and bad news on Michigan and Washington. And we've got a surprise segment scheduled for Scott the Gator Anderson.
All right.
Ooh, 97 won the ticket.
Uh-oh.
Hello, and welcome to the Karsh Anderson program here on 97.1 A Ticket. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. How you doing today?
I'm all right. I'm a little nervous.
I was about to say, I'm not sure I believe you that you're all right.
Well, I mean, anytime you guys want to debut something new at my expense.
Well, make no bones about it. This will be at your expense.
Yeah, right. I know. I'm painfully aware. Like, this is our 18th year doing a show together. I'm just now figuring out how things are working with us. Yeah.
So here's the deal. I went through something last night off the air at home that I'm going to have you go through on the air.
Oh.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Sure.
That's a little bit later on, but so
I'm not going to have to read the manual of an electric car, am I?
No, you won't have to read the manual of an electric car. How are you today? You good?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, legs bother me a little bit today. That's the nerve from the back that goes into the leg. So my front of my leg is tired.
Yeah.
Bothersome, but beyond that, I'm all right. Watched the Pistons last night. I almost texted Kang because I figured Kang was going to be watching it. I knew that, that's not on your radar unless it was.
It's on my radar right now. I'm preparing for another game.
But Kang, I was going to text you to see if you were watching it. I assumed that you were. But the finish of the game in regulation was amazing. I mean, just the nonstop action they had, the 3-pointer by Markin and the 3-pointer by Burks when the clock expires. It was amazing. And then you get to overtime and you think they're dead, and it's the slowest death in overtime when you start fouling and all this. But they got to within 3 with like 7 seconds left, and if a guy misses a free throw, you've got a chance. It's crazy. But I felt bad for the guys. The 28-game losing streak was brutal. We know this. They're a bad team. They're not that bad of a team. They just aren't. They have some talent, but I mean, this is not a team that's going to win 30 games this year. But it's certainly a team.
At some point, they win 3 in a row.
And I'm with you on it. This is a team that should win more than 10, though. And I thought last night, and what they've done over the last 5 games or so, they've shown a lot of heart in the last 5 games, and they unfortunately have only come away with 1 W.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see that place in the schedule where I expect 3 wins in a row.
Not anymore.
But
you didn't see before. You just thought it would happen.
I just think it's going to happen. I don't care how
blind
bad
luck.
you
Yeah,
are.
it's load management.
In pro sports, stuff happens. Teams get hot. The Pistons got hot. I mean, they won 1 game in a row.
They did.
So you never know what can happen in sports. But yeah, so it's unfortunate for them. But pretty wild game.
It was a wild game.
Yeah.
A couple guys for the Pistons in 30-point range. You had a couple guys for Utah with 30s. It was good.
Well, Doug, for you to get 3 in a row, you need at least 1 in a row to start.
That was a great start. Now, do we have to count the last 2? Are they going for 2 in a row Friday at Golden State?
No, they go back to 1, Doug.
Oh, okay.
You got to try got to get 1.
How early can I put in an order for lunch? Like, is 3 months too early?
No,
or is it
no. You can put in the order on Friday, April 12th.
Okay.
That's when they'll only have 2 games left.
Okay.
If this comes down to the last 3, I do not like my odds, but I will not concede defeat.
I would think those would be must wins for you.
They would
at that
qualify,
point.
yeah.
So the bet was you thought the Pistons would win 3 in a row at some point this season, and Kang's
we
like,
were
no
debating.
way.
We were debating whether or not they could win 2 in a row, and he thought they'd win 2 in a row, and I said, "What about 3?" And he said, "They
Absolutely
no.
not."
And I said, "You know what? I think they will." And so we made a lunch bet on it because this is I opened up my big mouth a little bit.
I took advantage of the Karsh Casino.
Yeah,
Kind
you
of
did.
did.
Yeah,
By
you
the
did.
way, speaking of which,
Ooh,
Were
is
you
this a
in-
hand pay?
were you in when Homeboy predicted that the Lions would get drilled by Denver? And then he said he ended up, he said they're going to win by or lose by at least 2 touchdowns. I said, how about you give me 13.5? So I had the Lions plus 13.5 against Denver.
No.
And then he said, and I said, for what? He said, a case of beer. He's Canadian. He was going to bring me some Canadian beer.
Oh, so
And then he said, and they are going to get smoked at Dallas. They're going to lose by 30. And I said, well, will you give me 29.5? And he did.
oh my goodness. So is it a pizza party? We got pizza and beer?
No, I'm looking for some beer. I suspect he probably won't show up. Won't call the station.
Oh, come on, man.
We haven't heard from him since, Gator.
That doesn't. But listen, if you're going to be that brash and then you're going to say, yeah.
To his credit, right? He put his money where his mouth is.
Well, did he? He hasn't yet.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
He has, I guess you actually have to pay up the bet to put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah. If he's an honorable man, he will honor that wager of the case of beer. If he's awesome, he'll bring with him a couple of pizzas so the three of us can enjoy. Yeah. That's
like
if
the way
he's awesome.
Gator has looped this into making it his winnings as well.
I'm sharing with everybody.
Oh, you're sharing with everybody? My winnings? You want to share my winnings with everybody?
First of all,
you
to be fair,
you're sharing.
To be fair, the pizza is not part of your winnings. The pizza is something that I've totally
Gator's
thrown in randomly.
I guess that is
I'm trying
fair.
to shame him into a pizza party here because,
right.
He made the second bet.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one's about the beer. That's fine. You can get your moosehead or whatever, and that works. But the second part is I totally made up. I figured, the Cowboys were all in pain from that.
Bottom line is, I don't suspect I'll ever see that beer. And I wonder if we'll ever hear from him again. I had the Lions plus 29.5, and they went out and won by 1.
You should win that.
I should win that.
Even though it was in Dallas, and Dallas was smoking teams at home.
We need to talk about that a little bit because a Dallas-Detroit future playoff game is a possibility. I will count no chickens. No chickens will get counted here. But a Dallas-Detroit playoff game in Dallas is a future possibility, and we will discuss that possibility coming up. Good news and bad news on Michigan and Washington. We got the wide nine Omaha 4-down around league blitz thingy. I do want to bring up something, though, Gator, early in the show. I probably shouldn't do it early because we're going to get a lot of response to it, is my suspicion.
Who wants lots of response? Who wants to be a popular radio show?
Hold on.
All right.
So we bring it up, the phones light up, and then we go into the wide nine Omaha 4-down around league.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So then they sit around on hold for 25 minutes and get frustrated. Let's get good news and bad news about Michigan and Washington.
Okay.
We'll do that first segment coming up, and then we'll go to the wide night Omaha 4-down around blitz thingy. Got a big surprise for Gator later that I'm very much looking forward to. And Gator is not. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so White Night Omaha 49 Round League Blitz thingy today at 10:30. Got some Lions stuff we'll bring up a little bit later on. Michigan and Washington play for the national championship on Monday night in college football. Gator, there's some stuff that we talked about yesterday. Washington, the second most penalized team in the country. Michigan, the least penalized team in the country. These kinds of things can stack up. Although Washington really held it together until the end against Texas. Texas had twice as many penalties as them in the Sugar Bowl. That Dylan Johnson injury at the end of that game, first of all, I really wonder if they need to look at that rule. If a player on a team that's winning gets hurt, he's not trying to stop the clock. That's the last thing the player's trying to do.
Exactly.
Why did Washington get punished because of that? And why would any winning team get punished because of that?
I don't know. It seems awful. And I mean, if you're the player that's lying down and you're hurt,
yep,
you know, to an extent anyway, how severe the injury might be.
Yes.
Like if you're able to get up and stand up, like I'd be screaming at my teammates, get me off the field if you need any help.
Drag me off the field so I don't need to.
Exactly. Now, if you've got no ACL,
right,
and your knee is up somewhere behind your head, then perhaps you need some assistance. But and you're not going to you're going to lie on the ground and the cart's going to come out.
So just to recap, so people who missed it know what happened. Washington's up 6. Texas tries the onside kick. They just kicked a field goal. They try the onside kick. Washington recovers. There's 1:16 to go, and Texas has 2 timeouts. 1 play, timeout. 2nd down and 9. Run play, timeout. 3rd down and 7. Handoff. They're out of timeout. So now Washington can run a play and then let the clock run down to 15 seconds and punt, or 20 seconds and punt, whatever it was going to be. They run the play, hand off to Dylan Johnson. Now, Dylan Johnson, maybe that was a mistake. If they get the first down, the game's over. If they take a knee, they are going to have to punt. So you may as well try and get the first down. Dylan Johnson already is dealing with a foot injury that he suffered a few weeks ago and is battling back from, and appears to re-injure it on this 3rd down run. It was the weirdest thing, though, watching the replay from every angle. I couldn't see anything that happened. I mean, it may be just an accumulation, or maybe it's one of those ones where he just planted his foot in the ground and something popped. Whatever the injury was, he appeared to suffer a re-injury. He's laying on the ground, writhing in pain. They have to stop the clock because there's an injured player on the field. The weird thing is the clock doesn't start again until the ball is snapped. So a team that's leading, that has an injured player on the field, that can't get off the field, gets punished. And that makes no sense. He's not faking it. Now, do they stop the play clock and then pick up the play clock where it was when they blew the whistle? Do they reset the play clock to 25 like they do a lot of times when they reset the play clock? How do you account for this? Because it doesn't seem fair that almost happened to Washington. Also, based upon his reaction, I don't know how they're saying he's going to play.
I mean, when you get carted off the field, one would not think that this is something you're going to come back from a week later.
No.
You wouldn't think.
No. But
which would be devastating to Washington and what they do offensively. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good. They appear to be favoring Tybo Rogers, the freshman, over Will Nixon now as the backup running back. But what makes them go is Penix in that passing game. It's not like they lost Penix.
What?
I mean, they obviously have the best passing offense in the country. And this is the bad news is, you saw it. Anybody who watched Michigan State, Washington saw it. It's not like Michigan State had a great pass defense, but they kind of did the same thing to Texas.
He throws for 400 and something yards against Texas. Texas is supposed to have actually a pretty good defense. Certainly a good defensive front that people expected them to get pressure on the quarterback. Penix is great. I mean, we've actually known this for years. Mm-hmm. In Indiana, he showed flashes of being great. He just didn't stay healthy. Then he goes to Washington, and the last 2 years, he's thrown for more passing yards than any quarterback in the NCAA since Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he's been amazing in these 2 years there. It's remarkable. He's got talent around him, no question. But he also makes them as talented as they are because those throws are just solid perfect.
He can hit a keyhole from 35 yards away off his back foot. Like
it's 70 miles an hour.
He is so talented, and he's kind of cut back on running, which might happen when you played 4 years at Indiana and had 4 different season-ending injuries. One he got a red shirt for, the other he used the COVID year, so he's a 6-year player. And Odunze just had the best receiving season in Washington history. McMillan is insanely talented, but in and out of the lineup because of injury. Polk is dangerous. They're exceptionally good. They use Jeremy Bernard as sort of he's your wildcat jet sweep guy.
They got this tight end who's come out of nowhere and caught near 40 passes.
Kid didn't even play high school football, and they've turned him into a pretty damn good tight end. Their passing game, everything you say about it, say in all caps, right? I mean, they are that good. And it kind of reminded me of Ohio State. All those receivers on the edge, more Ohio State the last 2 years than this year, but all those receivers on the edge, all that talent. And as I've been watching Washington, I'm like, my God, how does anybody stop this team? And I thought, well, probably would have said the same thing about C.J. Stroud with Emeka Ibuka and Garrett Wilson and Jackson Smith and Jigba. And they stopped that team. So that's the only saving grace, is that Michigan has seen a team that has, because those guys, I think these Washington guys are NFL receivers. That's an NFL quarterback. And so is that Ohio State team.
I think there are a couple subtle differences.
There are differences, for sure.
Maybe not so subtle, but because you have to go back to the C.J. Stroud team. Certainly not the team that Ohio State had this year, because there's no comparison with McCord and Penix. But I think the biggest difference is who you're playing. Michigan is geared up to play Ohio State 363 days a year. You know, they might take a day off because they have to look elsewhere for a day. But they're so focused on Ohio State. They know Ohio State inside and out. They battled Ryan Day for years now. You know, it's a similar offense that they ran with Urban Meyer. They know what Ohio State's all about. That's not the same thing with Washington. Now, there might be some similar aspects of it. Great receiving core. You know, we go back to C.J. Stroud here. Great quarterback play. But that's really where it ends, because I imagine the route trees are completely different. The schemes are different. Maybe even the way they line up is different.
I'm not as that deep into the playbook to know yet, but I will tell you that the personnel reminds me of Ohio State, and that's where you build your hope around.
The other thing is this quarterback. All due respect to C.J. Stroud. I like C.J. Stroud a lot.
You think he's better than Stroud?
I think his arm talent's better than Stroud. I don't know what between the ears is. I don't know, because you won't know until you get to the next level. But clearly, C.J. Stroud has hit the ground running with the Houston Texans. But Stroud got rattled against Michigan in Ann Arbor. I mean, he really got rattled. Or I guess it was was it in Columbus 2 years ago?
Yes.
So he got rattled in Columbus 2 years ago at the end of that game. I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen a situation where Penix has gotten rattled. They're undefeated.
The weird thing is about them is they don't blow people out. They've won 10 straight games by 10 points or less, which is, I guess, a modern era since the AP poll was created record. So they end up in tighter games, but they're obviously very, very talented. I mean, hey, this just in, Michigan their pass rush has to be on point. They have to make his life difficult, because if they let him sit back there.
Well,
it's the Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line.
The thing I like about Michigan's defensive line is that, first of all, it's so deep because you go too deep at every position and you're not losing much at all, if anything. The other thing is that they get pressure from everywhere on that defensive line, whether it's in the middle or from the edges. And on top of that, you can dial it up a little more if you want to bring Michael Barrett or any of the linebackers. You want to bring them in. You want to bring Will Johnson in from his position coming off the corner, Sainristil, whatever you want to do. Michigan's got the horses defensively to get after the quarterback and dial up the pressure if they need to. The problem with that is this quarterback is so good and his arm is so good. He's got a quick release. He throws it, on a laser. And if you mistime it, or if you're coming from the one spot that's going to be, and he'll know where he can expose the weakness of the defense because the blitz is coming. he could be in for a long day. I think this is going to be a back and forth battle. I really like this match between these two teams. We're going to see scoring.
That defensive line versus their offensive line is obviously huge. Michigan's defensive line versus, and I mean, the question is what's Michigan going to be able to do offensively? Like, I'm expecting a big day for Colston Loveland and AJ Barner. I think there might be some vulnerabilities there, and I think Michigan's tight ends could have a big day. 248-539-9797. We'll get some phone calls later. Straight ahead, the Wide 9 Omaha 4 Down Around League Blitz thingy. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Hurst, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. Get some of your phone calls coming up, but first, let's swing around the NFL. Every week, six-pack of questions regarding the NFL. Myself, Gator Kang. Coin is flipped, heads or tails?
Taylor Decker reporting.
Does that mean tails?
Yeah.
All right. It is a tail.
Yeah, I'll go first.
All right. Gator will receive.
I want the ball, man.
All right, here we go. First one of the year, boys. Let's go. All right, it's official. The Bears will have the first overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft because they own the Carolina Panthers draft pick. Should they draft a QB and trade Justin Fields, or keep the pick and trade it for something else other than a QB?
100% they should trade the pick. Justin Fields is a good quarterback. He's going to only get better as the game starts to slow down a little bit. He's a phenomenal athlete. He's developed a relationship with DJ Moore, with this throwing passes to him. It's working. Khalil Herbert in the backfield is working for them. The Bears need to take advantage of this situation and maximize the pick. trade it back, get a bunch of draft capital. You'll get another first-round pick this year with that pick, and you can still stay within the top 5. You'll likely get maybe a second-round pick this year and a future first-round pick. So go ahead, trade the pick. Take an offensive lineman, a wide receiver, and the best defensive player available with those 3 picks, and the Bears are going to be set up for the future.
So the advantage to taking a quarterback is to start that rookie salary cap all over again. Rookie salary contract, I should say, for a quarterback. And the Bears have Fields for 2 more seasons on his rookie deal. I'd keep Fields. And it's mostly because I've documented how difficult it is to hit on that pick. Everybody thinks, oh, I got a first-round pick. I'll go get a quarterback. And I look at names that people thought were going to be sure things that were going to hit, and Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold and Mitchell Trubisky, maybe not Trubisky, but others that are taken in the first round.
Justin Herbert.
Where you are convinced that those guys are going to lead you to the promised land, and they just don't. I mean, this year's rookie class is showing promise, but it's too early to say whether or not any of those guys are the answer. The Tua crowd, I mean, with all respect due, that class is pretty good. But
work that in, huh?
No, I'm saying his class is pretty good. But there's too many swings and misses. So I'd keep him for the 2 years and load up with all that draft capital, load up talent around him.
So I'm a Justin Fields fan. I know a lot of people were down on him early. I kind of stuck through him all the way. I felt like this guy, just give him time, give him an offensive line, give him weapons, right? But with that being said, I've also said I'm a big believer in Caleb Williams. You're right, Doug. All drafts aren't created equal, but I think this guy, there's no for sure things, but I think he's the best prospect we've seen in a long time, better than all the quarterbacks you named that didn't make it. Just the actual prospect. But I think the trade depends all on the market for Justin Fields. If you're not going to get enough for Justin Fields, then the decision is made for you because you're going to get a ton for that first pick overall because Caleb Williams is that high of a prospect. So if you can get the farm, the house, whatever, and it's just a much better deal to keep Fields, then yeah, you keep Fields, you trade that pick, and you build around Fields. What team should go after Russell Wilson in the offseason?
Michigan Panthers.
Come on.
I'm not sure I'd want the guy. I'm really not.
I get that.
I mean, seriously.
Did you get that, Gator?
I get that.
I don't know who should. I don't know if I would if I were another team. Denver's going to try and unload him, obviously, or they're going to cut him, right?
They're going to cut him, yeah.
I mean, at a bargain basement price, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a guy that gets signed when somebody else's starter gets hurt and they're desperate.
Well, here's the thing. There are a bunch of teams out there that actually could use Russ, and because he will be cut and he could be signed at a bargain basement price, he's already got a ton of money with this and he's getting a ton of money to be cut. I could see it happening in a place like Minnesota because Minnesota needs to make their decision on Kirk Cousins. Are you going to want to pay $50 million a year for Kirk Cousins this late in his career? Probably not going to want to do that. So would I take Russell Wilson at less than half that price? I mean, what is Russell Wilson going to cost you? Because he's getting paid, and he's got all that offense to work with in Minnesota. I just think that might actually work out better for them. You take a massive pay cut, and you get a quarterback who's comparable. Because Russ actually had a pretty decent season this year.
You're right. He did have a good year, and I'm sick of actually him taking the brunt of this, blame in Denver. I think Sean Payton needs to take a big blame there because we got to stop with these dramatic swings with Russell Wilson. He's a great quarterback, and all of a sudden he sucks. I think he's probably somewhere in between at this point in his career, but I think he's closer to being good because that resume that is much larger, that sample size is much larger, Russell Wilson being good. I think Sean Payton, like I said, deserves a lot of this blame. I think Tampa Bay is the team that should go after Russell Wilson. He's kind of like their Tom Brady. If they can bring back Mike Evans, that veteran quarterback that has played well in this league, has won a Super Bowl in this league, I think Russell Wilson's not as bad as everyone thinks he is Tampa Bay.
Well, are you going to get better production? I mean, Baker Mayfield's actually, I make fun of him all the time, but he's had a heck of a year.
I think Russell Wilson's better than Baker Mayfield. And you should think that too because you hate Baker Mayfield.
I should, and yet the numbers are telling you that Baker had a hell of a year.
Look beyond the numbers.
Panthers.
Dalvin Cook and the Jets are parting ways. Was this the biggest? This was one of the biggest free agent signings this year, but was this the biggest bust this year? Free agent signing or trade?
No, but same team. It's Aaron Rodgers. You go 4 plays and you're done for the entire year. You bring the circus with you going into camp, which then you get hurt, and then you continue the circus by, with these cryptic talks and tweets and stuff like that, and videos are out there. Oh, maybe he's going to come back. Maybe he's going to come back, and maybe he could have come back if they were in the race. But no, in the end, it was a disaster there. They still won 6 games somehow, and this is actually, it might cost them their coach. I don't know if Salah's a good coach or not. We know he can coach defense, but offensively, that team was a mess, and it's not just because the quarterback play was bad. The offensive play calling and the way they were doing things from an organizational standpoint was bad.
So I was thinking Rodgers too, but I'll give you a free agent. How about Orlando Brown, the tackle that signed with Cincinnati? He's headed towards one of his worst Pro Football Focus ratings of all time. Yeah, I know. It fits my narrative here. But here's the other thing. When you go get a guy like that, you're doing it to keep Joe Burrow healthy. Did Joe Burrow stay healthy?
He did not, Doug.
He took a ton of hits 2 years ago, ton of hits last year, and then the guy that was helping keep him healthy, look, it didn't work out. And he says he loves it in Cincinnati, but I don't know that worked out the way they wanted.
Yeah, so you could actually pick a few Jets. You're right. Aaron Rodgers, Dalvin Cook, Alan Lazard, anyone that Aaron Rodgers wanted the Jets to sign, those guys, nothing worked out for the Jets this year. I'm going to go back to my Russell Wilson, Sean Payton rant. I'm going to go with Sean Payton. They gave up a first, a second, and a third-round pick for Sean Payton. And one of the biggest reasons they did that was to help bring back Russell Wilson back to form. And it never happened. And guess what? Now they're going to let go of Russell Wilson. How many picks and money did this team waste on these two guys, and it didn't even work out? It may, I guess, work out with Sean Payton in the future. I'm not so sure about that. So I think Sean Payton was the biggest bust this year. Should the Raiders drop the interim tag from the head coach position for Antonio Pierce and just make it official?
Yeah, probably. The team seems to love him. They've rallied. So, yeah, I would say so. And plus, keep your hands off Ben Johnson and Jim Harbaugh.
Look, it's worked out with Antonio Pierce. I think he's 4-4 as the interim head coach on a bad Raiders team. You're absolutely right. The team does love him. They play for him. And I think they made a mistake a few years ago or a couple years ago.
So thin, but
right. Well, a couple years ago they made a mistake. They had the interim tag on a coach who was a special teams coach. The team performed for him. They didn't give him the job. They messed up. They should have given that guy the job. I don't think they're going to screw it up this time around. This time around, this guy deserves the job, and they should give it to him.
So I'm usually against this. I think that you play that card. Of course, the locker room rallies behind the guy that they like, but the results were there for the most part. I mean, of course, they didn't win enough games to even, qualify for the playoffs, but the players and team, they need someone, especially this organization, they need someone like Antonio Pierce. So I think it's important that they keep Antonio Pierce. And what's the difference anymore? People just fire coaches all the time if it doesn't work out anyways, right?
They've won games with Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah, he's actually played well.
Yeah, exactly. So I give him credit.
Several starting quarterbacks will sit this weekend. Which one of the backups will actually win the game in their place?
I think it's easy when you look at it. Well, I haven't looked at, I guess, all of them. The number one name that stood out to me was Blaine Gabbert with Kansas City. They're taking on the Chargers, and the Chargers are just awful. So I think Blaine Gabbert with the Kansas City Chiefs in place of Mahomes gets it done.
I agree, and it's in part because of Kansas City. Look, they have their share of problems. It seems like the Chargers have all the problems, and they've got Easton Stick starting at quarterback. So I'll go with Blaine Gabbert.
I'm going to go with Carson Wentz, setting up a playoff matchup between Jared Goff and Carson Wentz, the former number 1 and number 2 overall pick in the 2016 draft. He'll play so well that Stafford will be benched. No? No, but I think Carson Wentz somehow pulls it off. That is another storyline.
Against San Francisco.
Yeah, but San Francisco's sitting everybody too. They already got the number 1 seed locked up.
Yeah.
So someone's got to win that game. I'm just going with the Rams. The Patriots had 0 Pro Bowlers for the first time since 2000. Were they the biggest and most disappointing team this year? And if not, which team?
See, I think you did this just because you want me to circle back and talk about my god-awful Super Bowl pick. I think that's why you did this.
Who'd you pick for the Super Bowl?
The Chargers.
Oh, I forgot.
I put the Chargers in the Super Bowl.
I'd forgotten too. Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
I loved the Chargers last year also. I think before the playoffs, if I recall correctly, I picked them to win the AFC.
Kang, his love for the Chargers started when Drew Brees was there because he went to Purdue.
No,
we
it, no,
we
it
know
didn't.
that. That's the connection.
Yes,
Drew Brees went to Purdue.
Yeah.
It's
And
fact.
you love Purdue.
Yeah, and that's fact.
Whatever. I blew it with the Chargers. They're my most disappointing team. And I swear to God, I won't go to that well next year. I swear. Because last year before the playoffs, like I said, I'm pretty sure I picked the Super Bowl. And weren't they up like 30-0 and lost 31-30?
Yeah,
They blew that huge
they
lead.
blew, it was an
This
epic,
team hates
epic
me.
fail.
Yeah, I think the team is the Jets. Again, I go back to it. All the fanfare going into the season, everybody was all hyped about it. Here you've got the great defensive mind, Robert Saleh. Now you're going to bring in the MVP, the multiple MVP winning quarterback, and Aaron Rodgers. He's bringing his guys from Green Bay with him. You're adding some other players to the mix. It looks like it's going to be great. And 4 plays into the season, you're done. And frankly, it's not just Aaron Rodgers. I mean, it's honestly, it's that whole offense that they run there. There is no offensive line. If Aaron Rodgers didn't get hurt on the 4th play, would have gotten hurt on the 10th play or the 20th play or the 50th play or game 3, 4, 5, 6, and 12. I mean, that offensive line doesn't give anybody a chance to play. And whatever the hell they were doing they didn't run the right offense to protect the quarterback. Run the football when you got a couple of good horses like they had. And they just kind of didn't know what they were doing. They limped through that season. It's awful, and I love it because it's Aaron Rodgers. It's a big reason why they're the biggest disappointment in the NFL.
All right, we get it. You like Zach Wilson, man. All right.
I didn't. Did I even mention him?
Yeah, we know what you meant.
Indirectly.
Yeah, we know what you meant. It's hard not to say the Chargers, Doug, but I'm going to go with the Jets as well because it's a personal thing for me. I love the fact that the Jets suck this year. I don't care about the Jets. And I would have rooted for the Jets to suck with Aaron Rodgers. But my disappointment is because I didn't get to see them suck with Aaron Rodgers. Instead, he got hurt, like you said. And unfortunately for the rest of the country, because the Jets had so many primetime games, we were subject to this terrible team every single week, it seemed like, on national television. So I'm going with the Jets.
And there it is. That concludes the Y9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to some open line calls. Got some line stuff we'll introduce as well. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Kevin, you're on 97 won the ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Doing
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just want to say go Blue first and foremost.
Go Blue.
I heard a little something on there about Casino Doug. You got me itching. I'd like to make a wager with you if you're interested in it.
Here we go.
Maybe even a little bit of a parlay.
Wow.
Oh, interesting.
This is going to be fascinating.
I like the fact that it's going to be their best on Michigan's best. I do believe that Michigan DBs are going to show up. That defensive line is going to put some pressure on Penix. I like the fact that Michigan's kind of already faced Penix when he played over at Indiana. So I'd like to wager you a case of beer that not only are we going to get an interception, but we'll also get a defensive touchdown.
I mean, look, that sounds like a great bet for me. I'm not going to make it with anything that has anything to do with a game that I'm calling, but I will tell you.
Look at you going all Herb Street.
Do you think it's smart for me to make any wagers on this game?
No, I don't at all. Not publicly, no.
So, but with that said, Michigan's defense has been very opportunistic. There was a stretch there where they had as many defensive touchdowns, as many pick sixes as opposing quarterbacks had touchdowns thrown. And we're talking about like deep into the season. But, creating pressure on Penix is massive because he will take you apart. And even when you put pressure, I'm like, Texas pressured him. They didn't sack him, but they pressured him. And he doesn't love the run because obviously he's had the career that's just been had all the injuries. But he can. He absolutely can.
And he did.
And in this game, there's like no other game to wait for, right? I mean, so this game is the game where, hey, if you're going to call 4 or 5 quarterback runs, go for it because there's no tomorrow. So, but I mean, I'm not.
Just quote Rocky 3.
What's the
There
Rocky?
is no tomorrow.
I mean, if that's what
you just
yes,
quoted.
I did. Yes,
Apollo
I just saw
III.
Rocky 3, and indeed, that's what I did.
We're in L.A. That's the scene where they're running on the beach together.
Yep, that's what I was doing.
Okay,
that's where I was inspired by.
Yeah, I know.
I was running on the beach.
You in cinema?
Yes,
inspirational cinema.
I'm very. I'm like film housey now.
There is no tomorrow.
That's right. That is correct. So Penix will run because there is no tomorrow.
If I was your guy.
248-539-9797. There's Michigan State news, as you mentioned during the break. Chris Bogle has taken his name out of the transfer portal, and Jacoby Wimmon's going to the NFL. At least he's declared for the NFL.
Yeah, Michigan State's had a lot of players that had put their names in the portal after the season that have now removed their names from the portal and decided to stay at Michigan State once they've gotten a chance to get to know the staff. I think Jonathan Smith has done an amazing job at Michigan State in trying to keep some of those key players, and he's done that. And in addition to that, what they're doing at Michigan State is taking advantage of an awful situation with Oregon State because Oregon State's got no conference to play for right now. So it's almost like you're combining 2 rosters into one, and they're taking – If the players have eligibility, they're getting some of those players from Oregon State to transfer over. We know about the quarterback. It looks like there could be and a tight end that are coming over. Looks like an offensive lineman could be, some defensive backs could be. It could be a really nice addition for Michigan State this offseason.
Let's go to Ariel. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ariel.
Hey, Doug. How you doing today?
Good. Thank you.
Hey, Your play-by-play was on, I think, ESPN2 on Monday. You're becoming a Michigan legend. I'm proud of you.
Easy.
As far as how they're going to stop Penix, I think Michigan is going to have blitz packages, things he hasn't seen. I think they're going to confuse this guy because Michigan's defense, especially their pass rush, is better than Texas, and I believe our secondary is too. Penix is still going to get his yards, but I don't think they're going to come as easy. And I think that one way Michigan can win this game is by interior line play because I think our line is actually going to.
Yeah, the interior of the Michigan defensive line is exceptionally good. It was a weakness for Alabama, and you could see there was potential to exploit it going into that game, and they did. I've watched 2 Washington games now. They obviously won the Joe Moore Award. I've watched 2 Washington games since the Texas game in an attempt to try and really get a sense for them. I don't know if they can exploit that group. If they have a good game, it'll be more of a standoff. But, I mean, look, they could. They could. Michigan took a Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line to that game against Georgia, and Georgia's defensive line was loaded, and that didn't work out. So you can put that tag on it and say, hey, Joe Moore, but that doesn't mean you show up and blow everybody off the ball. And I'm not saying Michigan's defensive line is as good as Georgia's, but I am saying you can have success against the Joe Moore Award-winning offensive line. And, I mean, Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant and Chris Jenkins and Cam Good, and I don't know if they'll have Rayshon Benny. That doesn't look promising. All in the middle is quite a rotation. You mix in the edge guys. Braden McGregor had a sack on the first play of the game. Derek Moore had a sack coming off the edge against Milroe. Jalen Harrell's been probably the most consistent pass rusher. I mean, they've got and Josiah Stewart.
It's a really good. It's a really good defense.
Yep.
That doesn't do it really with one superstar player. They've had superstar players in the past on this team, but overall, has it been maybe as complete as this defense? Probably not. I mean, obviously Hutchinson was a great player. Was that Hutch defense as good as this defense is?
I don't think so.
I mean, it's remarkable how everybody is just good to really good on this team. Maybe in the second, there might be a couple guys that could be great.
I think the secondary.
That's where the difference is.
Yeah, is probably better. But, I mean, that team had Hutch and Ojabo, right? And Josiah, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Josiah?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
So I think Michigan's defense is really set up for the test against Penix. I think Penix is really – I think he's really going to shine the same way Stroud has shined in his first year in the NFL. I'm really – because obviously we know Michigan's secondary, I think, has NFL talent. So, and with Penix being a dual-threat quarterback, being able to throw and run, I think it's like Michigan played well against oh my gosh, I totally forgot his name.
Tagovailoa. Oh, Milroe.
No, not Milroe. Him just being a guy who really knows how to run. Penix knows how to throw as well. So I'm really excited to see how Michigan's defense is going to play. Honestly, I won't be shocked. I'm hoping Michigan can win. I'm a Michigan fan. But Penix is just a stud, so I'm really excited to see how Michigan's defense is going to play.
Well, Penix is a stud, but let's not overstate that he's a dual-threat quarterback. He is the capability of taking off and going when he wants to, but he's carried the ball 32 times this year for 13 yards. Okay?
Yeah.
So let's not go crazy about this. And throughout his career, he never had more than 119 yards in a season. That was his sophomore year at Indiana. He can run. We saw it on Monday night against Texas. He ran that quick run up the middle, and he would get some yards on that. But it's not the norm for him. You don't expect to see that like 6, 7, 10 times in the game. I'm not sure if you'll see it more than twice against Michigan because that's not what he does. He's capable of it.
He's capable.
He'll kill you with his arm. That left arm is gold.
I just wonder how much of him not accumulating a bunch of running statistics, when you see how capable he is that because of all the injuries at Indiana? Is that because he had 2 ACLs, I think a shoulder? I mean, is that why?
Or he's just choose not to run because obviously he can still run.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, do they hold back on that in the playbook? I'm asking.
Okay,
I'm not making an accusation or anything. I'm just curious because it seems like they could run him a lot more.
It's possible.
248-539-9797. It's probably wise of me to be second-guessing Kalen DeBoer's offense.
Yeah, they haven't done much last couple of years.
His story is incredible.
From Eastern to here, well, not just.
I mean,
Eastern,
he didn't start. He started it when he was at Sioux Falls.
Yeah.
Okay, they were NAIA Division II. So it wasn't even regular old NAIA. It was NAIA Division II.
He's like lost 11 games in
as a head coach.
140 or something like that as a head coach.
I think he's 104 and 11.
It's unbelievable. 11 games.
Yep.
I got a line thing we want to throw at you today at 11:05. We're starting to hear the same thing over and over again, and wonder if it's a good thing. We'll get to that at 11:05 on 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott the Gator Anderson, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Thursday in Detroit.
Can I ask you a Ann Arbor question?
Sure.
It's not Michigan. It's just a city of Ann Arbor. Yeah. So I think it was right before Christmas. I think that was the last day that Angelo's was going to be around. Did you make it one last trip to Angelo's?
I did not.
Very upset with myself. I did want to get up there for one last.
I did too. Holidays got a little out of control, but yes, it's sad that these kinds of things happen, but I don't know what can be done to preserve a business that.
Well, if the family wants to just say enough,
I know.
That's fair enough, but
we haven't had enough.
No.
The
people
bother
have not.
to ask everybody else.
Yeah, they were famous for breakfast and breads, and it's just delicious.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's get back to your open line calls. Dan, you're next. Hi, Dan.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
What's up?
Hey, just two quick things. So at the start of the college football playoffs 10 years ago, Michigan becomes the first program to have a team make it to football national championship as well as men's basketball championship. And then quick comparison from you guys, if you guys see it. I think that Blake Corum, the way that he runs and the way he plays is very similar to David Montgomery. What do you think?
Well, he's smaller.
Comparison, yeah. He's not as tall, but yeah, I could see it a little bit.
Corum is so powerful, and I think him being low to the ground plays to that.
Yeah.
But his legs are just giant tree trunks. His build is similar to Barry, but he doesn't run anything like Barry. So I don't want to make that comparison other than just from a build standpoint. He's just so solid from the waist down.
Yep.
Because he's small, he's able to get into those tight spaces, and he rarely gets hit for a loss. And because of the power, he rarely goes backward when you hit him. He's a pretty good running back.
Yeah, Michigan gives up almost no TFLs. It's like 2 a game. And in part, it's not like guys don't break through the offensive line. It's amazing how many people Blake Corum makes miss in the backfield. And once he gets past that first guy, he can be really, really dangerous. The run he had to score the touchdown in overtime was an incredible run. Much has been made of the jump cut in the backfield. That was really, really good. I haven't gone nearly as deep on Washington's defense. My first thought, though, after watching them kind of in a cursory look, is perhaps a big day for Colston Loveland and A.J. Barner and Blake Corum, but maybe more so Corum, because I'm not convinced that Michigan isn't going to try and just run and run and run again. But we shall see. All right, so do we have the controlled fury cut? My bad, Kang. I sprung that on you. So we got this Lions team that is ticked off. We obviously have a fan base. I think the fans can feel however we want. We can litigate and relitigate what happened in the Dallas game over and over and over again. And there's really no harm that's done by that, right? we in the media we can talk about it. On the show we can talk about it. Fans can talk about it. Teams got to move on, right? Teams got to move on. And can all the BS that just happened work for them? Can they turn this around and have it work for them? Is one of the questions that I have think about. Because you always think about at the end of a successful season, you can look back at moments and say, that was the crossroads. That was the time this team took off. That was what this team rallied around. Do you feel like in some ways this Dallas thing can be something that for lack of a better term, okay, bet. Like, next time we'll blow you out. That kind of thing.
I think that Dan Campbell does an amazing job of rallying his troops and getting them focused on what needs to be focused for the most part. There have been lapses in that. I mean, clearly the game against the Ravens was pathetic, just like last year's game against Carolina Panthers was pathetic.
Yep.
But if you can say yuck, throw it in the garbage with both of those, you have one of those a year that you have. Okay. I I want to fully embrace that theory, and yet you've also got games like the Packers game on Thanksgiving. You got the Bears game a couple weeks after that just were letdowns. But the Dallas game is different. I mean, this was taking on a team that was seemingly unbeatable at home, and you had it done. You did everything right. You should have had the lead with seconds to go, and Brad Allen, the official in the game, screwed it up for you. How you react from that is going to be very. I wish they didn't have to play Sunday in a near meaningless regular season finale.
Right.
I wish it was the playoffs right away, because I think if we had been able to go from the Cowboys game immediately to the playoffs, I think you could see the power of controlled fury really taking shape. Now it's going to be a little bit delayed because of the game against the Vikings. But
delayed fury?
It's delayed. It could be delayed fury. Then you're really controlling it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like me in Mexican food sometimes.
Sometimes. Time delayed.
I don't know, man. I mean, I just think that this feels like a predictable moment in time that later we will reference as a time where this team rallied around something. All right, so here's Dan Campbell's controlled fury quote when asked about how they're responding to what happened in Dallas.
I mean, this guy is without a doubt the captain of the ship, right?
Yep.
And it's, hey, everybody get on board. You can sit behind me and be up in the helm with me, but I'm still the captain of the ship. And everybody's like, I want to be up there with you, Cap. And there's nobody that's on the side going, hey, slow down, Joker. That's a little much.
It's a yes, I will charge up that hill with you. We're outnumbered. I don't care. I'm charging up the hill behind that guy. So
if this guy told me to eat a bale of kale, I might eat a bale of kale.
Might? No, you do it, man.
Yeah.
I'd physically try. I would try.
You
I
would
just
try,
don't know if I
right?
could physically throw down a whole bale of kale.
But you would try.
Yeah.
The steak raw.
Coach, it's bitter. Just do it, Anderson. Okay, Coach.
The controlled fury is such a great quote because it shows you that, we're moving on, but we haven't forgotten, and we're using it for good. It's fuel, right? I mean, they're still angry about it, but it's not going to consume them where they can't do what they need to do. They're using it, and I love it.
Well, and some players on a podcast said some stuff that might be what controlled fury sounds like. We will get to that and play it for you coming up today at 11:16. Plus your phone calls. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so you heard the Dan Campbell soundbite, the Controlled Fury soundbite, which is a, who's with me kind of soundbite, and tell me you're not, right? And convince me you're not. he's pretty good at that stuff. But the Amon-Ra St. Brown and his brother, Equanimous, they have a podcast, and it is named, Chuck's notes, the St. Brown Brothers Podcast.
Well, I'm glad they do that instead of using both of their first names.
And they were talking with Aiden Hutchinson. Now you're not gonna love the analogy because he talks about Michigan State here a little bit, but that he makes an analogy to his time when he was at Michigan, and they kind of went controlled fury, and ride around something. But Amon-Ra, you'll hear Amon-Ra at the end too, and this is where I feel like sort of the manifestation of what Dan Campbell wants is some players on a podcast. And what's weird about players' podcasts, I sometimes feel like they forget that people are listening.
Right.
Like it's just them talking like locker room stuff. So here's the exchange. It's Aiden Hutchinson talking about a previous moment like this in his career and how they responded, what was most important, what the Lions are facing, and compared it to what the Lions are facing now. I mean, Amon-Ra there at the end, I want to run through a wall. I am effing ready. Like, these guys are so fired up for this. And look, the point of winning that game, okay, was to get the second round, hope to have a second round home playoff
Have a chance,
game.
yeah.
I'm not convinced that given the circumstances, going to Dallas in the second round, which is a possibility, isn't just as good given the way these guys are wired right now. I mean, it sucks for us.
Yeah.
It sucks for the economy of Detroit. It sucks for the home game. It sucks for fans that want to be there. But the point of getting the home game is to give yourself the best chance to win in the second round. That's what when you win one playoff game, you immediately move on to how do we win another? Going to Dallas with this group and the way they're handling this sounds pretty good to me.
If the Lions get to a second playoff game, I don't think it matters if they play Dallas. I don't think it would matter where they played Dallas. They would win this game. I feel confident about that. I feel a little chesty about that because of what happened. I think I believe every word that those guys said in the podcast. I believe every word that Dan Campbell has said. Mm-hmm. I think this team is so fired up and that they would relish the opportunity to face off against Dallas again. Now, would you rather face Dallas at home than on the road? 100% you would, because then you get the crowd behind you as well. And they would have a better chance, clearly, at home than they would on the road. But I understand what your point is. They are so fired up.
My point is...
And this is why I say it's too damn bad that they've kind of, for lack of a better word, waste the last week of the season against Minnesota in a game that, even if you play your asses off and you win by 50 points, it may not have anything to do with what happens moving forward in the playoffs.
This is... about the circumstances surrounding that possibility. And I do not want to count our chickens because we may not even get there.
Right.
All right. The idea of punch button, they're going to win the first round is foolish, but I don't want the team to do this. I want I want us to do it. But I don't know if I can think of a better circumstance for a road game in the second round of the playoffs, given all that's happened, than Detroit at Dallas. To the point where if the purpose is to win that second game, if you get there, and I'm going to keep adding the caveat because I don't want to overlook anybody or create the idea that we should overlook anybody. I guess, again, it goes back to it doesn't matter what we say or do as long as the team is taking care of business. I want every bit of what a Dallas game at Dallas would be. And because I don't think they're going to let it come down to one call.
No, I would love that. And as we're talking this out, it's not a fear, but it's a concern in the back of my head because because Dan Campbell said, "Hey, we're going right after the game. We'll be back here in a couple weeks, right?" Because they fully expect to be back. I don't want the first round of the playoffs to be the trap game.
It can't.
It shouldn't be, right? You wouldn't think it could possibly be, and yet we're talking about Dallas and a rematch against Dallas, and we're already forgetting that you've got this game that's going to take place.
Let me be clear.
A week and a half from now that really matters.
I want to be clear. I just feel like today was a good time. I don't want to relitigate what happened Saturday night over and over again. Right? We moved on from that. I just wanted to carve out some time today to really get into why it could still be okay. And
I don't think fans are all that concerned. I think fans want it too. I think we want Detroit-Dallas again.
I don't know that I don't want this more than a home game, honestly, because if the point is to win that second game, I think the controlled fury thing might rain down upon the Jules Winfield style on the Dallas Cowboys.
Inglewood Jack.
248, that's what I say.
Inglewood Jack.
That's the way. 248-539-9797. D, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
DK, Gator, what's going on, homies?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, man, check this out. Of course, this is going to put fuel to the fire with this team. Look at the coach, bro. And I'm expecting them to unleash the controlled fury on Derek Barnes. Let this man loose because it's all because of you, bro. We lost the game. I'm more mad at Derek Barnes than I am at the ref. Believe that sounds crazy, but I am. I'm more mad at him for going in there like a rookie linebacker instead of a 3-year veteran that he is and making a play. You got to take him out. So unleash the fury on Derek Barnes, bro. From here on out, no missed tackles, none of that from this guy, bro. I'm hyped up. And, bro, one more thing, fellas.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day when we couldn't run the ball? All them running backs. Check this out. Mikael LaSure, Javid Best, Amir Abdullah, Kevin Smith, Kevin Jones, George Bell, Theo Riddick, Kerryon Johnson, and DeAndre Swift. Out of that big list, fellas, one of them guys topped 1,000 yards, Kevin Jones. We are on the verge of this Sunday's game. I believe D. Montgomery needs, 26 yards for 1,000, and my man Jahmyr Gibbs needs, 72 yards, and he get 1,000. We're going to have two 1,000 rushing backs, bro. All them years we couldn't rush the ball. You remember, DK, all them years we couldn't get 1,000-yard rush.
Sure.
We're very retired.
Sure.
We're very retired. And now we got two. So that's just letting the whole league, the world know we are running team, bro. That offensive line, we just got to keep rebuilding it, bro. But, yeah, man, unleash that fury on Derek Barnes, baby.
It's funny. Thank you, D. The Derek Barnes thing is really intriguing because I still don't know how that can happen. Yesterday, we tried to talk about how it could happen. And to a degree, poor Derek Barnes, because if that's just an incomplete pass, but it wasn't. It was a 90-yard touchdown pass.
92-yard.
It turned into a 90-plus yard touchdown pass and a huge moment in that game.
It's a 9-point swing.
And I don't want to.
Maybe a 16-point.
I feel like people want to just give up on Derek Barnes because of one play.
No, I think people wanted punitive action taken immediately, and then calmer heads prevailed, like Kang, who wanted him cut immediately, and then I calmed down. But I get it. It's not like he's unsalvageable. It was a mistake. It was a horrible mistake. It was a costly mistake. And do I expect him to be better from this point on? Yep. Am I concerned that the next time he goes to hit the quarterback that it may come a second late and he can get a 15-yard penalty for it? Yep. But I'd rather him make that mistake, I guess, than to make the mistake of not hitting him at all.
Yeah. I guess the point, though, of this conversation is I love the Lions' response. I think they're channeling this the correct way, and I don't want to launch into any relitigation of what happened Saturday night. I think the next might be better because of what happened last.
Here's where I want controlled fury. First round of the playoffs. Don't save it up for Dallas. Controlled fury Sunday against the Vikings. Controlled fury first week of the playoffs. You can control that fury all the time. You're allowed to.
That becomes the default position the rest of the way.
Yeah. Be Hulk. Hulk controls the fury.
248-539-9797. I did see a quote today that I think applies to this situation.
Was it about the Hulk?
It wasn't. It came from Michael Caine.
The actor, Michael Caine?
Yeah, and I don't know why this ended up on our Twitter feed. I don't know, but it seems totally applicable to this situation. Seriously. We will get to that today at 11:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So we played the soundbite from Dan Campbell, the Controlled Fury soundbite, which is really good. Then we played the exchange between Aiden Hutchinson and Amon-Ra St. Brown, which was also really good because these guys are just so incredibly jacked up to play postseason football, which is guaranteed, and home game is guaranteed. What happens after that? Well, we will see. But we played that soundbite for you because it's just indicative. I think it's indicative of how this team might actually spin this into a positive. Even if it robs Detroit of a home playoff game, there are things that happen authentically and organically throughout a season that are meaningful. And this might be one of them. And I see a future where we're referencing what happened to them in Dallas was sort of that late season rocket fuel. And all right, before the break, I mentioned this. I have no idea why Michael Lombardi, NFL writer, was quoting Michael Caine today. Sir Michael Caine, the two-time Oscar winner, British actor. What would he ever have been in? Like, I'm sure I've seen him in a movie.
He was in the most recent Batman movies. He was Alfred in the Batman movies.
Oh, was he? He played Alfred?
With Christian Bale, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I know who Alfred is.
In Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
Okay. So anyway, this ends up on our Twitter feed today, and I'm like, this is totally applicable.
He was in Blame It on Rio.
Was he?
I'll stop.
Here's the series of tweets from Michael Lombardi. Sir Michael Caine, the two-time Oscar-winning British actor, started his career with a valuable lesson, one that he would eventually pass along to his children. I'm going to stop right there. I love these because there's no question I'm passing this along to my children.
Here we
go.
This
quote.
Dad, you're always quoting Michael Caine.
No, the correct quote of my children is, everything's not a life lesson, Dad.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, next tweet. While working on a Broadway play, Caine was supposed to walk through a door onto the set to join a husband and wife who were arguing. Quote from Caine, I opened the door and said to the producer who was sitting out in the stalls, well, look, I can't get in. There's a chair in my way. He said, well, use the difficulty. So I said, what do you mean use the difficulty? He said, well, if it's a drama, pick up the chair and smash it. If it's a comedy, fall over it. That was a line for me for life. Always use the difficulty. Caine would never forget the profound lesson. Each time he was faced with some sort of challenge in his career, he hearkened back to those three powerful words to find a silver lining in it. There's never anything so bad where using the difficulty can't be applied, Caine said. If we use it only 0.25% to our advantage, then we're ahead. We didn't let it get us down. We all start a new year with a resolution or a word to help us change our habits, modify our behavior, create a better version of ourselves. So I guess that's why he tweeted it out. The Lions are using the difficulty. They're using the difficulty in this particular situation to try and channel a better future. And I'm here for it, Gator. I am here for it. And I'm embracing it too.
You're embracing the difficulty?
I'm embracing the difficulty.
Are you throwing the chair or are you tripping over it?
I am throwing the chair.
Okay.
I'm not tripping over the chair. I'm smashing the chair. He did break a chair, did he not?
Oh, a?
Oh, did he break more than one?
Well, I mean, he's over the years.
I know he's broken like Xbox controllers.
Yeah.
That was a really cool lounge we had for a week.
For about a week and a half.
Yeah. But anyway, so use the difficulty. And they're using the difficulty. Now, it's all talk. But does that talk manifest itself into them becoming the best version of themselves?
Look, I mean, ultimately, it's use whatever you can for inspiration, right?
Yep.
Michael Jordan made stuff up to get inspired and fired up to play games, right?
And it worked.
And it worked.
He knew he was making stuff up.
But whatever you can use to get yourself fired up and focused, do it. So, if the Lions want to, take the Dallas game and say we did everything right and we still got screwed out of it, and you want to, use how pissed off you were because you know that you're in the right and they're in the wrong, go ahead and use it. That fair enough. And I'm sure there are plenty of plays. You talk about the Aiden Hutchinson cut with him getting pissed off because they overturned a touchdown in the Michigan State game. If it works for you, go ahead and use it. Michigan State used Mike Hart for years. So everybody's got their own thing.
Whatever you can do to create the ability, and I think it's harder to do in the pros. Like when you get to be a professional athlete, it truly is more of a job, and I don't think it's as emotion driven. I think it's harder to come up with these things. Some players are really good at it. I mean, Amon-Ra, for instance, is really good at it.
Well, yeah, he uses all the players who are drafted ahead of him as motivation, and as he should. I don't know if it's as hard as you think it is in the pros, because I think there's some stuff that happens.
No. I think it's harder than it is in college. I think it's much harder. I think in college it's an emotional-driven game. These are young people that get manipulated by their coaches in a good way.
Sure.
And I think it's harder I think it's harder to drum that stuff up in the pros than it is college.
I guess I would say this. I think every game you're going to have plays and things that happen in that game that you can absolutely use it, because dirty hits happen, right? Dirty plays happen all the time. And that's all you got to do. Channel the dirty play. You son of a bitch, I'm going to go out and get you.
You know what the thing with the Lions here, though, specifically is, obviously they have this play to build off of, but also they're young and hungry. You know, I think with Michael Jordan, when you win, you got to keep finding ways to motivate yourself. Yeah, exactly. Keep doing it. That's the hard part. But if you've never won before, that's when you're the most hungriest, right? If you've never eaten, I'm starving right now. It's not like I'm coming home from a buffet and like, I got to pretend to be hungry again? I don't know, man. I'm not really that hungry, right?
Plate?
No. What? You saying I can't eat this steak? I can eat this steak. And like, no, the Lions are hungry. And so you put that on top of the fueling with the controlled fear and everything, they're a dangerous, dangerous team.
They can be. They really, really can be.
But I think it'd be foolish to think that other teams don't do this too. Everybody does it in their own way. They may not be outward about it or overt about it, but every team, every player, they use what little tricks it takes to get motivated. This one is obvious. That can galvanize an entire fan base behind us, let alone the team. So
yeah, you're right. Everyone does use something, but this is such a big one, right? It's a national story. I mean, look at what Michigan's doing. I mean, I heard Valenti say that they're the most together team.
They are.
Yeah, I mean, something to bring you together, something big, right? Not something like cheap shot or whatever. Because you're right, Gator. You'll use anything.
Did you see what Skip Bayless said about us?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
This is a big thing.
I'm probably doing something that I feel like I'm giving Dan Campbell credit for a playoff run already, which I shouldn't do. But I feel like I totally see a future where we're talking about the controlled fury quote.
I think I'll say this. I think it's better when it comes from the coach, who's already the unquestioned leader of this team. And when the coach is using this as a rallying cry, that's different. It's different than, say, Jared Goff going into a post-game interview and calling out Ryan Fitzpatrick because he said that he's a poor man's, Matt Ryan, right? And then Goff calls him out for it. So I heard you might still, But
not a poor man's anybody.
Yeah, exactly. But everybody's got that, and it's good to hear and know what it is going into it, because this is why we're seeing billboards up there. Decker reported, 11-5 crossed out, 12-4, all that stuff. Everybody's on board with this.
Yep.
That bleeds Honolulu blue.
But they can't be like Derek Barnes, and they got to finish the job.
You got to hit them.
No, seriously, like Derek Barnes has that controlled fury, and you run in there, guns a-blazing.
No, there's fury.
You need fury.
The control part apparently was...
You better finish the job,
you're too
man.
controlled.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Open lines. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket if you want to continue with this.
Derek Barnes went into that play like he was one of the two guys that Michonne from Walking Dead used to walk around with no arms.
Yeah.
Like they can come at you.
Wait, was Dak Prescott Glenn? Did he escape the dumpster somehow? Like he was under?
Yes, 100%.
You're right. Like, what do you mean he survived? Like, if they would have cut away with Derek Barnes running at Dak Prescott, you'd be like, the next episode, Dak Prescott's dead. He's right? Yeah.
It would have been a cliffhanger.
Yeah. And then, you come back and he's like, he threw a touchdown pass.
I'm out. I'm done. This show is jumping
I'm done.
I'm
done with it. Yep. Doug's out.
That was sort of the beginning of the end of the Walking Dead. Is Glenn's surrounded by zombies hidden under a dumpster. And how did he even get out of it? Didn't he just slide out the other side?
He just waited. Waited it out.
He did the Dak. He just shimmied.
Yeah.
And he just made himself skinny.
Look over there.
Well, that was Dak for sure. Because that looked like a no-win situation for him.
And yet here come Sean's friends with no arms.
That was Derek Barnes.
That was I'm making fun of it. I like Derek Barnes a lot.
I do.
That play was so bad. It's just such a misstep.
You know what's crazy about it too? I can't remember one guy. I guess I can. But this is like the straw for him. Nobody was even considering like cutting Derek Barnes. It wasn't on anyone's radar. Derek Barnes is having a pretty good year. Suddenly people are like,
maybe Rodriguez should play more.
They're just done with Derek Barnes over one play. And I'm like,
I like Germ.
Let's relax. Let's relax. All right, so a couple things coming up, including something from the holidays I didn't quite understand, and now I've gotten some report back of maybe what it was. We'll get to that coming up today at 11:50 or 11:48. Next hour, we got a little surprise for Gator. You might be watching on Twitch or YouTube for this. Go to twitch.tv or youtube.com. You can stream the show in a variety of ways. In fact, right now, if you're streaming the show, you can see the look that Gator's giving me, which is one of disgust, because we have the surprise for him. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Go to youtube.com, same thing. You're also stream using the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download for your mobile device today. Stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan and the Birch Kid always got good content up there. So check it out. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so I had a what the hell's going on moment during the holidays. And I didn't even really notice it. I noticed it at the time, but I didn't notice that it was apparently a big deal. We got together with a bunch of relatives and we did first time ever, we did one of those white elephant gift things.
Sure.
Everybody brings a present.
Like less than $20 or whatever.
Yeah, I think ours was, I don't remember if it was less than 50 or whatever it was. And there were kids in the room. So it was really difficult because you were trying to thread the needle of something that a kid would want and an adult would want. And for people who've done these, and we weren't trying to do it, these weren't gag gifts. These were like real gifts. For people who have done these before, Kang told me that this is typical, that there's a hot gift that just works its way around the room, that everybody keeps stealing from everybody else. Like, you've been a part of these where this has happened, Kang?
Yes, it's so much so we had to make certain rules. You know, as you go along, you learn along the way, right? Like, after the first year, we're like, hey, all right, no more crock pots. Like, straight up, there was like 18 crock pots or something ridiculous. Yeah. Okay. And then moving forward, you only can steal a gift twice. Or if you steal a gift, you got to take a shot as well to make it more fun. But, stuff like that.
Okay. So I don't even really remember what the rules were. I just know that we were doing this, and one gift got opened and then got stolen and got stolen again and got stolen again.
Should we take 10 texts? I'm sorry. I just thought about this right now.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should. What do you think this gift was that at our pre-Christmas white elephant party on Christmas Eve got stolen over and over and over?
How expensive was this?
Apparently it was $45 looking down at a story here. And, I'm kind of paying attention, but I really didn't have a ton of interest in said gift. And so I was like, and by the way this works is when we ask for the 10 texts, the first 10 texts that come in, Kang will cut and paste them and send them my direction. And I will read to see if people can guess what it was. But every round when a gift got opened or whatever, this thing got stolen. I had no interest in it, but.
So I did a white elephant exchange this year, but it was all adults. So typically, like a bottle of booze is going to be highly regarded.
There was booze, and it led for some uncomfortable moments.
Yes. So I'm guessing that's not.
Someone's kid who was under 21 was like, I'll take that.
Like, you will not. We will hold this for you for another 2 years.
Yeah. I don't want you to guess because I don't want you to get it. And
no, I'm not going to guess
whole
right now.
10 text thing.
Yeah, I'll wait. But my mind is racing.
You've done these before?
Oh,
There's a white hot gift.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, as a rookie, because I'd never done this, I was sort of, okay, how's this going to work? And anyway, so it was a new experience for me. So then later, now I found out that apparently this thing is all the rage.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm like, and Kang showed it to me, and I was like, oh, that explains it. And being a rookie at this and having witnessed that, I was really taken aback, I guess, if you will.
Okay.
So the other thing is sometimes when there's a gift that nobody wants.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
That makes the person who bought it feel real
You're like,
sad.
you want to exchange this? You're like, no, I'm good. Damn it.
And again, hey, everybody's trying, but here we go.
Well, some try harder than others.
Here are the 10 texts. A Lions NFC Champions shirt. It's from Jonah, from Brian at work. A Detroit Lions tequila bottle. No. Dan G says a Bluetooth speaker. IP from Farmington says a shake weight. Jacob in a work truck says air fryer.
First of all, this shake weight has been that was a staple for a couple of years as a white elephant gift.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a staple.
Jacob said in a work truck said an air fryer. Anthony in St. Clair Shores said Amazon gift card. Michael in a car said a Stanley Cup. CG from in a FedEx truck says a knife set. Unnamed texter said lotto tickets. There were a lot of lotto tickets. Another one here said amazing Echo device.
Amazon.
He wrote amazing. I wonder if that's what he meant.
I think I know what it is.
Do you?
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
You want me to say it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I think it's one of those the blender, the hand blender things.
The NutriBullet?
Yeah. Well,
Like
yeah.
that
It's
type
kind
of
of like
thing?
that thing that The small one, the one that they advertise on TV. It's like, just to make smoothies. It's literally the size of like a tall cup.
Sounds awesome. But that's not it.
It's not it.
Somebody got it. Somebody on this list got it. One of the 10 texts.
Huh.
Everybody wanted the Stanley.
Oh, that thing. I'm sorry. When you said Stanley Cup, I'm like, oh, well, it's kind of hard to get a Stanley Cup.
Right.
You mean that giant 40-ounce
like
mug thing?
Yeah. Like the Stanley's version of the Yeti. It got so wild. Then Kang sends me the story. Now, I hadn't even told him that.
This is crazy.
New drops of exclusive Stanley Cups cause chaos at Starbucks and Target nationwide. This is a headline in the Free Press. Hottest Valentine's gift of the year has arrived, an exclusive line of Stanley Cups. Not to be confused with the NHL trophy. In limited edition colors, Cosmo Pink and Target Red, and it's sold across the country, sold across the state and only sold out across the state in only 2 days into launching. Whether it be a limited edition Valentine colors or newly released winter pink Starbucks edition, stores filled with shoppers this week eager to get their hands on the well-sought-after water bottles. The cups retail for $45 and are out of stock. Out of stock at all the Michigan locations. Lines formed outside Target stores in Rockford, Illinois, hours before opening, as people desperately tried to get the bottles on launch day. What the hell's going on?
I don't know, man. I just Googled it so I could see it again, and I think it's ridiculous. A 40-ounce,
it's
mug of some kind, or
tumbler.
They call it a tumbler. A 40-ounce stainless steel water flow state tumbler. It's just stupid. That they're $45. So if I fill it with ice, the ice is going to stay solid in there for 3 days.
Well,
is that the Yeti kind of claim that you have? But this is Stanley instead?
Gator, I didn't get it either. So I asked my wife, and I'm like, what's the deal with this? Other than it seems like some kind of status symbol for women now or whatever, if you have a Stanley or not. Is it good? Like, is it like a Yeti? You know how Yeti, like you said, the ice stays cold for days and weeks, right? Or is it just a name? Or is it the only thing different? There's a straw.
Stanley?
Yeah, I don't
but
know.
Stanley's now a bougie name?
I don't know.
But it's 40 ounces. I mean, how many women do you see walking around? Well, they have 30-ounce ones, but how many women do you see walking around with, or guys? Guys are different, but women folk walking around with some giant-ass mug, a 40-ounce mug.
Now a lot, or they want to be. Was there a rule on how many times that gift could get stolen?
I don't really remember. It got stolen a ton. It moved around the room a lot, and it was going back and forth between the college kids, the adults. I mean, everybody seemed to want this Stanley. And I'm over there in the corner, holding a towel.
With a dog and cat and then some sort of mistletoe.
I have no interest in this cup, and everybody's trying to steal this Stanley.
I got an Omaha Steak gift certificate.
Right.
I got a washcloth.
And a fake sunflower.
It was just weird. And so then I saw one of the local
like Stanley that give you the tape measure. That Stanley?
Yes.
Is that the same company? I think this is like a suburban housewife thing now. Like you got to have one or else you're not cool. If you're going to be picking up the kids, you better have a Stanley with you.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not a Stanley. It looked like the tape measure company.
What the hell is the logo on this thing? It's like a bear with wings?
Well, yeah.
Is that what the logo is?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Is that what it looks like?
Kind of like what I'm trying to zoom in and see it, but that's, I don't know. Seems odd.
Is it the straw? Why is this?
I don't know. But now I
educate me.
Well, yeah. So this is so weird. There's a video online posted of what looks like mostly teenage girls opening up these things at Christmas and going crazy.
Refreshment is easy to attain with the 40-ounce Quencher H2O Flow State Tumbler.
Oh, it's a Flow State one?
Well, it's easy to attain when you've got 40 ounces of liquid next to you.
I feel like when anything gets this popular, it's always because of TikTok or social media, like someone put it out there and just caught fire.
So
under details, it says 11 hours cold, 7 hours hot, 2 days iced.
Okay, I was going to go with what made it so hot. Did Taylor Swift get caught watching one of these or no?
No, something like that, right?
That's a great question. Yeah, right.
Let's go to Cornelius. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Cornelius.
Hey guys, so you hit it right on the nail. TikTok is why I blew up and caught fire. My wife told me about it. She said she needed one for Valentine's Day. It was a TikTok video of a lady who got into a car accident and her car caught fire. Everything in the car was destroyed, burnt, and melted down. The only thing that was able to survive was her Stanley Cup, and the beverage was still cold with the ice still frozen in there. So since that video hit, it caught fire, and everybody wants one because, oh, my God, this is amazing.
I broke my femur in a car accident, but the good thing is
right.
my Diet Coke is still cold.
Right. I lost my car.
Yeah.
But who
Right.
cares?
Everything's up in flames, but my Celsius stayed cold.
I need one of those now. So, okay, we should make a
Unbelievable.
car out of Stanley.
You know, they also make tape measures. 248-539-9797. Frank, you're next. Hi, Frank.
Hey guys,
Hey.
So I just wanted to call about the cup phenomenon here. My fiance has a Stanley Cup, and I swear she's probably spent more on accessories to the cup than the actual cup
Accessories?
itself.
What kind of accessories does it need? Backup
So she
cam?
bought a 3D printed chapstick holder that goes on the handle. She bought a charm that goes on the straw because all of her coworkers have it. So you need a charm that identifies whose Stanley Cup is whose. She bought additional straws, different colored straws. So yeah, it's getting out of hand.
This is genius marketing.
We are absolutely, God, we're sheep. I mean, this is incredible.
What a great idea. Different color straws they could probably use on there, right? I don't know.
Unbelievable.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous.
So wait, did you say?
All right, thanks, guys.
You said you
Oh,
bought
go
her
ahead.
one, or you were going to? No, it was the previous car. My bad. Sorry.
The logo is seriously, it's a bear with a crown on its head and like a cape or a wing.
Oh, that explains it.
Doug, does your wife or daughter have one that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of, but
So they didn't get it at the white elephant party then.
no, I can't even remember who won. I wasn't really paying attention. I was just like, why is everybody after this cup?
Well, you had the
And then
towel, so you didn't need to pay
Yeah,
attention
that's right,
anymore.
yeah.
I'm good over here.
A different company, by the way, than the tape measures.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Pretty
'Cause
sure.
I'm watching a video here that's showing literally workers from a commercial from 1970 talking about their Stanley thermos.
Well, yeah, but that's not
But
the same
that's not
thing
the
as a,
same as the
as a tape measure, people.
Okay. So the tape measure and the cup people,
They're different.
Well, it's good to know. Carry on. 248-539-9797. Mike is next. Hi, Mike.
Hey guys,
Hey.
yeah. In regards to the Target special edition one,
Yeah.
my wife saw somebody on Facebook. She bought like 4 of them, and was selling each of them for $200.
Oh, come on!
So, rock on.
What's the matter with these people?
Water not included.
I mean, if somebody's going to pay you for it,
It's a market, right?
Somebody on some message board talking about different companies with a Stanley says different companies both started by someone called Stanley. Don't try to drive nails with a flask or carry coffee with your hammer.
You better keep an eye on your Stanley, man. I heard someone got their Stanley stolen. It was stripped and sold for parts. It's unbelievable.
Right.
Yeah, it's dangerous out there, people.
all right. Thanks for the intel. The Stanley Cup craze. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Had some stuff to do after work yesterday, and I got home and I cooked dinner and then sat down and put a ton of time into preparing for Michigan and Washington. And I came across something, Gator, that I realized was going to be a bit of a challenge. Now, it's fun to do the deep dives on teams and get to learn them and watch a bunch of their games, because as much as you want to know them by number, I swear to God, you almost get comfortable and familiar with them based on body shape, height, where they are on the field as much as anything. Like you'll know, like a Dunze looks to me different than Polk and McMillan, like stuff like that.
Sure, when you watch Jamison Williams, you can tell because the mouth guard's hanging out.
Yeah, there are things.
Got the white shirt usually underneath.
There are things that become your context clues. These press boxes aren't as close to the field.
No?
No. Especially at the newer stadiums. And given the experience last year when we were in an end zone, which I'm not complaining, it just made it really difficult when the ball was on the other side of the 50.
You should complain vociferously about that.
I mean, I'm not going to, but why?
Because the broadcasters there's a broadcast booth that I guarantee for.
But they can sell the seat at the 50 for probably like $50,000.
Well, they can sell the seat in the corner there for a little bit less. It's stupid.
So one of the things you really try to do as best you can is, as I'm filling, I got this giant board and I fill out
all the information.
Yes, about players on the other team. I try and find a nugget here or there, whether I hear something in a previous broadcast or Google search, and find out why this kid has his first name on the back of his jersey and not his last name on the back of the jersey. Stuff like that.
All right, Tyler Beauchamp. Did you know that he was a world bass fishing champion at the age of 12?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And another thing is pronunciations. And Washington has a high percentage.
Got some Polynesian players
of Samoan and Polynesian names. And I've got these little boxes, and it seems like there's a bunch of defensive linemen where I'm trying to write in like these 7-syllable last names.
Right. I'd like to buy an A. There are 7 A's.
And I was about 10 minutes into preparation when I discovered that basically I'm effed. I mean, this is going to be as big a challenge as any. And then out of the blue this morning, I get a text from a guy that used to do Michigan pregame and is now the play-by-play voice of the Washington Huskies. It's an audio file. And he just tags it with myself and Brian Bush, who does a pregame. Play it in the car on repeat, and you'll have it down in no time. Happy for you.
Did you let him know that?
No.
He just did this on his own?
Yes.
What a good guy. What's his name?
Tony Castricone.
Way to go, Tony. That's a team player right there.
And meantime, for me, I was
there's no reason to be a team player, but he's being a team player.
Yeah, I mean, we did our pregame shows for a bunch of years down in Winston-Salem. He was sitting in a studio, and he was like our update and, was doing scores from around the country. But he got the Washington play-by-play gig, and so now he is the voice of the Huskies. So he sends over this audio file. So we have decided today that we would like you to give it a shot at some of these names.
Great.
So I've got a list of some players here. Gator, I want your first guess at how to pronounce these names, all right?
This is so unfair.
What? Look, I've practiced, Gator, and I can't get it right.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you ready for the first one?
Sure.
We decided to start with an easy one.
Okay.
Number 13 in their defensive backfield. He plays the Husky back. He's 6'1" tall, 196 pounds, a junior from Camarillo, California, Westlake High School. Gator, how do you pronounce that name?
Cameron. Oh, you want the last name?
Yep.
Fabiculanen.
Okay. Number 13, Gator is going with Cameron Fabiculanen. Not bad.
Fabiculanen.
Can you say the full name one more time, please?
Cameron Fabiculanen.
Okay. Next up, we got number 4. He's an edge rusher. from Pearl City, Hawaii. Went to Pearl City High School.
Here we go.
6'4", 254 pounds. Gator, how would you say this name?
Zion Tupolo Fatui.
Zion Tupolo Fatui.
Tupolo Fatui.
Okay. Next up, number 99. He's a defensive lineman, a junior from Honolulu, Hawaii, St. Louis High School. How do you say this name?
Big fella, 6'3", 317. Fa'atui Tuitale.
Okay. Actually think you're doing pretty well. Next up, number 46. This is an edge rusher from Tacoma, Washington. He went, I guess, to Fife High School and College of San Mateo. And how would you say this name?
Sakai Asawao Afoa. Asawao Afoa.
Sakai Asawao Afoa. And finally, number 91. He's a defensive lineman out of Concord, California.
Levi Unzarike. Here we go. No?
Went to De La Salle High School. How would you say number 91's name?
Not De La Soul. That's different. Good God. This one, really?
Yep.
Well, Thule is the first name.
Mm-hmm.
This is so sad. Thule Leitu Liga Sanoa. Oh. Leitu Liga Sanoa.
Okay. There they are.
Do we have his pronunciations?
Oh, we do. And we're going to compare your pronunciations to Tony Castricone's pronunciations.
Oh.
Yeah. Here's the problem. Do you know how impossible this is going to be in the middle of a game when Leitu, Leso, Sanoa?
Are these guys starters?
Yeah. Yeah, and when Cameron Fabiculanen is the easy one.
That's the easy one.
Yeah. But and this is only a sample, by the way. I'm so screwed.
You got this, because first of all, you already know everybody in Michigan, so you don't even have to study that stuff, right?
Well, did you send him audio tape? JJ McCarthy.
Yep.
You know, like
we have a Hawaiian as well. Roman, last name pronounced Wilson.
Wilson.
Yep, that's Wilson.
We should have Evan do this with you, Gator. That would have been funny too.
We could call Evan in here. Wow. Actually, is Evan out there?
I could go look.
Yeah. Maybe
I think you're
Evan.
fine. I think you're going to be fine.
I think I'll do
I
okay.
think these are, because there's like a
week to
handful of
prepare.
names. You've got plenty of time, and plus you're going to be able to write them out phonetically anyway.
Right.
So writing them out phonetically, you don't get too encumbered by the 65 letters in the last name.
The problem is that literally phonetically it's like TOO-LEY-NGP-LMNOP-.
But some of this is okay. So Thule, you don't have to do it phonetically because you already know it. It's easy, right? Cameron, you don't have to do it. You know what? It's easy. It's the last name that's going to give you the issue.
This actually may be better than you trying it. Evan just made his way in.
Good morning.
Hey.
Afternoon.
Yes.
You got a new nickname for the new year?
Evan?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'll come up with one.
Let's go, Shredder. What do you got?
I've got names from the Washington roster.
Cool.
Yeah, and I want to get your pronunciation.
Michael Penix.
No.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. Way to go.
All right.
Number 13, the Husky back from Camarillo Lake, California. How would you say his name?
Cameron. Got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fabiculianen?
Yes.
All
Very
right.
well done.
Thank you.
Next up, number 4, edge rusher from Pearl City, Hawaii.
Oh, he's going to be a neat. Oh, Zion.
Yeah, there you go.
Tupola Fatui.
Okay. Not bad.
Not bad.
Number 99.
Oh, but number one
Also
in your
from
heart.
Honolulu.
Fatui Tutelli.
Okay. And number 46, an
That was
edge
a
rusher.
confident read, by the way.
Yes.
Sakai, Asao, Afo.
Okay. And finally, a defensive lineman from Concord, California. Number 91 is?
Tully. Ooh.
I know. This one's a tough one, man.
Latuli Gasanoa.
All right, there you go. We'll have the correct pronunciations next. Well done. You're perfect.
I like
Wasn't
it.
perfect? It was.
You got right after it, man.
Kenny
I like
does it to me with hockey names out there, and then Mike does it to me with Italian dishes.
We've done it with you with hockey names too, but I think you did fantastic. Probably better than I'm going to do next Monday night. We'll get to the correct pronunciations from Tony Castricone himself next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the NFL regular season is wrapping up. There's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. The app is so easy to use, and there's so many different ways to bet, like live same-game parlays. Find bets in the new Explore tab. Make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, best way to find popular parlays, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and make your first bet a layup. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get back to some phone calls in a few moments. Open the show talking about the good news and the bad news of the Michigan-Washington matchup. It's going to be a tough one. It's a hell of a football team, that Washington Huskies team, but so is Michigan. The matchup of the defensive front and Washington's offensive line, plus the secondary versus Washington's wide receivers, it just jumps off the page. There's going to be a lot of strength-on-strength stuff. Got into some NFL stuff, then Lions. Lions did something interesting. I want to get people's take on it. We'll get to that coming up in a few moments. Excuse me. The moment from the podcast, the Amon-Ra St. Brown and his brother, the Brown Brothers podcast, talking to Aiden Hutchinson, really channeling what happened to them in Dallas, has been awfully interesting to see if somehow, some way, that will become the Lions team that will take the field the rest of the season will be a better version of themselves because of what happened. At the end of that Dallas game. So just some of the things we've been kicking around today here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket, and the rage of all the holiday season, I guess, into Valentine's Day is these ice tumbler Stanley cups, not the
big silver Stanley Cup.
No,
it's a 40-ounce version.
Yep.
It's the new version of Yeti, right?
I guess
Yeti was all the rage within the last couple of years. Yeti coolers, Yeti tumblers, and now this is just their Stanley. The company Stanley has come out with or they're at least promoting it more now. Their 40-ounce tumbler, which is very similar.
Which I didn't realize as I watched it fly around the room and get stolen over and over again during our White Elephant Christmas party. That was the hot. I was like, oh, okay, people like this cup. Why?
You're not on TikTok all that much?
I'm not on TikTok all that much.
Neither am I. Ken, you on TikTok all that much?
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
Your wife on TikTok a lot?
Yes, she is.
Doug, your wife on TikTok a lot?
More than me.
There you go.
Yep. So there you go. All right, so then we got to, in preparing for Washington, I came across these names. They have a lot of names with a ton of syllables. Appear to be Samoan or Polynesian descent. So we decided we would test Gator with these. Do we got them ready to go? We got them ready to go. Do we have Evan ready to go also? We will in a second. All right, so we'll start with the first name. Number 13. Gator, I showed you the name, and you went with this. Okay. Do we have Evan as well? Evan's guess at it? What Evan tried to say? No, we don't. All right, well, maybe we'll just go. And that's it. All right. Here is Tony Castricone, how you actually say it. Cam Fibiculanen.
Fibiculanen.
You did pretty well.
Lannon or Lannon, yeah.
Yep, you did pretty well. All right, next up, we had number 4, the edge rusher. Gator, you went with the following for number 4. I think you did pretty good. Are we going to even try with Ev, or should we just go? Let's go straight to Castricone. Here's what Castricone says it is. All right, I want to hear those again. I think you came close.
Yeah. Tupuola is what he said.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. I'll have that in no time. Next up, number 99, the defensive lineman from Honolulu, Hawaii. Gator, you went with this. And Castricone showed us that it was pronounced how? Not bad.
So, because of his pronunciation, that one's going to be an easier one for you.
Tuitele?
Maybe not.
I'm so screwed.
Should be a lot easier for you.
There was one from Hawaii last year that I waited all game for him to do something, and he
Don Ho.
Edge rusher from Tacoma, number 46. Gator, you went with? And how it's really pronounced? I think you nailed that one.
That's right.
Yep. Well done. And the last one, this was the one I think might be the most challenging, a defensive lineman out of Concord, California, number 91. Gator, you went with? And it is actually pronounced? Close.
Yeah, ish.
Yep. So, wish me luck.
I do wish you luck. I do. But after hearing him pronounce them,
yep,
there's an easier way to do. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to go through phonetically and go through it very slowly. You can say it like he does. It's going to be easier for you. It's going to be a lot easier.
So he literally, though, sent me. I almost want to post this so people can listen to it. He sent me the entire roster of challenging names, and I'm going to guess he does this for a lot of the play-by-play guys to help out because they have a bunch. And so he, as he said, put it on loop and just listen to it on your drive home every single day. And that's what I think I'm going to do.
It's a way for him to get you to listen to his voice. The soothing sounds of Tony, whatever the hell is like.
Castricone.
Yeah.
Right.
Never met him.
Yeah. No, very nice guy. Very nice guy.
Sounds like it. Well, to offer this up, that's a pretty big deal.
No, it is a big deal. So
unsolicited.
I will be, yes. Well, the funny thing is I was getting ready to tell Kang about, my God, I started working on the Washington board last night and I'm screwed. And then my phone buzzes and it's Castricone sending it over. And I'm like, well, this is perfect timing. So you did pretty well.
Thank you.
I think you did better than I did the first time around. But Cameron,
that doesn't surprise me.
Cameron Fabiculanen is one of my favorites. And their receivers are easy. Polk, McMillan, and Adunze I've heard a million times. That one's relatively easy.
Bernard.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Okay. You should put this in your show sheet, and I didn't hear about this. Lions hung a banner in the practice facility in honor of the NFC North title. And your question was, is it premature in any way or does it bother you at all to do it before next season?
Well, I can remember being at Breslin Center years and years ago when, I don't know, it was prior to a Purdue game or something like that. Michigan State had clinched the Big Ten championship or a Big Ten regular season championship, and they went and hung the banner, and then they got smoked. And it was it was bad mojo. It's bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
And the season's not done. Like, this is something I would imagine you would want to, hey, before the season, usually do the banner hanging ceremonies before the season or the first week of the season, not, a week after you've clinched it. I'm not sure if it bothers me or not. I'm not comfortable with it at this point, but technically they are the NFC North champs and they're not being challenged for it. I mean, the playoffs are a whole different animal, so maybe it's not so bad. But I know some people were like, you can't do that.
Were they?
I think some people would have that approach, yes.
I think in the practice facility for the team to see, I mean, you're looking at up in the rafters of the practice facility. Is that where it was? Was it something on the wall?
I just saw that, a quick headline in the Free Press.
Okay. I mean, because to me, it would be like in the practice facility, you go, all right, this is step one. All right, the next one, that's where we put our NFC champions banner, and this is where we're going to put our Super Bowl champions banner. The beginning of the season, Dan Campbell did a thing that was going around on social media where he told the whole room to stand up and read what was painted in the back of the team meeting room, and it was like, last NFL championship, 1954, last division championship, 1993, last playoff win, 1993, that whole thing. And he had players read it out loud. Like, they have these benchmarks that they use as motivation. And I actually think it's kind of awesome that they put that up in the practice facility. But, I mean, next year, they're going to get to, there's going to be a banner.
Yeah, and maybe the time to do this at Ford Field, it would be for the playoff game. You could raise it then if you want. Although, again, I get nervous about that because I've had some PTSD with that.
Yep.
But this is, it's a big blue banner. It says NFC North Division Champions. It's right next to the last NFL Champions banner from 1957. I don't know if you knew that. They won it in 57.
What did I say, 54? It was 57.
They won 35, 52, 53, and 57 of the years they won it. So those are the other banners that they have. They only have the NFL Championship banners, and then they have the NFC North Division Champion banners. Or at least this one hangs next to the NFL Championship banners.
I would not hang it. I would not unveil a banner this year. I would probably make that part of some ceremony next year.
Until the season's over. Yeah.
The season's over. Because I don't want to create any finish line, any goal when there's still other goals out there, you know? And I think you see how far you go, and then you get to unveil the banners. And probably every fan will get a little commemorative one. You know what I'm saying?
Like, the only way I would want to do this is if Dan Campbell suggested it.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
Like, run it past DC. If DC says, no, yeah, we're good. We like this. This is accomplishment. We want to celebrate those things. Okay, great.
Yep.
But if it's like Rod Wood's decision, I don't know why I'm throwing him under the bus at this point, but if he's the one that comes on and says, oh, let's hang this up, and they just go ahead and do it without coach knowing about it, I'm not sure how that works, how that flies.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson will get to your open line calls. Also, I don't know how much people stay awake at night worried about this as it pertains to the Lions, but we will get to that coming up today at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Did you hear about the kid that broke Tetris?
What are we doing?
I'm asking you a question.
You know how I feel about Tetris.
I do. I'm saying.
I know about the kid who was broken by Tetris.
What do you mean?
It ruined me.
Oh, you.
Tetris is a problem I had in college. It was a real problem. What are we doing?
Well, I thought you might look at this as some sort of gratifying revenge, but a 13-year-old has become the first recorded person to beat Tetris, causing the game to freeze after reaching level 157.
Good God. I'm getting nauseous, honestly. I'm having flashbacks to college.
When basically
would spend hours playing Tetris and not going to class.
Yeah.
My roommates also would join us. So we would, we had to set up rules about how many games you could play in a row before you had to hand the controller off to the next guy.
Yeah. It had become a problem in your house.
It was a problem in our house on Center Street in East Lansing.
Well, apparently this kid is the first ever to get to the end. Like, went further than Tetris could produce any more pieces and boards or anything like that.
So good. Does Tetris blow up? Does it spontaneously combust at that point?
It did not. I think you can still play it, but we were going to play the audio, but the audio is of a 13-year-old kid and his reaction. It was kind of awkward. So we just thought it'd probably lead to more problems than it was worth. But
yeah, let's avoid any audio involving Tetris. Don't need to hear the pieces being flipped around. And
you should have seen how fast they were coming down at the end here.
Dude. I've seen it, okay?
You've seen the kid when he beat?
No. I know how fast those pieces come down. I know.
I bet this is faster than you ever experienced.
I don't want to look at it again. Ever again.
They're absolutely flying. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Keith, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Keith.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good, thank you.
Hey, Happy New Year.
You too.
Thank you. Same to you.
Real quick, guys. I just wanted to kind of talk to the Detroit Lions fans because they get on my nerves. One of the reasons why is because at one point in time we was 0-16. So why get mad at Coach Dan Campbell for trying to go for it and win the game? I mean, you have to have balls of an ox to go for it. In Dallas, they won like 16. Well, I think since they beat the Lions, 16 straight games in Dallas. I mean, and even the play call that he called. I mean, to throw the ball to a 6'8", 300-pounder to win the game, and the guy caught the pass like it was a loaf of bread. This has never happened in Lions history. So I don't understand why so many people have a problem with him trying to go for it and win it in Dallas. And I know I'm still talking about this on a Thursday. This happened last weekend, but the Detroit Lions fans to me are just some of the most, outrageous. We went 0-16 at one point. This guy's trying to win the game, be aggressive. We already in the playoffs. Why not just go for it? What do we have to lose at this point? So, we got to start supporting Dan Campbell more. I know a lot of people wanted him to kick the field goal. But screw that. That's not the type of mentality that we need as a team going into the playoffs. We got to show people like, hey, we're better than you, and we'll call a play to win the game and throw it to a 300-pounder, and he'll catch it like a loaf of bread on y'all because we're better than you, and that's the mentality that we have to have as a team and as a fan, as fans at this point. Even people calling in being scared about Stafford.
Yeah, look, you're yelling, and I understand, and I don't think you're yelling at a very large group of people. We took some calls on this yesterday. We were kind of ready to move on from sort of
guys.
It's quite all right. It's quite all right, Keith.
Guys.
You know what's clear? What I like about this? What I like about this is it's clearly
bugging
you. And you need to vent, and I love that.
Well, I think Keith wants to vent about the wrong one. People didn't have much of an issue at all with the first 2-point attempt. What people had an issue with was going for 2 points when you're knocked back 5 yards because of the penalty, and going for it from the 7-yard line. I think is where people were having to push back. And then again, when he had another chance.
Right, and I understand that, but at the end of the day, it's like you try to win the game. We already in the playoffs. Why play around with this team? Why go into overtime with this team?
No, I'm with you.
Win the game and get out of there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I'm with you 100% because they were playing with house money. That's the way I looked at it last week.
Yeah,
it was house money.
Exactly. And I mean, at the end of the day, even people being scared of Stafford coming in here. I mean, Stafford didn't, and talking trash about Jared Goff. Like, Stafford hasn't won anything for us. Why are people scared of Stafford? He didn't win anything for us. You know, he had Megatron. And this guy, Jared Goff, he don't have Megatron. Imagine if we had Megatron.
All right? Now you've crossed the line. You brought up an embargo topic, and I'm going to have to let you go, you SOB. We don't talk about Matt Stafford on this show. Ever.
Well,
including next week.
Yeah, we do. All about it next week.
Not going to do it.
All the smoke next week. Let's go.
I don't want to do it.
Well.
And it's not about fear for people who don't know. If you're just tuning in.
It's for the exact reason that guy just brought up.
Yeah.
The Stafford here, and no, you don't want that, right, Doug?
Well, first of all, I don't want to relitigate whether or not he was good or bad.
Yeah,
Secondly,
that's my point.
I don't want to talk about the drama. Oh my God, Matt Stafford, quarterback who didn't win a playoff game in Detroit, won a Super Bowl elsewhere. Now he's playing Detroit in the play.
Do you think Stafford could have took this team to an 11-5 record, Doug?
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any of that.
Do you think
I want to talk
Stafford...
about. We finally are going to have a home playoff game, and we're going to have a chance to have a real NFL home playoff team week leading up to it.
I thought you said it was an embargo. Why are you talking about it?
I'm talking about the game. We have a chance to do that, and the reason why I want to keep the embargo in place is because I don't want it to get all sabotaged by this Real Housewives of the NFL drama. And I am willing to fight you over this.
Oh, we'll fight next week because I'm looking forward to it.
Maybe we'll split the show into you do the first 2 hours, I do the second 2 hours.
Got to embrace this, man.
You can embrace all you want on your own personal time. I don't want a week to get sabotaged by stupid drama. Anyway, but yeah, as far as the he's aggressive, man. Just learn to live with it. I think it's his aggression that's got us here and is going to carry us as far as it can go. And I don't know that it's a wise thing to do to ask him to change anything because I think it's all part of the bigger picture. Okay, I did mention this, whether or not it keeps you awake at night, and it wasn't Stafford, but we took the call. The kicking situation. Is it resolved?
No. For the Lions?
Yeah.
Absolutely not resolved.
No?
No. They don't have – it's clear they don't have confidence in a kicker to knock one in past 50 yards. If they have to rely on it, I guess they cross their fingers and do it, but there's not real confidence in it like it would seem that at least 20 teams in the league do. Seeing what Dallas did to get their kicker – and I don't know if the Lions, who knows what the Lions have done behind the scenes to try to find their next kicker, but wouldn't it seem that's probably a prudent approach? Let's go to the world of soccer, find a guy who's got the leg, and work some guys out. I mean, not right now. I might be too late to do this at this point, but
I think that is I think Dallas threw a Hail Mary and it got caught. I don't think would be prudent. I think it would be desperate. I think it would be the exact
I don't know if
opposite.
it's. I mean, honestly, it's
I guess it doesn't hurt anything, but
yeah. I mean, you look at every punter in the league now is Australian.
This is true.
So, how soon before every kicker is a soccer player?
Well, I mean, most of these guys did get their starts in soccer.
Of course,
but you're talking about a guy like Dallas's guy didn't kick in college,
right?
Yeah,
but he was a soccer player, and you got the leg. You got the leg.
That screams desperation more than prudence. But I would say. I mean, it probably doesn't hurt if you're bringing in a bunch of kickers. I think the idea that somebody never kicked at all is going to be your answer at kicker seems.
Well, you've got all off season to try to find these things out. I'm not worried about it. It's not that I'm not worried about it because I do think they have problems with the kicking game, and a lack of confidence in it, and a lot of it comes from just the history of what we've seen as Lions fans. I mean, in our lifetime. You had Eddie Murray going into Jason Hansen, going into, trying to figure it out. And then, Matt Prater's here for a few years, and that was brilliant. And if you want to go before Eddie Murray, you had Benny McCardle for a little bit. So we haven't seen many kickers in the Lions history. And now in, last few years, we've seen a bunch of kickers being tried out. It's different. It's unsettling.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Also, our guy ranks number 1 when asked by the players. We'll get to that today at 102. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Interesting results of a player survey. I'm going to get to that today at 102. Let's go to Jeff. You're on 97 on The Ticket. What's up, Jeff?
How are you guys? Love you. Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, I got a bit of a conspiracy theory, and I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet, and maybe confirm, deny, or even just discuss it a little bit. So I heard the clip with Jim Costa and Campbell a couple days ago about, hey, just say it. And I thought it was a reckless call. After I heard that clip, I feel like that play went exactly as it was supposed to. That second time they went for it, I feel like the play was, hey, if they don't jump, we're not snapping the ball.
Maybe.
Do you think I'm wrong?
I don't know if you're wrong. I'd have to go back and look at it and see how that played out, but you may not be. I mean, that sounds plausible.
Actually, there's virtually nothing to risk, right?
Yeah.
If you've already been penalized, you're going from the 7. They don't move you back if you decide to kick after another penalty, do they?
No, it's a free play. To me, it's a free play. And almost the way Campbell was goading him into saying something like, I'm reckless, I almost felt like, is he trying to put that perception out there? Like, hey, he's reckless, he's easy to outcoach. To me, and I never thought about it during the game, but when I heard that clip, I thought, man, I bet they had it planned. I bet he planned that. And, of course, if they jump, it's a free play. Why not? Go for it. Take a shot.
Well, I looked at it differently the way that Campbell and Cookies were having that exchange. I think that he just, Dan Campbell had conviction in what they were going to do. He told the players before they went onto the field and to go for that conversion or before they went on the field for that last drive, he said, if we score, we're going for 2. This is what we're doing.
Yeah.
They had this play drawn up. They talked to the officials beforehand. They knew exactly what they were going to do if they got in this position, and the team was behind it. And I think when you've got a coach that wants to go for it like that, players want to play it on the field. They want to leave it out there. They don't want to leave things up to chance. And if you had gone and kicked the extra point, you're leaving things up to chance. You're leaving it up to chance of what could happen in overtime, if you even get to overtime. There were just more chances that would have happened if they kick the extra point. If you go for 2 and you don't get it, all right, you took one shot and you blew it because you missed it. But if you get it, then the limited chance is that, okay, with 20 seconds left, they're going to come down and score a game-winning field goal. Oh, well, it's one chance and done. But Dallas can't tie it at that point. They're going to win or lose. You go to overtime, the biggest chance of all is what happens on a coin flip. And do you want that game to end on a coin flip?
Yeah, I mean, I'm at a point where I would imagine that Campbell has more faith in his defense now than he did in the Seattle game, but and they were having a better day than they did in the Seattle game. But I think it had a lot to do with he had determined before the game, if I got one play to win it, I'm going to try and win it and steal this one. We're already in the playoffs. We're still battling for basically home field for a second-round game. Maybe with this team, I'll take my chances on the one play to get the next game at home. And he just liked his odds of that. But Greg is next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. You guys are great.
Thank you.
I'm surprised that when the script writers went on strike, they should have listened to you guys' show. They already got a lot of material. But this is what a lot of material. But this is what I say, guys. I wish people would stop calling Coach Campbell the gambler, because he's not. You have the most one of the high-power offenses in the NFL. How is that a gamble? Are you gambling with St. Brown? Are you gambling with Minnesota? Are you gambling with 2 running backs that's about to hit 1,000 yards apiece?
And are you gambling when you have a linebacker throw a pass on 4th and 4?
Well, here's the thing, and I'm glad you said that. That was one of the greatest plays in the world.
But it's a gamble.
What happened?
There's nothing wrong with calling him a gambler. It's who he is. Right. It's okay to gamble. It's okay.
Well, I think it's more than a gamble. But look.
Well, there's a calculated risk. How's that? Does that make you feel better? If it's semantics?
No. I want you to look at the play for what it was. We already did that play with Pernod, right? We already did that play. Then that one play was everybody went to the right side. Montgomery went to the right side. That defensive back said, well, this third-string guy, there's no way in the world he's getting the ball. It's just no way. They already did that. That's done. We're not surprised. He's not getting the ball.
What third-string guy?
And
what are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
Your starting left tackle?
Yes. That was one of the greatest calls ever.
It's a great call, but it's a gamble.
Who thought? Okay, but man, it was a great call.
Fine, but don't say it's not a gamble. I agree it's a great call, but you can't say you're tired of people calling him a gambler when it's exactly what he is.
And who cares what people call him?
But I never heard you say it was a great call. You want to say it was a great call.
It was a great, oh my God, I don't know. We spent all day the other day talking about it. It was a great call. It worked to perfection. It was perfectly executed. They talked to the officials before the game, said, here's what we're going to do. He told the team, hey, we're driving down on this drive. We're going for 2. We're going to go for it. They get it. What do? They send in the play. They do it brilliantly. They disguise it. They use deception. They have Sewell and they have a Decker talking to the official when Decker declares. They bring in Dan Skipper from the sideline. So if Dallas is paying attention, Dallas is like, okay, well, here comes, here we know this guy's coming in. Perhaps they're going to run it because they're bringing in the extra lineman, or we got to pay attention to him, right? And hopefully they're not paying attention to the name that's being announced. It got screwed up by the official, but it was a great call.
There's all kinds of stuff that doesn't matter. And when somebody calls our head coach, I don't really care. I honestly don't. I don't care if they call him Dan the Great or Damn the Dumb. Well, what difference does it make? He's taken this team to heights, into something we haven't seen in so long. None of that matters. It's just, what are you on the field on Sundays? Get used to a guy that, I don't want to say gamble but it takes calculated risks. Let's go to Joe next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Joe?
Happy New Year, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Had a time to reflect on a year ago at this time. We were hoping the Lions finish strong, talking about draft positions, what a year makes. Now we're talking playoffs. The second thing is, I think it's going to be interesting to see where Detroit Lions teams ranks with popularity, with people coming to join the team in free agency. And the other thing is, now that we're going to be drafting in the low 20s, maybe even the 30s, how well Brad Holmes does. I don't know what his draft history record is in that, if he's ever even been in that position. So I just wanted to kind of reflect on the
Probably
year.
hasn't had a lot of picks there, given that he was part of the rebuilding Rams. They traded first-round picks. How many times has he been drafting late first round? Probably not much. I could go back and look. I mean, he didn't do the drafting at LA. He built the draft boards. But you're right. It's kind of a new position for him. I suspect he'll do just fine, though, because it doesn't matter where you pick if you're good at evaluating good players.
Right.
You'll know the pool of good players that are out there when it's your turn.
Well, the other thing
it
is,
doesn't matter to him whether it's round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6.
I think there's a lot more thought maybe that goes into it when you have higher picks. Do you want to trade back, get more draft capital? Want to do this? Want to do that? When you're drafting at the end of the first round, when you're drafting in the 20s, it's because you have a good team and you have less holes to fill. So it might actually make it easier because your needs are more pronounced and you've got a much clearer vision of it after free agency going into the draft. Here we are. We're picking at 28. What are we looking for to improve this team? Well, we need to get another corner, and okay, we're going to prioritize that. We're going to prioritize, edge rushers or whatever, and it just could work out better.
Let's go to Ted next on 97.1. Hi, Ted.
Hello, this is Ted.
Hi, Ted.
I'm calling about the bad play calling at the end of the game. No one's mentioned it yet. When they were clocking the ball, it's pretty stupid of the Lions to clock the ball with 27 seconds to go after, when they were on the 11-yard line. They were playing the Canadian Football League rules, giving up a down there. Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah, they clocked the ball because they had no timeouts left and they wanted to stop the clock. Yeah.
Well, they go to all that trouble to run up to the line, then clock it and ruin a down. Now you only got 3 chances. Of course, they lucked out and they got a touchdown on the next play.
Yeah, but you had time to stop and actually call a play.
Could you repeat that last part? What did they do on the next play?
They scored a touchdown, but they gave up a down. They had plenty of time
and
plenty of downs. You're upset that there were 23 seconds left at the end of the game.
20. No, I'm upset that they weren't smart enough to run a play with 27 seconds without having to clock it.
Okay, if you run a play, hang on, let me explain this to you. If you run a play, are you talking about? Would you run a running play or a passing play?
Well, you got to run a passing play. That's what you have to do.
Okay,
but
don't you want to have time to actually call the passing play?
I think
have your team lined up appropriately.
Let me put it to you like this. I think it's about more than clock. I think they wanted to talk about what play they were going to go with. They knew they'd have 3 shots at the end zone in the final 20-something seconds. They can run to the line. Hold on. They can run to the line and run something, but they'd rather kind of get organized, take a breath, and they think they have a better chance of scoring that way than hustling up to the line and then just running.
Well, can't the quarterback raise a fist or a number 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's the play? And
sure. Yep.
Or they can score.
What is he mad about? They scored on the next play.
I don't know, man.
They literally scored on the next
he's
play.
Saying, maybe he's saying in the future he wants him to have 4 cracks from the 11 rather than 3 cracks from the 11.
One hurried crack and.
But why?
That
The
sounds funny.
point is to score, right?
Yep.
So instead of downing the ball, because that's what he's upset about, let's say Goff threw a touchdown pass to St. Brown. The same thing.
I learned a lot in talking with Jansen about 2-minute drills. And I remember one of the great things that people say, why when you go in a 2-minute drill, no huddle, you just go right down the field? Why don't you do it all game? Because you kill your team. Like, teams do need breaks in the middle of these 2-minute drills. Spiking the ball does more than stop the clock. It allows you to regroup.
Exactly.
It allows you to take a break. It allows your coaches to think about what they want to
Get
run.
the right personnel in there.
Get the right personnel in there for that situation. So it's more than just the clock. And sometimes giving up the down is worth it and it's more than just the clock. All right, our guy ranks number 1, and I wonder what this means. And some interesting news out of the portal. We'll get to that today at 103, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Lions have already made history this season with their first division championship in 30 years. They have a chance to make more on Sunday. David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs are 15 and 85 yards away, respectively, from reaching the 1,000-yard rushing mark. If they get there in the regular season finale versus the Vikings, it'll be the first time in the Lions' 95-year history that 2 Detroit players have quadruple-digit rushing yardage in the same season. It's a feat that's only happened 7 times in NFL history, just 3 times in the last 38 years. Gibbs said he wants to win first and foremost, but he and Montgomery want to make that history for the Lions. You can hear the Lions wrap up the regular season versus Minnesota on 97.1 Sunday, coverage starting at 10 a.m. Big Ten basketball doubleheader tonight involving our two in-state teams. Michigan State hosts 7-6 Penn State at 7 o'clock. Spartans looking to get their first conference win of the season, but it's also the first game where alcohol will be sold at Breslin Center. At 9, Michigan hopes to bounce back from one of the worst losses under Juwan Howard, that 87-76 home defeat at the hands of McNeese State a week ago. The 6-7 Wolverines host 10-3 Minnesota. Both U of M and MSU can only be seen on Peacock tonight, but you can hear Michigan over on WWJ News Radio 950, coverage starting there at 8:30. And the Red Wings continue their West Coast road trip tonight in LA, looking to build off their win Tuesday in San Jose. Hear that right here on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 10:15. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So did you see the announcement yesterday who was going in the portal? There's a lot of guys.
Well, I mean, I'm getting lost here. I mean, I saw that the center for Alabama is in the portal along with 8 other Bama players.
Yep. Did you see where the center from Alabama is expected to make a visit this weekend?
No.
Ohio State. He's going to visit Ohio State.
No. Look, he's got trouble with the snap. Maybe he probably a really good blocker, but if you can't make that short little snap, then maybe you should be playing guard instead of playing center.
Maybe that's what they'll do is repurpose him. But he's off to Ohio State. Well, no, he's not off to. He's off to visit Ohio State. So.
I mean, I would look at it as I wouldn't laugh about it. I'd be like, this guy has a chance to. He was starting at Alabama for a reason.
I know, and the weird thing is I feel terrible for the kid, given how much crap he's gotten.
Yeah. But you're going into that fan base.
I know, right?
Every fan base is crazy. Though.
But some are crazier than others. And anyway, interesting. All right, so I don't. ESPN did the story, and it's been billed 2 different ways. But at this hour, it's been released that the NFLPA, they do these player surveys where they ask, stuff about what it's like to basically play for this organization. Tom Pelissero tweeted this out. This is where I first saw it. As the hiring cycle approaches, this is interesting. The NFL Players Association asked over 1,700 players to rate the coordinators they play for on a scale from 1 to 10. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is offensive coordinator, this is defensive coordinator, and this is special teams coordinator. One of our guys ranked number 1. Do you know who?
I just saw a tweet from somebody, and I see it, and I find it hard to believe.
Kang, did you see this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We'll start with special teams. The number 1 special teams coordinator to play for, according to the NFLPA survey, is John Fossil with the Dallas Cowboys. The number 1 offensive coordinator to play for is Frank Smith from the Miami Dolphins. And the top defensive coordinator in the NFL, according to an NFLPA survey, is Aaron Glenn. This is according to players who play for him.
Okay, so the players love the coordinator as opposed to ranking how good the coordinator is based on data. This is just player input.
Pelissero made it sound like it was to play for him. The story on ESPN says it's just rank your coordinator. So I don't know if what the instructions were. So everybody's specific about who it asked. Offensive players were asked to rate their offensive coordinators. Defensive players were asked to rate their defensive coordinators on a scale of 1 to 10. The NFLPA says 864 offensive players rated their offensive coordinators, 774 defensive players rated their defensive coordinators, and 1,225 players who participate on special teams rated their special teams coordinators. Survey ran from late August through the middle of November. The story goes on to say that one of the NFLPA president, J.C. Tretter, talked to ESPN about this. Tretter said Aaron Glenn, who has not yet had a chance to be a head coach but tops the defensive list ahead of 4 guys who have, was the number 1 overall rated coordinator in the survey across all 3 categories. So he was rated higher than any offensive coordinator was rated or any special teams coordinator was rated.
I think players love him. He's a former player. He's still relatively young. And, I mean, just from what we saw with Hard Knocks, it's probably the best way we can get a view into it.
Mm-hmm.
You could see that. And when you look at the Lions and you look at their defense, it's not star-studded. We like our team because it's our team. We feel pretty confident that Aiden Hutchinson is a budding star. But beyond him, there really aren't, right? He's turned a couple of rookies this year into being quality players. You know, they've brought Anzalone here and given Anzalone an opportunity to be the guy, and he's elevated his game. Every player, it seems like, not every player, but a lot of the players on this defense have elevated their game. Guys have been, over the last couple of years, and you've seen this with the Lions, players have been brought up from the practice squad that have to step into real game competition, are competitive, and they play adequately and competently. And it's a reflection on the defensive coordinator. Now, overall, I think we can all say the Lions defense has its flaws, and we know what those flaws are. We'd like it to get better. But when you take into consideration perhaps the talent level and what the investment has been in the defense, and then in games that matter, how have they shown up? You know, that game against Dallas, maybe the survey, I don't know if it happened before that or after it, whatever, but the game against Dallas shows you that it's not always about numbers like yards given up and stuff like that. The biggest number is how many points did you give up?
Yeah.
And they held the Cowboys to 20 points.
And they, you know, the truth is they've been playing better for weeks. Like playing, even in games where they give up some high point totals, those point totals were driven by defensive touchdowns scored against them that the defense had nothing to do with. Short fields where the defense was dealt a really bad hand, and they were managing to get more stops. I think this is really, really interesting to see how much it basically. I think it's more a reflection of how much do your guys on your roster believe in their coordinator.
Well,
as opposed to a true ranking of how good your coordinator is. The belief is there. The belief is there in Aaron Glenn.
The top 5 coordinators were Aaron Glenn, number 1. Number 2, Steve Wilkes with San Francisco.
Yep.
Number 3, Dan Quinn with Dallas. Number 4, Brian Flores with Minnesota. Number 5, Raheem Morris with the Rams. Those other 4 guys have been head coaches, right?
Yep.
There will be defensive coordinators named head coach this offseason.
Yep.
Will it be Aaron Glenn?
I would say that this is about as good as a legitimate endorsement of any list that can possibly be put out there. And I don't mean that it means it gets hired, but these are players that play for him showing more faith in him than some other guys who are really good.
I mean, look, it seems like San Francisco is just like this well-run machine. They've had defensive coordinator after defensive coordinator after defensive coordinator, right? You had Saleh, D'Amico Ryans came from there, right? Mm-hmm. And now you got Steve Wilkes who's keeping everything going the same direction. So I see that. Dan Quinn in Dallas has done an amazing job, but it also coincides with when you draft Micah Parsons. And maybe he just got lucky, but this is a guy who's a former head coach. I could see him I could see all these guys getting another opportunity. Is it possible the Lions will lose Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson?
I think it's a real possibility.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think this
survey is interesting.
This survey to me has some depth to it. Like, this means something.
Because you have to, the biggest job that a new coach has to do when he first takes the job is salesmanship.
Yep.
You've got to sell people on what you are, who you are, and what you can do. And this survey already lets you know that his players love him.
Yep.
Well, obviously one thing is the defense is better than it was last year, the Lions defense, okay?
Mm-hmm. Run defense is night and day difference.
And you mentioned, like, one of the reasons why Aaron Glenn's been mentioned so much for interviews, because he's going to take some interviews this offseason, is because the players love him. And he's a leader of men. I know, Doug, you love listening to Aaron Glenn speak.
I do.
Right?
To so much so that it impacts my opinion of him, which is ridiculous.
I don't know if he's going to get a job or not, but he's definitely going to do a bunch of interviews. And the guys you mentioned, like Quinn and any defensive coordinator from San Francisco, they have talent. And I'm not trying to take anything away from, like, DeMeco Ryans obviously is a good coach. Look what he's doing this year with the Texans. And Dan Quinn, they have Micah Parsons, they have Bosa, they have, Fred Warner. I mean, those teams have some serious talent. Do the Lions have some serious talent? I mean, they've got Hutch, right?
Yep.
And CJ Gardner-Johnson for one game. Branch just seems to come through as a rookie, but I think
Mosley hasn't played.
Yeah,
so there's a lot there. That's impressive with how good the defense have been.
And Zaloni's a Pro Bowl alternate all of a sudden.
Right. It's interesting. He wasn't the only coordinator from Detroit that got some love. We'll get to that coming up today at 1:20. Swing around the league at 1:30. Hey, the NFL regular season is wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. The app is so easy to use, and there are so many different ways to bet, like live, same-game parlays. Find bets in the new Explore tab. Make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, the best way to find popular parlays and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and make your first bet a layup. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, so we're talking about this NFL player survey where Aaron Glenn ranked going to the NFLPA and their data as the top-rated defensive coordinator as ranked by his players. As ranked by his players. Doesn't mean he's the best coordinator in the league. It just means his players seem to love him more than any other team's defensive players love their coordinator, and there are some good guys on that list. So you saw the list of the top 5 offensive coordinators and top 5 special teams coordinators?
I just saw the defensive coordinator.
Okay. Offense. 1, Frank Smith, Miami Dolphins. 2, Thomas Brown, Carolina Panthers. 3, Brian Schottenheimer, Dallas Cowboys. 4, Brian Callahan, Cincinnati Bengals. 5, Kellen Moore, LA Chargers.
Good. We're not going to lose Ben Johnson then, huh?
Here are your we'll circle back to that. Top 5 special teams coordinators. 1, John Fossil, Dallas Cowboys. 2, Chris Tabor, Carolina Panthers, who's also currently their interim head coach. 3, Matt Daniels, Minnesota Vikings. 4, Dave Phipp, Detroit Lions. 5, Darren Rizzi, New Orleans Saints. Phipper ranks 4th.
Well, Phipp's been asked to drop some plays, man.
Yeah. Yes, he has. A little surprising, Ben Johnson isn't on the top 5?
Yes, I am, given how good the Lions offense has been.
I feel like this is one of those things that if the Lions offensive players saw this, they'd want to go, wait, let me vote again.
Right. Well, I also wonder.
You're supposed to rank your own guy on a scale of 1 to 10, and maybe they're like 9, 9, 9. Other teams are like 10, 10, 10.
Is it a stretch to think that there's a Dan Campbell influence there, too, that people just don't want to recognize? Dan Campbell, it's Dan Campbell's offense. He took over from Anthony Lynn.
Yeah, he
not
did.
Ben Johnson.
No, he didn't, but then he handed it over to.
Yeah, so, but like I said, it's his offense, and he hands over now to the offensive coordinator. It's just sharing the love, I guess. I don't know.
Is this your theory, or is this your theory as to why Ben Johnson didn't get more love?
It's my theory. You know?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm
trying to figure it out because it seems like Ben Johnson is universally loved.
Now, with that said, I don't know that it's any huge indictment, but if we're going to sit here and say Aaron Glenn ranking number 1 as a defensive coordinator can help, his players clearly love him, can help him get a job, can this conversely hurt Ben Johnson, or is it not a data point that even gets considered?
I don't think this hurts Ben Johnson at all.
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying? We both agree that it can help Aaron Glenn. Why would it not work conversely? I mean, I guess the one thing about it is.
I was going to say the other thing is what we don't have is this data. You know, it could be.
They don't release it until like the combine where they release all of the results.
This could just be a ranker without letting you know what the difference between 1 and 2 is and 2 and 5 is, right? There may not be much of a difference at all. It's just, this is where they're ranked. They're all great. Right? They're all amazing. But I guess we had to rank them the way we ranked them. But there's no issue with any of them.
Well, if somehow, some way we can spin this into a way that they keep the coaching staff together, I'm all for
I'm
it.
with you. That'd be great. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to lose at least one of the coordinators.
Let me throw something else at you because I have a belief. And let's just say that Ben Johnson doesn't leave, which is always possible.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't leave, will it start to test my theory that eventually every fan base turns on their offensive coordinator? And not 100% of the fans, but enough that he becomes a talk radio issue, which might not even be a real measurement of anything. But I feel actually reasonably strongly that eventually fan bases turn on the offensive coordinator.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah.
And I think young coordinators are destined to become a head coach somewhere else. And then maybe at some point they just settle into realizing I'm just a coordinator. Nothing wrong with that.
Right.
And I'm very good at that job, and this is what I'm going to do.
Yep.
I don't need to pursue that anymore.
Or
perhaps Josh McDaniels should have settled in with that kind of thought.
I got my money cannon job. Now I can bank some of that and go back to what I'm good at.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a tough deal when you're really good as a coordinator to turn down a head coaching job that is going to pay you the kind of money it would take you 10 years to be a coordinator.
Yeah.
You'd earn it guaranteed in 2 years as a head coach.
But there were guys like that. Were just lifers as coordinator. Like Norm Chow, that name comes to mind. It was just this awesome coordinator, and I think eventually didn't he get a head coaching job in college? But it didn't work. Was he at USC or something? Or it didn't work out?
BYU.
Yeah, for a minute.
I don't remember one or the other. But yeah, there are guys like that. But I don't know. I feel like we're Probably
They
going to
seem
be disappointed.
They seem to be older guys, though, that kind of do that. Because nowadays, with all the young head coaches in the
That's what I'm
NFL, you
saying.
just turn around and you just
As a
40
young
or
guy,
under,
you've got your opportunity now
Yeah, you
to
take
jump and
it.
be a head coach, and either it works out or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then you just go back to being a coordinator and this curmudgeon who's been doing it for 45 years with a cigar out of his mouth or whatever.
Yeah, it'd be different. Like I think Ben Johnson will take his opportunity when he feels right, and I would probably feel like it's going to be this upcoming offseason. But if he doesn't, I mean, I didn't do Indianapolis radio, and I know you guys didn't either. But did Tom Moore get criticized a lot when it was just him and Peyton Manning? You know, and he was an older guy, but he kind of just settled in as the offensive coordinator. And then you're going to complain about some things, but
We complained about him here, wasn't he here?
Did they call for his firing ever? You know?
Yeah, they probably did. Given my theory that eventually everybody complains about their offensive coordinator.
Doug's theory said they called for his firing.
That's my theory. Yep. So Norm Chow was the head coach at neither USC or BYU. He was a head coach at Hawaii from 2012 to 2015. He is currently a head coach. I mean, I am just so intrigued at who he is the head coach for. He's the head coach for the Helvetia Guards.
Huh?
I found this on Wikipedia, and I'm like, the Helvetia Guards?
Is he in the prison league now or something?
No.
The guards versus inmates?
No. So I, of course, had to click on the link. Well, what the heck?
Mean machine.
What the heck are the Helvetic Guards? They are a team in Switzerland in the European League of Football. So now I got to look up. I can click on the European League of Football and find out what other teams there
I
are.
know what Norm's retirement plan was.
Yeah.
We go to Europe, retire in Europe, and I guess I'll coach this football team for a little bit.
Oh, here we go. The Helvetic Guards. I said Helvetic first. It's Helvetic. Okay, their division is the Central Conference with the Barcelona Dragons, the Helvetic Guards, the Milano Seamen.
What?
Seamen, the Seamen. The Munich Ravens, the Raiders Tyrol, and the Stuttgart Surge.
Are you sure he's not like
the Surge and the Seaman, huh?
Yeah, is this a fantasy football league?
Eastern Conference is the Berlin Thunder, the Fehérvar.
What's that?
Fehérvar, 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 Enthroners.
Enthroners?
They're the Enthroners.
It's an odd name.
The Panthers, Roy Claw, Prague Lions, the Lions, and the Vienna Vikings. And the Western Conference is the Cologne Centurions, the Frankfurt Galaxy, the Hamburg Sea Devils, the Paris Musketeers,
That's
the
about right.
Rhine Fire, and the Madrid Bravos. So Frankfurt Galaxy, Rhine Fire, and Barcelona Dragons, weren't those NFL Europe teams?
I believe so, yes. So,
I
anyway.
want to play for the Enthrallers, or Enthroners.
The
excuse
Enthroners.
me.
Getting back to the coordinator thing, though.
Yep.
It's interesting because I could see how the approval rating works for guys, but I can also see how not being on that list may not work against you. If you were thinking about hiring a coordinator to be your next head coach,
yep,
wouldn't you think Jim Schwartz is going to get some interviews?
I mean,
Cleveland's defense is ridiculous this year.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculously good. And Schwartz, and now we go back to that stat. Once you leave the Lions as a head coach, you never coach again.
Yep.
We've had all these things that have changed with the culture of the Detroit Lions. Could Schwartz be the first guy that brings it back, and now we cross another one off the list of SLL?
He could be. He really could be.
Because he probably should get some interviews.
All right, let's swing around the NFL with the Wide Night Omaha 4 Down Round League Blitz singing next, 97.1. All right, when do you start paying attention to this? We'll get to that today at 1:48, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and putting the final touches, hopefully on doing the show Monday from Houston, from the actual stadium, from the booth, which can be some fun to be in the house. Give people a sense for what it looks like. We'll stream it on Twitch and YouTube, as long as I can get an internet signal, which I probably should be able to. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Monday from Houston, maybe Tuesday. Still trying to sort out some scheduling details. But
all right,
that might not be from the stadium. That might be from the hotel or from our Odyssey station in Houston.
Still got some things to suss out?
Yes, if that's used correctly. And some details, some loose ends to tie up, some details, et cetera, et cetera. You put in your show sheet, you asked the question, when do you start paying attention to college basketball? Where are you? Where's your relationship with college basketball right now?
We're not in a good place.
No?
Well, the problem is that the Lions season has been so good that it's all football all the time. And I think typically this is usually around the time of the year that I start caring about college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like it's going to take a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean.
And now with, like tonight, for instance, tonight, both Michigan and Michigan State will play at home, but both games are on Peacock. That's not good.
You don't get you get the cock, don't you? Peacock. Right? Right? You know what I'm talking about.
What?
Not part of my plan.
You know what I'm talking about.
I pay extra for it. Yes, I do. I believe subscribe to Peacock.
So that's enough to keep you from watching?
I just don't care right now. I'm not into it at this point. I mean, I don't know. Thursday.
The funny thing is, I would agree with you. The Detroit Lions have completely thrown off my routine. And I'll give you an example. So preparing for the Alabama and the Washington game, I go to look at Kuiper's top guys to be drafted.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, I have to look this up. Usually I have this committed to memory.
Right.
Time.
I went and looked at I did look at a mock draft last night. Because for me now, the purpose of even thinking about looking at mock drafts is to see where people have the Lions drafting. Like how far back into the 20s are they drafting?
Right.
And then to see certain players. And I saw a name come up associated with the Lions last night. I was like, that's good. We can move on. I don't need to go any further. Let's if he's there, select him, and here we go. It's a name you know. And I think you would probably agree with this one. I don't think he's going to be there, frankly, but if he is.
Okay, just tell me. Because the funny thing is, normally I would have a bunch of guesses.
Right.
My draft prep so far this year
is about as much as mine.
Minimal.
Yeah.
Absolutely minimal. So credit the Lions for that. What's the name?
Jared Verse.
Oh, wow.
Defensive end. Florida State.
Rochester.
Yes.
Love it. Absolutely
love it. So I saw that one come up. I'm like, really? He'd be available at that point?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I saw one the other day too, Gator.
Did you?
And it's a name that Doug would be very familiar with as well. Defensive player as well. Braylon Trice.
Oh.
And I think Lions fans, if he has a good game, are going to be looking at that as well.
Number 8, edge rusher, Washington.
Where did he go to high school?
That I don't have committed to memory just yet.
What does he do in his leisure time?
Don't know that yet either.
Any siblings? Come on, man.
Was he a bedwetter until the age of 6?
The one that got me is, do you remember a tight end named Mark Bruner?
Yeah.
His son is a starting linebacker. And he scored 2 touchdowns in 2 separate Rose Bowls against Michigan. I'm empty in the bucket.
Is there an assistant coach, Bruner, there too? Or was that just, because I heard the name Bruner and I thought, I wonder if that's, or maybe it was just a player that I heard when I heard his name.
Well, Bruner, the linebacker, his dad scored a touchdown in Washington's 34-14 win over Michigan in 92 and scored a touchdown in Michigan's 38-31 win over Washington in 93.
It was a really good Washington team.
Oh.
That's Steve Entman?
Yep. He was the 92 team. I think he was gone in 93.
Yeah, and Mario Bailey, the wide receiver, was outstanding.
Yep.
Who was the quarterback?
Billy Joe Hobart was one, and was the other one Mark Brunell?
I don't think it was Brunell. It was another guy I was thinking of, but maybe it was Brunell. Anyway, it was a really good team.
Yeah.
They had some really good teams in the 80s and early 90s.
Yes, they did. It was Mark Brunell. Mark Brunell threw an 18-yard touchdown pass to Bruner. Hansen kick.
Jason Hansen.
It wasn't Jason
No,
Hansen.
no, I'm sorry. Jason Hansen, Washington State.
It was his brother.
Was Jason Hansen Washington State or Washington?
Jason Hansen was Washington State.
Okay.
His brother was Washington, but I can't
Can he
think
still
of his-
kick?
Which one was the little brother?
I don't know. But what was the I don't know. Do you remember his brother's name? Do you remember his brother kicked?
No.
Really?
I don't remember this at all.
Well, I got Jason. I got all kinds of stuff about Jason Hansen.
It's a different kind of Hansen, brother.
Yeah, well, that's true. He's an easy Google search.
If you keep searching, you get Umbop.
Keep going.
That's as far as I go. And we got Slapshot and we got pop music.
Yep. And then the kickers.
And then the kickers, of course, obviously. Yeah.
I can't remember the other kicker's name, but his brother. I'm pretty sure it was his brother was a kicker at Washington. So anyway, Full circle, my friend.
Full circle
Full
indeed.
circle. We have come
that's-
full circle.
that's
And we
what
have done almost no draft prep.
No.
Love it.
Yeah, it's
A whole new world,
bit
man.
of a relief.
This is what it's like out there. I'm so happy.
Who knew?
Yeah. We welcome Enrico Beard, who has made his way into studio. How are you, sir?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good. Okay. Can't get your mic on. I think we're all good now. What do you got planned coming up next?
A couple things. One, to kind of put what you did, to put the play to rest. Lions fans still upset.
Yeah.
Is this the worst screw job that you've experienced?
In Lions history or in
Yeah.
sports?
Sports. Was there something? Was this it? Was this the pinnacle? Was this the play that you're like, you know what? This was the worst one ever? Or do you have one that can still top that?
I think I got one that would top it because it was in a championship series. You get the phantom foul with was it Kareem?
Yeah, the Lambeer got whistled.
Yeah, and it was complete BS.
Yeah,
Gator, you're on 97.1. Thanks for calling.
Hi, first time caller, long time listener. I'll just hang up and listen to your comments. Thanks, guys.
And with everybody sitting everybody
Yep.
in the NFL, it feels weird. It's almost like college in the bowl games.
Yep.
If you're a Lions fan, who do you want to see in the playoffs first round?
Who do you want to see?
Who do you want to see? Do you want the Rams or do you want the Packers?
Is
Because
it
I think
only- I-
mathematically speaking, it's pretty much down to those two. There's an outside chance you could get Seattle or Minnesota, but
how do they get the Packers?
Packers would be if the Packers win.
Packers win, Rams lose.
And the Rams lose.
Yeah.
And the Rams have said, yeah, we're putting our second string out there.
Oh.
So they're not trying. The Packers are trying.
Packers, I think the Packers, they play the Bears, right?
Yeah.
That should be a real interesting game.
So the Rams don't care if they go to Detroit or Dallas.
Correct.
Is the message they're sending.
Yeah.
Packers are battling to get in.
Right.
Okay.
Packers have to win.
Yeah, the Rams are like, we're going to protect Stafford at all costs.
So if you're a Lions fan, which of the two teams would you rather see at Ford Field?
I
know who you want, Doug.
I know who I don't want.
You want.
And you know why I don't want
Will
them.
Kelly be on the show?
No, I because we've embargoed the name and the topic.
I think I want Stafford.
You've embargoed.
I want the Rams now because I
You want to see Doug Squirm?
I want vintage Doug.
Well,
Doug,
maybe I won't, maybe
Dude,
I
you
won't
won't
care.
be. You won't care,
Maybe
right? You're
I
gonna be
won't
so
care.
happy coming back from Houston, like,
Maybe I
yeah,
won't
whatever, dude. Yeah.
Have a
We're
great
going
show.
streaking.
Have a great show. Stay safe and treat each other with respect.
New Michigan State football coach Jonathan Smith has added another assistant to his staff. Chad Wilt joins the Spartans as co-special teams coordinator and rush ends coach, the school announced today. Wilt was defensive coordinator under Tom Allen at Indiana the past 2 seasons. He was not retained by new Hoosiers coach Curt Cignetti. Wilt also worked with new MSU defensive coordinator Joe Rossi as defensive line coach at Minnesota in 2020 and 21. Wilt is the 9th on-field assistant Smith has hired, meaning there is 1 remaining vacancy on the Spartans coaching staff. More Spartan football news. Michigan State has officially offered Oregon State wideout Silas Bolden. A 5'8", 157-pound slot receiver, Bolden caught 54 passes for 746 yards and 5 touchdowns as a sophomore at Oregon State last year. He also had 4 rushing touchdowns. As a major part of the Beavers' diverse offense under Smith, Bolden also returned kicks and occasionally punts at Oregon State. He averaged 23 yards per kick return and 21 per punt, one going for 65 yards and a touchdown.
Welcome to Corvallis Radio.
Yeah, and the Corvallis football program. He would be the 3rd Beaver to follow Jonathan Smith to East Lansing, joining highly sought-after quarterback Aiden Childs and tight end Jack Velling. Bolden has 2 years of eligibility remaining. And the Red Wings continue their West Coast road trip tonight in L.A., looking to build off their win Tuesday in San Jose. It was Detroit's first victory in regulation since December 12th. The Wings will have a chance to get their second against the Kings tonight, who, despite being firmly in the playoff field, are struggling. L.A. has lost 3 in a row and 7 of 11. It sounds like Alex Lyon will get his 4th straight start in net for Detroit. The Wings have won 2 of 3 since he returned from the IR. Head coach Derek Lalonde says the Wings have a good feeling about Lyon. Wings and Kings skate on 97.1 tonight, coverage starting at 10:15. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. You know what? First of all, shout out. Nice song, Roberto. Yeah, he's back. Came back out the gate with a vengeance. I like that. Little country flair to it. You know what, David? I do want to talk about that play. Let's put that play to bed, and let's try to move on forward and talk about the upcoming opponent. But it does lead me to believe one thing, that I've heard it so much. And maybe I'm in the minority. Maybe I'm the outlier. Do people really believe in sports conspiracies? Do people really believe that a league has it out for your team? 248-539-9797. I'm curious, because I had to hear about that in that play. And they just don't want the Lions to win. Why? You're good for business. Why wouldn't they? Well, they just won the Cowboys. Really? Because the Cowboys haven't won anything in 3 decades. Do you really believe that there is a conspiracy against your teams? Whether it's the Lions, the Pistons, the Tigers, the Wings, Michigan State. Do you really believe in sports conspiracy theories that the league is out to get you? Because I laugh at that. They don't, but I understand. Because you look at the different things, especially in the Lions' history. This man has been a lot of calls. There's been a lot of calls for other teams too. But I guess you don't see that because it's your team. So that's just a question that I want to ask. But the original thing that we were going to start the show off with today, and by the way, happy Thursday to you all out there. With did we have a name for this? Because I see billboards are up across the city. And people are like, somebody spent money to say, no, Taylor Decker actually reported. And is this the most egregious thing that has happened to you as a fan? Is this the worst screw job that a referee has ever done for you as a fan that just broke your heart, that you can't get over, that you can't get past? Or is there another play? Because I can think of many other plays, but I just wonder, is this the play that was the worst play that a referee screwed your team over, that you just felt like, come on, are you serious? You cannot call that. You cannot throw that flag. You cannot blow that whistle. Because in watching that game, it was very confusing. It looked like the Lions were winning, and then all of a sudden they weren't. And then they got to do it again. And then they missed it. And then they got to do it again. But that at this point, the head coach had pretty much, he was so upset. I could think of some other things. Gator brought up one in the crosstalk that I still think tops this one. The Phantom Foul. The Phantom Foul was against Lambeer. That cost you an NBA Finals. That cost you right there. The other one, it happened in Dallas. But it was the Brandon Pettigrew when they picked up the flag. That was a playoff game. This, you still won a division. You're still in. I understand. I get it. You're angry. You're mad. I get that. But is this the thing that you draw that line of delineation and say, this was the worst thing I have ever seen in my life? Because I know a lot of people wanted the referees fired, banished, canceled, as the kids would say. They wanted them done. Is this it? Did we witness it? Because I think there's a couple other things out there. And I want to know, what is your worst screw job by the refs? And also, listening to that opening song, do you believe in sports conspiracy theories that certain teams must always win and certain teams must always lose? And yeah, you got screwed over. And it's because the NFL just doesn't like you, Detroit. 248-539-9797. But to me, looking at it, there were three things, David. The Phantom Foul, that was one. That was a big one because that was Game 7. You don't get any bigger than that.
Yeah, let me give you something on that, because that one was mine, and I was 3 years old when it happened. And here's why people are saying, well, how can that be yours? It's because I was raised in my family that we won 3 straight because of the Phantom Foul.
Oh.
Everyone would tell me.
So you didn't know any different.
I didn't know any different. I would say, oh, man, the bad boy era, as growing up, I'm like, oh, man, I want to get back to that. We were losing in the 90s. I want to get back to the bad boy era. Went in back-to-back, and they would keep correcting me, and the family say, no, we won 3 in a row. We were the 3-peat before the Bulls were the 3-peat. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I learned that as a kid because the Phantom Foul was it for my family.
See, I can see that. If you were a Lions fan, to me, it was Pettigrew. And it was the pass interference that wasn't a pass interference. They picked up the flag. Couldn't believe that. When I saw it, I was like, wow. To me, that's bigger than the failed 2-point conversion because he got tackled. Open field. And the explanation, I don't get it. The other one, this one's a little personal for me, David, because kind of how you grew up thinking that the Pistons won 3, this is one of those sports things you can't ever tell me that I'm wrong on this. 2013, MSU Notre Dame. It wasn't just the referees threw 4 flags on 4th down that kept the drives extended for Notre Dame. and they would score on them. MSU loses. If they don't throw those flags, they win that game. They go undefeated. They're the hottest team at the end of the year. They're playing Florida State in the national title game, and I do think that they beat – I think that was the Jameis Winston team. They beat them. The no-fly zone was in full effect at that point. That's one you can't convince me. But for Lions fans out there, I know the pain should have subsided by now. So to kind of put it to bed, was that the worst call you've ever seen against you? Now that the emotions are gone. Because if I would have asked you this on Sunday, oh, yeah, Monday, if we had to be here, oh, yeah, you were fired up. It's Thursday now. Yeah, you're back in your right mind a little bit. You're angry, but when you compare it to other things that have happened to your team in sports, was this the worst thing or was it something worse than that? I want to hear what you got to say. 248-539-9797. I would ask Kenny, but Kenny is taking phone calls right now. I just want to hear what the Red Wings thing is because I know it's got to be Wings related. Or maybe it's draft related. Maybe it's the Wimbayama not coming to Detroit last year. You had the worst record in the league, and somehow or another, you didn't get Wimbayama. You got Thompson. He's just as good, just spelled differently.
I have the exact same thing for the Wings. They had one of the historically worst seasons that a hockey team could have a few years back, and they ended up in like the worst possible draft position you could have for the lottery. It's like, how does this happen to me? I feel like that was rigged, and I'm still upset about it.
Was that the Bedard?
No, it wasn't Bedard, but Chicago got Bedard after a huge scandal that they had on their team, and that was also awful. They don't deserve Bedard either. But I believe in conspiracy theories.
So do you believe in conspiracy theories?
I'm still with the draft lotteries of both the NBA and the NHL. I'm starting to. I actually think I'm on board now.
Okay, 248-539-9797. The people want to talk. I want to listen. We'll get to your phone calls, and we'll get to all your ticket texts next. 97.1. That's how Lions fans felt Saturday after the game in Dallas. Just when you thought you had won, just when you thought maybe the 2 seed or even the 1 seed would be in your grasp, it was taken away from you. So I've asked a couple of questions. One, do you believe in conspiracy theories, in sports conspiracy theories that a league is rigged against you? The other question, because I think it is time to turn the page. Was this the worst call you've seen against your team? The failed, well, it wasn't even a failed 2-point conversion. The referees screwed up and they got the wrong guy. They said it was Skipper, but instead it wasn't. It was Decker. The play worked. But in the end, you ended up with nothing but an L. Was that the worst play that you've ever seen the referees screw you out of as a sports fan? Or is it something else? As I said, for me, it was the phantom foul against Lambier. And it was also when they picked up, ironically enough, in Dallas, when they picked up the flag against Pettigrew, which makes you wonder, David, if they play a playoff game in Dallas, how are you going to top these 2 plays? Because if you believe in conspiracy theories, you now believe the league will come up with a play that will top these 2. Because I didn't think that Pettigrew pick up the flag play would ever get topped. And it did. This one.
Mine for the Lions, and this might not be the most egregious, but in my mind it was, because I think it was the first one that really shaped my thought process on how I'm viewing this team when I was a kid, was the Calvin Johnson rule. When in that Bears game, that catch that wasn't a catch that should have been a catch, that's still a catch to me, and I don't care what anybody says. The Calvin rule is BS, and that was the first one that kind of just in my brain, that's like the origin story of my Lions fandom is, oh, I guess we just don't get any good calls going our way. All right, terrific. Okay. That was mine. I'm probably wrong about it, but for me, that was the biggest.
248-539-9797. There are other teams that experience things. You have to be older, but David, you benefited from one. You weren't even born yet. But if you're a Raiders fan, you've been screwed out of 2 Super Bowls.
That was the beginning of their era, of their
the
dynasty.
Immaculate Reception, where the referees, for those who don't know, they were playing the Steelers in Pittsburgh. I think it was Tatum knocks the ball away from the receiver. Yeah. The ball goes flying in the air. Franco Harris picks it up allegedly before it hit the ground and runs it in for a touchdown. They didn't have instant replay. The referees huddled up, and the story is they asked security, do we have security to get out this stadium? No, we don't, sir. It's just me. Okay, touchdown Pittsburgh. Let's go Steelers. And then the whole Tuck rule when they, it was Michigan on Michigan crime. He hits Brady. Brady fumbles the ball. You can't tell me Brady didn't fumble. So I say that to say other teams have experienced bad things too. But I know here in Detroit, it seems like we get it a lot. So, that being said, Joe, you're kicking it off. You're on 97.1.
And then the whole Tuck rule.
Joe.
Hello?
Joe, yeah, you got turned on the radio.
All right, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Look, it is a conspiracy. Going back to the Calvin Johnson's catch. And look, after all, the Lions play in a small market compared to the Dallas market. Look, Dallas is the all-American team. Dallas is a team, a U.S. team that everybody loves to hate. So ain't no way.
Right.
Ain't no way it's not a conspiracy.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the phone call, Joe. Joe had problems turning down that radio in the background, so I had to let him go. Joe is saying that it's conspiracy. But here's what I have to say when people say, well, the league loves the Cowboys. The league loves the Cowboys so much. Why has it been 30 years since the Cowboys won a Super Bowl? Cowboys are a joke when it comes to the playoffs. Have you seen how they finished the last 2 years in the playoff? They literally lined up Zeke Elliott at center by himself, along with the San Francisco defensive line, as they pummeled Zeke Elliott on his way to New England because they were like, you got to go. But he's saying Dallas is a bigger market. Detroit is looked at as a smaller market. All right. 248-539-9797. Tanner, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico. Good afternoon.
Hey, man. Good afternoon.
Hey, so I was at the game this past Sunday, so this, just because it's so fresh in my mind, that's the worst one for me. I've never celebrated something so hard in my life to lose. So I've moved past it, but I have never wanted the Lions to be more successful in the playoffs because I need to get back to Dallas and have them beat those guys.
Okay, Tanner.
I need it.
Tanner, I have a question for you because you got a unique perspective. You were there.
Right. Yes.
Were you in the end zone where he caught the 2-point conversion?
I was in the opposite end zone.
Okay. So how long did reality kick in for you to realize it didn't happen? Like, you were celebrating, like, did somebody tap you on the shoulder and say, well, hey, Dad, no. Look up.
It felt like a full minute. Like, it was like, we had a bunch of Lions fans around us. And we were jumping up and down, going crazy. You could see Cowboy fans. It was their nightmare, right? And it felt like a long time. And then you felt, that slow, that kind of a cheer, like, uh-oh. And then that's when you look down and you see the flag and you see Campbell going nuts, you see Skipper going nuts, and that's when you just knew, well, there was something there. But listening to you guys the last few days who haven't been gone, you could not hear them report. There is zero chance.
That was my next question. Did you hear the report?
Yeah. No way. You didn't hear anything. And so when Coach Campbell said that they didn't hear anything on the field, I firmly believe that. You had no idea. Because that was probably the loudest part of the entire game was right, leading up to that play is the biggest play of the game. Everyone's on their feet. You have 95,000 strong cheering, which is why they ran the play, because they thought there was a good chance that they wouldn't hear it and wouldn't have time to react. So super frustrating, but I do really believe that there's a good chance we're going to get back to Dallas, and I can't wait to be there, and hopefully they change that. As for the conspiracy part, I do think, and I grew up in Chicago and grew up a Bulls fan, and the Derrick Rose in the lottery definitely felt like there's some conspiracy there that they wanted the Chicago market back. But I will say that with the Cowboys, I think that they really, really like having the Cowboys fans having legitimate Super Bowl hopes, and those come crashing down every year. I just feel like that's the sweet spot for them. Stephen A. Smith loves it. I think that it's just too perfect that they're a 11 to 12 win team and get in the second round of the playoffs.
So the Cowboys are the NFL pinata, is what you're saying.
Yes, absolutely.
I appreciate the phone call, Tanner. That is an interesting perspective. They're the pinata. They want Dallas there just to knock Dallas down every year. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Let's bring in Tommy. You're on 97.1.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Happy New Year, Rico.
Happy New Year, Tommy.
Mine has to be, I was a 25-year season ticket holder to U of M football, and I was at it was 1990 or 91. Desmond Howard gets tackled in the end zone. Was it Fred Brown from Michigan State? Was that the guy's name?
Eddie Brown.
Eddie Brown, yeah.
Oh, that was number one versus no one. I remember that.
Yeah,
game.
Michigan was ranked number one. They were undefeated, ranked number one, which makes it even that much tougher. And I'll never forget this. I see the picture in the news the next day. You got three officials, one on each side and one in the back of the end zone. All three of them are looking at the play, and not one had the guts to throw a flag. It's almost like, I thought you were going to throw it. No, I thought you were going to throw it. Well, no, I thought none of them threw the damn flag. And it was like, that was the most egregious one I've ever seen in my life. Because I was there. I was at the game.
All right.
That made me sick.
Were you in that end zone? Did you see
I was in the opposite end zone.
Good.
But Mike, the guy that sat behind us, he had binoculars. I knew him. He brought binoculars to every game. He was like, he got tackled. And we're waiting for the flag.
Okay, Tommy.
And there was no flag.
Tommy, I feel your pain. I'd like to think we're friends. I'm about to tell you something that may send you off the deep end. And this is this may reopen that wound, okay? So a few years ago.
I know, he could have caught the ball.
No. A few years ago, so I run into Eddie Brown. And I'm like, Eddie. So what happened on that play?
He did it on purpose.
Oh, yeah. He said, "Oh, absolutely, I tackled him. It was no way
got
Desmond
beat.
was
Yeah,
going to
he got
get that."
beat.
Yeah, he was like, "I tackled him because I figured worst case scenario is they'd have to run the play again." But he's a
they'll run the
Heisman
play
Trophy winner.
again,
Yeah,
and they didn't throw the flag, Rico.
they didn't. And he admitted,
Isn't
"Oh
that
yeah,
amazing?
I tackled him." Appreciate the phone call,
Yeah.
Tommy.
Oh yeah. And the Big Ten, the Big Ten came out on Monday, remember? And they apologized. They said we screwed up, we got it wrong, which pissed off George Pruitt.
How does that help?
Yeah, nothing worse than the Big Ten apology. Nothing worse, or the NFL apology. You know what? I take that back. When the NFL comes out with a video basically doubling down, "Oh no, Detroit, that was on you." Kind of like Dave when we come back, "On you. That was on you, Detroit." 248-539-9797. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Eddie was like, "Yeah, man, I got beat, and there was no way in the world I was going to let him get that win on me, so I actually did tackle him." So, yeah, that did happen. All right, let's go back to the phone lines. Let's bring in DJ. DJ, you're on 97.1.
What up, though?
What up, DJ?
Nothing. I was actually at that game too. I broke my streak of winning on the road. But here's the thing, Rico. Remember when I told you I went to the Chicago game and I left, and then they came back and won and all that kind of jazz?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, my impatient, I couldn't stand there and drink the soup. I was walking to the car with 4 minutes left yet again, and I had to stand by the tents, and actually I'm hearing the crowd going nuts. So I actually ended up watching the rest of that from outside the stadium, and I was in disbelief. But when it happened, I kind of wasn't upset because I instantly thought back to 2014. I thought back to 2014. So in my eyes, I'm with you on this one 1,000%. First for me, it's the Phantom Foul and against Kareem. Mm-hmm. That was like because it still sticks us fans to this day because it helped tarnish Isaiah's legacy, so to speak. Because Zeke had 3 in a row, that puts him in a whole different category. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? That one was way more relevant. That cheating, and then number 2 for me, the stakes wasn't that high, but the perfect game, the Tigers.
Oh.
That was one of the worst. Oh my God, that one killed me because I was watching that game. That one killed me, man. Like that was terrible. And then number 3, I do got Pettigrew because to me, dude, for you to call a obvious pass interference, huddle up, and then say, no, we can't let that happen. That's just how that seemed to me. Like, come on, dog. Like that was terrible. Your second part of your question, do I think conspiracy? Absolutely, I do. I used to didn't because I played mid-level sports. I'm like, nah, man, bull job. It's all about money, Rico. And when you start looking at it, man, it don't add up that LeBron just goes to Cleveland. The Wimbiana thing is the one that really tipped me over. Like, oh, we got the most balls, but yet we throw Popovich a bone right when he about to retire. Absolutely is some thinking. And I just think that one caller, Rico, said it best. I think more so is because Detroit is a small market. People really don't like this city. They want the New Yorks, the LAs, the bigger markets for the money standpoint of it. So I think whenever it's given an opportunity, they kind of stick it to us when they can because they don't want us there anyway, like the Spurs and the Pistons when they was playing the finals. They didn't want to see that. So that's just me.
DJ, appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. Do you believe in sports conspiracy theories? And was Saturday's two-point conversion, non-2-point conversion, the biggest screw job you've seen from your sports team by an official? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and your ticket text next. 97.1. right, we'll get to the ticket text. We haven't been hitting that hard. I got a couple personal ones. Freddie, Pizza Man. Paul Ettinger hitting the field goal.
That created the Millen era.
That was the beginning of the Matt Millen era. Yeah. Just meaningless field goal. It goes through the uprights.
What seemed meaningless had a meaning towards the end.
It had a meaning.
Wow, that's a good one right there.
Not Lions related, but my boy Phil said the Saints, the pass interference with the Rams. Yeah, and the Saints got that was almost Lion. Could you imagine if that was like the Rams and the Lions and that play happened? Oh, David, we would have phone lines for years. Yeah. Give me a couple ticket texts. We'll get back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797. We're talking about, one, do you believe in sports conspiracy theories against the Detroit teams? And two, was the call in Dallas the worst screw job you've seen by the referees to one of your team? Go ahead, David.
Someone says the Louisville-Michigan Natty game. Burke blocked Siva, but it's called a foul, cost us a natty. Chris in Heartland. That's also a phantom foul in my mind because he was clearly not fouled.
You know what, Chris? If this makes you feel good, I wanted it to be a foul, but when I went back and saw it,
it's not a foul, Rico.
Not a foul. It wasn't a foul. David, you know how hard it is for me to say that?
I know.
Okay?
I'm sorry. I'll stop yelling.
I'm agreeing with you.
It
wasn't a foul, but they called it. I tried to defend it, but deep down, I was like, that's not a foul.
Yeah, and I know it didn't matter in the end. Well, for that game, it mattered. But when the Pistons drafted him in the second round, Siva.
Oh, he was never going to make it in this city.
I never wanted him to make it. I was like, dude, get him out of here.
I guess the good news is it's not a ton of Wolverine basketball fans.
Correct.
But, yeah, he was never going to be embraced in this city ever because they would always remember, oh, you were the guy that got lucky. Go ahead.
Regarding conspiracy theory, someone says, yes, I'll go to my grave believing that the NBA wanted Patrick Ewing in New York. That is Mark from D.C.
The infamous cold card. Now, here's where the conspiracy theory, the NBA really makes it, they almost validate it because when you have to change the system, because back then it was just a bunch of cards were thrown in there. Every team had a shot at number one, but for some reason or another, yeah, Ewing comes out, New York market, yeah, because I think the Pacers were actually the worst team, and he should have been an Indiana Pacer. So they changed up how it went, and yeah, the LeBron thing. That was hard to explain, how the kid from Akron, Ohio, got to go and stay at home and basically turn Cleveland into something. One more, and then we'll get back to your phone calls.
Oh, man. He says, mine would be the Red Wings 09 final against Pittsburgh where the refs didn't call the too many men on the ice for over a minute, had to get the crybaby his cup.
Kenneth?
Yeah, that was a really good one. I didn't even think of that one. That was fantastic. And I agree with that. They did want to give Sid a cup.
Okay. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ned, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico.
Hey, Ned.
Yeah. Conspiracy theories are real. I don't know if it's necessarily conspiracy theory, but, I mean, there's just too much stuff that happens that you can, it's hard to not say, something's going on. Like the Rangers getting the number one overall pick a couple years ago. That was crazy. I still don't know the guy dropping the ball on the floor, and then who knows what's going on with those things. But, as far as the Lions are concerned with this topic, I don't think that I'm over it. If this was a Patricia regime Lions team, maybe I would stew on it a little bit more. But I'm already on to Minnesota. But I think the most egregious was the Galarraga no-hitter. That just altered history in terms of historical moments. I mean, a perfect game is unreal, and to have it not called by a really, really bad miss, you know what I mean? That missed call.
You know what, Ned? You know what I've never understood is why baseball has not come back and just reversed it and said, we screwed this up. That's now going to be acknowledged as a perfect game. It's very easy to do. I've never understood why baseball just won't go and do the right thing.
They should, and especially with I think it wasn't long after that, maybe a year or two after that, they started implementing the replay anyway. And I know that I forget if it was Cornell or one of the universities over there on the East Coast did a pretty lengthy appeal with the MLB about it, and they denied it, saying that it wouldn't like they'd have to go back and alter too much, but.
I'm with the baby in your arms, man. That's it's full of what's ever in that diaper right now.
Yeah.
Appreciate the phone call, man. 248-539-9797. Even that baby wasn't having it. I've never understood why baseball, when the umpire comes out and says, I blew it. And I applaud the ump. Because he could have went full what the NFL did for the Lions and came out and doubled down and said, no, we're sticking with the call. Umpire said, man, I screwed this thing up. I'm so sorry for what I did to this kid. All baseball has to do, to this day, we're going to reverse that. It was our fault. Don't even get me started on the baseball people, because they really believe that they are so high and mighty, and that's why you're a failing sport.
Right. If they could prevent people from going to the Hall of Fame for steroids, and they could change record books, right?
Yeah.
It's just one game.
It's one game that the umpire said, guys, I made a big mistake. I don't see how this affects history. Okay, you now add a new name to a perfect game list. Wow. Okay. And?
Everyone knows he should have been there anyway.
Is that so hard? 248-539-9797. Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Hi, Rico.
Hey, man.
I'm still real bitter over this game, but that playoff game in Dallas, the picked up flag.
Oh, Pettigrew.
And the thing that really rattles me to this day, Des Bryant was running around without his helmet on, which was an automatic penalty.
You're right.
But the two things beyond that was Gene Steratore. And now to see Gene Steratore, I believe it's Fox, he's their official that they go to on plays like that. And he was the guy that was on the field that day that did that. And then on top of it, the NFL ended up apologizing to the Lions for a mishold on Sue later on in that same game.
Yeah.
Playoff game, Gene Steratore, an apology for the wrong thing. That I don't know how anybody can't that. And I was at the Galarraga game, so I've seen my share. But that one,
that was the one.
Again, and it's seeing Gene Steratore now as this official that we're so glad we have Gene in the booth and blah blah blah.
No, Kevin, I get it. Appreciate the call. It's like I'm sure a lot of Lions fans hated seeing Matt Millen in the booth afterwards and hearing his opinion. And every time he would say something, you're like, yeah, but you also orchestrated an 0-16 team. So shut the hell up, Matt. It does ring hollow when those types of people they're rewarded. It's like everybody got when this refereeing crew got the Baltimore-Pittsburgh game. But I still say that's not a promotion. I don't think that the Baltimore doesn't care about the game. David, that's the equivalent of a G League game. I mean, that's like a step above Arena League.
Because what's going to happen now is my team, who can still make the playoffs with the win, and we need other things, but now we'll get screwed.
David, if you get screwed, it's because you just screwed yourself. Baltimore where's the game at?
It is in Baltimore.
They're staying at home. They're not even showing up. When a team is telling you, we're not playing all these people, it's your game. Just go out there, run your offense, put that Hall of Fame quarterback you got out there.
No, they'll just screw us out of the game like they did the Jesse James versus the Patriots game. We could have been the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Instead, Number 2 seed, we end up losing.
Wow. 248-539-9797. We will get to your phone calls. We will get to your ticket text, and we will mix in some college football as well. 97.1. Got your college football playoff championship happening this Monday. Washington Huskies versus David's Wolverines. If you want a detailed breakdown, talk to a Husky guy who follows them, covers them out in Seattle on the 5-Star Zone. Check that out. Also got the Michigan side with Howard Griffith. We did 2 today. Kenny, David, what you got for me?
So I'm not exactly a fan of the way this playoff has shaken out. So I decided,
because you don't want it anymore.
That is correct. So we're looking ahead to next year. We're looking at the contenders for next season. I found a list on
Season's not over with, Kenny.
Yeah, to me, my
and you
season's
know what?
over.
You got 2 future Big Ten teams. The Big Ten they'll own the national champion next year. And there'll be a rematch as well.
This is my blitz. This is not your blitz. If you have one, then you can do it yourself.
Okay.
So we're looking ahead to next year at the contenders. Bleacher Report came out with a list of the 7 contenders. I'm going to add a few myself. Let's begin with the 2 currently in the national title game right now, Michigan and UW. What do you suppose their chances are of coming back and being in the same game again? I'll have David in this one, too, because I'd like to hear
is this like a 1 to 10 type of thing? Or
Sure, it can be a 1 to 10.
I would say for Michigan, man, everything is so up in the air. It really boils down to if JJ comes back, not even Harbaugh, because I think you'll be fine under Sharon Moore if you do the right thing and hire that man. He could lead you for a long time. He's young. I mean, I hate to say it, but yeah, that's a guy I wouldn't want to see you hire as a coach. JJ comes back, you have a shot at this because the Big Ten, it's wide open. You know who the best quarterback in the Big Ten will be next year?
It would be JJ.
No,
if he
it
comes
wouldn't.
Back.
No. Dylan Gabriel.
Nah, I'm not putting him there
for
yet.
Oregon. JJ really doesn't throw the ball, David.
But you're coming back. You're defending champ. If he comes back,
He
he's up
comes
there.
back. He's
up
defending
there.
champ. He has a
Yeah.
ring, but he still doesn't throw the ball. It's like a running back who doesn't run. You're not really a running
Donovan
back.
Edwards.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
No, you're right though. With
That
Michigan,
was the wrong one.
So many question marks with Michigan. So I can't say right now if they can come back and compete next year. With Washington, who's quarterbacking? Who's the quarterback?
They went out and got the Mississippi State quarterback. He's transferring in. Kenny, I would say I don't think neither one of these teams gets back next year.
I'm with you there. Let's go to one that's always a perennial favorite, whether they deserve it or not. Alabama, always a favorite. They're bringing back Jalen Milroe. Whether he's going to be any good is also up in the air. They probably will have a better center, though.
Yeah, you have to because their center transferred to Lowe's. So he'll be greeting you at the door. You know what? I'm starting to think that Bama may be going the way of Clemson, where they're not the same as they once were. They'll be a 9-10 win team, but no, I think the luster is gone from Bama.
No, I think they'll win their side of the SEC and then beat Georgia again in the SEC title game and make the college football playoffs.
Don't like that. Feel like you were just trying to be mean to me. Next one on the list, Missouri. They're bringing back quarterback Brady Cook following a breakout season and improved defensively. Their team will be next year. What do you think about Missouri?
David, cut his microphone off.
They returning a really good
No,
quarterback.
because I'm about to say something he's not going to like. So cut off Kenny's
I think
mic.
I know what you're about to say.
Yeah. I think Missouri can make it. I think Missouri may be representing the SEC next year.
Yeah, that's ridiculous opinion. Let's go.
You asking me?
You're right, but this is my blitz, damn it. I got to take control back. So the next one on the list, Ohio State, a bunch of players coming back in the defensive end to return. Are they coming out of the Big Ten alive?
No, I don't think so. I think that Ryan Day is broken. I didn't believe this, and finally this year, I am believing it, that Ryan Day is it's not happening. You don't have the quarterback. You have pieces around there, but unless they go and get somebody, maybe Caden Salters from Liberty, pretty much the only quarterback that's worth anything that's still out in the portal. I don't like what they have. And no, right now you don't have enough to beat Michigan. If you can't beat Michigan, you're not getting to the title game.
Yeah, I thought Cam Ward would be a perfect fit for them, but the minute he declared, I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. Who's playing quarterback for Ohio State? Because Brown is not the answer there.
Right, I said Liberty's quarterback may be the guy. That's about it.
Next one here, Ole Miss. They have a top-ranked transfer class, defense, big transfer haul. Quarterback Jackson Dart will return as well.
No. Ole Miss is entertaining. Ole Miss is fun, but Ole Miss will always be Ole Miss and just find ways to lose some games. Yeah, they're probably going to be another 9-win team next year, but they're entertaining. They score a lot of points. They got a fun coach who says and does stupid stuff. But no, if anybody's going to win the SEC, it's Missouri.
Well, how big of a loss will Judkins be? Because he just entered the transfer portal. So because of that, question mark there, I can't say they'll be there. Sorry.
Come on, Kenny. Let's just go ahead and I feel like Dan Campbell. Just say it, Kenny. Let's just get it out the way.
We'll get there. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's a grand finale type of a deal because I believe that's happening. Next one is Oklahoma defensively took a gigantic step forward with head coach Dan Lanning. Do they make it any further?
Oklahoma or Oregon?
I'm sorry, Oregon. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm like, wait, did Lanning leave?
No,
Okay,
no,
Oregon.
no.
Okay. You know what? Yes. The Big Ten is going divisionless. Oregon bringing in, they brought in a couple quarterbacks. Like I said, they brought in Dylan Gabriel. They also brought in Dante Moore. Yeah, I could see Oregon being one of the top teams in the Big Ten. Lanning plays a Big Ten style. Yes, I think Oregon can make it.
David?
Yeah, I want to talk about Oregon because I'm just looking at their schedule, and yes, they'll be there.
You still got flashbacks of Dennis Dixon and the sledgehammer at the Block M?
They got Ohio State at home, Michigan State at home. Yes, they're at Michigan. That's later in the year. And they still host Washington at home. Yes, with the divisionless Big Ten, they'll be there.
And, of course, let's not forget, America's back-to-back champion Georgia Bulldogs.
No love for my Spartans?
I mean, all right,
Okay.
Rico, Spartans. Thank you. Carson Beck's coming back. They got Trevor Etienne transferring from Florida. Number 2 recruiting class in this year. Number 1 upcoming in 2024. Rico, David, Georgia.
Kenny, let me ask the question. Is Missouri in the same division as Georgia?
Yes, they are. I'm looking at it right now. Yes, they are.
That game is going to decide it. I like
no.
I like Georgia. Georgia showed me never doubt them again. What they did, what Kirby Smart did in rallying those players, he is the ultimate in making people believe that it's us versus the world. They're always going to bring in talent. Unfortunately, as I told you, they picked a bad day to have a bad day. They should have been in the playoffs. They should have had a chance to go 3-time champion, but it was difficult to do. It hasn't been since Minnesota in the 1930s, and there's a reason why. But, yeah, I think they could start the streak over again and hit the reset button. So, yeah, if your conference didn't have divisions, that would be the best conference title game in Atlanta.
And that kind of brings me to the next question I wanted to ask about this is the expanded playoff. You're going to have room for Georgia still in there, amongst other teams that are on this list, your Missouris, your Ole Misses, your whoever. How big of a factor does that play, or do the top 4 teams just stay the top 4 teams and that's the way it should have always been?
No, I like the expanded playoffs because what it's going to do is going to show you it's going to come down to coaches. Who could come up with the game plan? Like when you have a month off to prepare for the bowl game, you saw what Mentor, you saw what Moore could do. Now, the bigger question, what do you do with 6 days of preparation? Plus, it's Dylan Johnson. How do you handle injuries? If one of your star players goes down, do you have the depth to insert new running back, or do you got to shoot this guy up in his ankle and get him out there on the field? I like it. And the home games, we've had 2 years of great semifinal games. Guys, hear me out. There will be some bad games in the playoffs, just like you saw the Georgia-Florida State game. I think that's going to be an outlier because you're going to see a lot of home games. Let's just say that 4 games. Like for the first 4 games at home, 3 of them are probably going to be pretty good. You're probably going to have one, whoever the group of 5 game is, you're going to blow that team out. I don't know why we have to invite them to the table.
I'm less worried about that, though, because it seems like every year, even with the 14 playoff, there's always at least 1 or 2 stinker of games in there. That always happens.
And we've had 2 good semifinal games. We didn't have a good final game last year. I mean, my God. Yeah, you're ordering chicken wings in the third quarter.
Okay, so one last one real quick. This is for Mike. Texas, plenty of experience returning. Defensively, they're capable of taking a step forward as well. And they're in the SEC now. That'll test them.
No, if Texas was still in the Big 12, I would say absolutely yes. Texas is about to become the SEC version of Penn State. where great name, but you're going to find out the neighborhood got a lot tougher.
They'll be in a bowl game every single year. They'll have winning seasons. They just won't win everything.
Right. But when they go up against Georgia and they go up against the big boys, it won't happen. Now, you got Quinn Ewers coming back. You have a lot of pieces in place. I just don't believe in Stark. I don't believe in Texas. Texas is not back.
And that is your college football blitz.
Rico is asking you today whether you believe in sports conspiracy theories. Sounds like Matt Stafford does. He had the same reaction to the conclusion of the Lions game at Dallas last weekend as most Lions fans. That according to his wife Kelly, who said on her podcast that the former Detroit quarterback couldn't believe the Lions' 2-point play was called back incorrectly. Speaking of the Lions, should they be worried about Jared Goff in the playoffs? Pressure always ratchets up in the postseason, figuratively and literally, and Goff has not held up well against the collapsing pocket this season. His QBR under pressure is 8.8, 26th in the league, a whopping 68.5 points below his QBR in a clean pocket. That's the biggest drop-off in the league and far worse than the average 42-point decrease seen among NFL passers in those situations. And according to Next Gen Stats, Goff has the second worst completion percentage over expected under pressure. Plus, he's thrown 8 picks on only 135 passes against pressure this season. That 6% interception rate is more than twice the league average for pressured quarterbacks. And the Red Wings continue their West Coast trip tonight in LA, looking to build off their win Tuesday in San Jose. You can hear it right here on 97.1. Coverage starts at 10:15. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, David, does that count as a conspiracy theory of Chase Young going to the 49ers?
No, I don't think so. I don't.
I just want to know. We're talking, do you believe in sports conspiracy theories? Talking with Beanie during our update guy during the break, as he's saying Rasheed Wallace believes that the NBA had a conspiracy theory against the Pistons in 2005. I would say for that, if they did, Rasheed, you were a part of it because apparently you were the only one in the building that did not know that Robert Horry was going to shoot the ball, and you left him wide open. So if there is, you were a part of it. Also, Lions fans, was this the biggest screw job you've ever faced? The referees took the 2 points off the board in Dallas. You lose the game. And, yeah, it still stings. It still hurts. Was this the worst screw job you've gotten from an official? Oh, by the way, the NFL came out, doubled down, and said, it's your fault. Taylor Decker should have come up to us and said, clearly, I am going into the game, sir, so that you know it is me and not Skipper. 248-539-9797. I do think that there's others that are worse than that call. The Phantom Foul against Lambeer, the Pistons, Game 7 against the Lakers. Also, picking up the flag against Brandon Pettigrew in the Dallas playoff game. Pettigrew got tackled. It was a flag, and then all of a sudden they decided it wasn't a flag. It was one of those times where I've never seen a play get argued, and a referee says, you know what, coach, you're right. I'm picking up the flag. David, I've never seen that. You see coaches lose it, and they sit there and they yell at the refs, and they say this and they say that, and the call stands. He won. Oh, you know what? Great point. We're going to pick that flag up. As Roberto would say.
Let's also not forget what Des Bryant did on that play.
Yeah, he took his helmet off.
Took his helmet off, ran on the field. You shouldn't be on that field. That should be another flag.
Should be a flag.
So play over, right?
Yeah, and also we had some talk about Galarraga and the perfect game, and I've still baseball could fix that. Just give the man his flowers now. He's never going to the Hall of Fame. You've made him famous because of this. We probably wouldn't even remember him that much, except for the fact that he got screwed. 248-539-9797. David, what you got?
This one, maybe Kenny can agree. I don't know. I don't remember this one. When Shea Weber bashed Zetterberg's head against the glass.
Yeah, go ahead and play that Roberto drop again if you don't mind, Rico. Exactly. No punishment. I agree completely.
I love this. What about the conspiracy of Stockton being chosen over Zeke for the Olympics? I will truly believe there was a conspiracy to keep Zeke out.
I don't think it's a conspiracy when they pretty much acknowledge he's not going. That wasn't a conspiracy. That was Michael Jordan saying, okay, David Stern, you have two choices. Choice A, I'll play on this team. Or choice B, you put Isaiah on this team and I'm not playing. And at the time, Jordan was bigger than Isaiah. His stock was skyrocketing.
Everyone remembers that video of a few years back when Zeke and Magic Johnson got back together. That's why they were crying and apologizing to each other, because that relationship was shattered after that because Magic was on Jordan's side.
Shocking.
He said, no, whatever, take Zeke off the team.
Shocking. Magic went for the glory instead of just standing up.
You mean he doesn't show up to Michigan State games at Breslin, random Iowa game?
Don't get me started on that, David. It amazes me how people worship that man, and he shows up when he wants to show. Like Steve Smith puts his money where his mouth is. He shows up. He does things. Draymond, as bad of a villain he is, puts his money where his mouth. Magic has a statue. I'll leave it at that. You're not getting me to go down that road. 248-539-9797. One more ticket text before we go to the phone lines.
Someone simply says, TJ Duckett and the clock.
Oh. It's criminal. I shouldn't be laughing at your pain, but I am.
When you listen to the call, though, you can't help but laugh, right? Oh. I'm a Michigan fan. I didn't like it, but the call of it is pretty funny for the Michigan side.
Oh, you hate to see it, David. You just hate to see it.
Oh. No punishment.
Oh, he's winking at me. Did you see him? They stopped the clock.
Jim, they stopped the clock.
Do you know what Radio Golden would be if the national title game ended like that and we get Doug and Jansen?
No, it would not. No.
Doug and Jansen to do something so similar. John, can you believe that? Oh, boy.
See, that was not funny. Now you're saying do this on Monday. That's not funny.
All right. I'm having way too much fun. 248-539-9797. Leonard, you're on 97.1.
Man, what's up, fellas? Y'all cracks me up. Y'all know that.
I'm glad you enjoy it, because every now and then I think I'm just having radio for me. Go ahead, man.
Man, you for sure, man. You know what? I got two forgotten calls by the Lions, and one was good justice by the Green Bay Packers with Dallas, all right? We're going to go with Dallas first. You remember 2014 when Dez Bryant caught the football? Ball never did touch ground, but he bobbled it into the end zone and still caught it, and they called it no touchdown.
Yeah, it
was immediately after to pick up the flag after that game.
It was karma. It was karma.
Yes, it was. So let's say what history will prevail itself and say what will happen this Sunday with Dallas and Washington. Wouldn't that be great? I would definitely just laugh at that one.
It would, but I think you want to play Dallas in the playoffs in the second round instead of going to Philadelphia in January.
Oh, I want Dallas. You know what? I want Dallas the first round. I want revenge because that was egregious. I couldn't get. It couldn't be no call no worse than that.
Yeah, but I don't think you can get Dallas in the first round. But I get what you're saying. Go ahead.
And then I have another one for you, okay? I forgot what year. I think it was 2015 when Detroit Lions played Seattle Seahawks, all right? Did nobody know this rule but the referee? When Calvin Johnson fumbled the ball into the end zone, then one of the players bat the ball out the end zone. If the call was called correctly, Detroit Lions should have got the ball back on the 1 yard line, which would left the Lions to win that game.
Did he catch the ball? Or was it? Wait.
He caught the ball. Mm-hmm. Calvin Johnson caught the ball. He tried to stretch the ball over the pylon, fumbled it into the end zone. See how on defensive, I think it was the linebacker of Seahawks batted it out the end zone, which would have gave Detroit Lions the ball back.
Yeah, but okay, but here's the thing: you do realize you benefited from that call in that Dallas game, right?
Right. Then I have one more for you. Y'all can let me go. All right. All right, now we can go to the, I think it was the second or third game of 2017 or 16 when Detroit Lions played Atlanta Seahawks. All right. Golden Tate caught the ball, stretched across the pylon, got the touchdown, ruled it overturned.
Oh, the Falcons, yeah.
10-second runoff.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that. There was a lot of Lions fans very upset about that.
And I did what your coworker did with the chair. I had a bottle of beer in my hand, and I kicked the bar stool across the hall. I kicked it literally out the room across the hall with beer flying right behind it. I was so pissed.
Appreciate the call. 248-539-9797. Sports conspiracy theories against Detroit. Do you believe in them? And was the call on Saturday the worst you have ever seen the referees give a Detroit team? Your phone calls, your ticket text next. 97.1. Talking sports take two. Talking sports conspiracy theories and also Lions fans. Was this the biggest screw job you've ever had done to you by the referees? Plain and simple. Let's go to the phone lines. My man Jeff has been patiently waiting. Jeff, you're on 97.
Hi, how you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Hey, being on the phone for a while, most of my takes have been, repeated, but biggest, I'll acknowledge the Lakers because the finality of it. I mean, it was there. The championship was in hand, literally, pulled out. I mean, the two Dallas ones, what do they have in common? They were both, the right call was made, there was a huddle, then a reversal of a right call to a wrong call. So that's what got me so salty about that. But I want to get into something, and maybe even Kenny can chime in. It's about the Pistons and the Red Wings just getting hosed draft after draft recently. And I don't know enough about the NHL draft, but what are the chances a team that makes the playoff gets the number one pick? The NBA, you can slip some back if you could go back from 1 to 3 or 4 or something like that, but I don't know enough about the NHL draft to figure out how a team that made the playoffs ends up with the number one pick. So I'd ask for Kenny's on that, but just the picks, because why not just go back to the NFL is the best draft. So you get it according to record, end of discussion. One of these games with balls and whatever.
Because here's what happened, especially in the NBA, it was the Spurs who just flat out said, we're not going to try. This is where the commissioner steps in and says, okay, if you do that, then I'm going to put you at the end of the line. But I've often said, for like the Pistons last year, the top 2 or 3 teams, if your record is that bad over everybody else, the worst you get is third, but I'm going to try to keep it in the order that it went. And the Pistons and Houston, I believe, should have gotten 1 and 2, and neither one did. That's what made it so bad. And, oh, by the way, when it comes down to the draft picks, that's where the conspiracy really kicks in, because the team that deserves it rarely gets the player. They do. I mean, LeBron in Cleveland, Kyrie in Cleveland. After LeBron leaves, Kyrie goes there. It's just like, this goes even further back. Charlotte Hornets got introduced to the league. They end up with Larry Johnson and Alonzo Mourning in back-to-back drafts. Ewing to the Knicks. Like, it always seems they find a way to get certain players to certain markets. It seems that way. And Kenny, I'll have to look at you. Does it work that way for hockey?
It has. I mean, Chicago is one of hockey's biggest markets. They're an Original Six team. And, of course, they get this megastar the second they start to suck. I mean.
So why didn't Detroit get him? Original Six team, mega market for the league.
I don't know, because first of all, if you go back to like the mid-early 2000s, everybody always says Bettman has something against Detroit. I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, even when we sucked and were the worst of the worst, we looked like the San Jose Sharks. Any hockey fan that is out there knows what I'm talking about. We were just dreadful before the pandemic, and we couldn't get close. And it was just infuriating as a Wings fan.
248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts. We'll get back to the phone lines.
Aaron Rodgers' phantom face mask leading to the Hail Mary to beat the Lions. Someone saying November 8th, 1997, Mizzou versus Nebraska. That was an illegal catch. Mizzou won the game.
Was that the 5th down?
I believe so. Yes, it was.
Yeah, where the referees lost track of the downs. And they got Kenny, they played 5 downs. It was like, wait, what just happened here? How did you get to 5? Like, was it a first down that I missed? No replay, but yeah, 5 downs.
Yeah, win the game on 5 downs. Someone says Brandon Inge was hit by the pitch in game 163. Nick in a brown truck.
Nick, great call, great text. I remember they said it hit his jersey. It did not hit him. And then it was the whole, well, is the jersey a part of him? Well, no, it hit the jersey, so therefore it grazed him. It's like, guys, that means he got hit by the ball.
Right. The jersey wouldn't be hit. It wouldn't be there if it wasn't on him. Right. It's a part of him.
Right. If you knock off my cap, that's a part of me. Like, Yeah. Wow. That I remember. I was watching that game over Rieger's apartment back in the day before he was married. Yeah, I remember that. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Worthy, you're on 97.1.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Mine, yes, I do believe in sports conspiracies. Okay. The evidence is all around. Okay. But the worst decision, play against Detroit was Gagaraga's perfect game. He got it. You're right. The league could change it, so the question is, why don't they change it? Now, they set a precedent in the George Brett Tyne-Par incident. George Brett hit a home run. Billy Martin complained, too much pine tar in the bat. The umpires called George Brett out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the league overturned that umpire decision, gave George Brett the home run, and that's history. So the league can change it. So the question is, why won't they change it? And my guess, I mean, whatever, is Gagara's a foreign player. Has any other foreign player pitched a perfect game? I don't know that.
You know what, Worthy? I don't know about that, and I appreciate the phone call. I would say this. I wonder if the Tigers really pressed this, that they could get it done. I don't think that the Tigers, if the Tigers show that they care, then maybe this gets done. But if the Tigers don't care, then why should the league care? I've often said the same, like, oh, well, what about, Lou Whitaker making it into the Hall of Fame? For the years, the Tigers never acknowledged him. So if the Tigers ain't acknowledging him, why should baseball acknowledge him? You don't need baseball to do this. If you're the Tigers, you come out and say, I don't care what baseball says. It was a perfect game. Put something up at Comerica Park to acknowledge that. It's what you can do. But if you're waiting on, unless you're going to go and have the Ilitch family go knock down at the door of baseball headquarters and say, make this happen, it's never going to happen. It should happen, but it's never going to happen. Let's go back to the phone lines. Drew, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
Hey, it's Seattle. To me, it's Seattle and Detroit when they with the batted out the ball, the batted out the end zone. I think it's that one because I feel like had we advanced that year in the playoffs, I think we would have played. Can't remember who was next we would have played, but it would have been an easy road, man. I'm sorry I ain't got my facts all together, but I know for sure that was one of the biggest screw jobs in history. We had prime Calvin. We had an okay offensive line at that point. We had some other weapons, and then we had an actually good defense that year too. So we could have made some noise that year, and that was one of Stafford's prime years. So that kind of screwed us, I feel like.
I appreciate the call. I may be in the minority. That one I can't give you. That's a dumb rule. It's a dumb rule, and I think the NFL is actually thinking about changing that rule. Lions fans, you almost benefited from that rule in this game. CeeDee Lamb fumbles it into the end zone. No touchdown, no Dallas ball at the 1. You got the ball as a touchback. That's one of the dumbest rules in sports. I hope that rule gets changed because if anything, just give the team the ball at the 1. And if that happens, then the Lions get the ball at the 1. But, yeah, shout out to the Seahawk player who realized if I knock it out the end zone, it's going to be our ball. Because I remember we were all like, well, why did you do that? Well, I read the rule books, and you didn't, so I'm smarter than you all. 248-539-9797. Let's get Dave. You're on 97.1.
Afternoon, fellas.
Hey, man.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a diehard Lions fan, Michigan fan, but do you really consider it conspiracy theory, or do we just focus on our own team so it just seems like it happens to us all the time? I mean, if I paid attention to Kansas City, hey, maybe they're getting screwed over too. I don't know.
Well, that's called Taylor Swift, and that's something totally different. But, Dave, yes, I understand. That's why I said for Lions fans who get bent out of shape, take a look at Oakland Raider history. A lot of things happen to the Raiders that you don't pay attention to, but yeah, they got held out of 2 Super Bowls off of 2 calls in the playoffs that, yeah, the tuck rule and the immaculate reception kept in
Right.
from Super Bowls. So it's not just, but yeah, fans only care about your team, Dave. That's why I ask, do you believe in this or do you just think, you know what happens, happens?
I don't really believe in it per se, but I think it happens to everybody. And granted, we have our fair share of bad luck, but it does happen.
Yeah. Appreciate the call. 248-539-9797. I got a question for you guys. I want to know, as we turn the page and we start focusing on the upcoming week, Lions are in the playoffs. We're not talking drafts. To paraphrase Jim Mora Jr., playoffs? Yeah, we're talking playoffs. I got a question for you, Lions fans, in the 4 o'clock hour. A little college football, and we got Derek Stevens and your phone calls and ticket text. If you want to talk about the conspiracy theory and the worst screw jobs, that's all on the table. 97.1. All right, guys, you told yourself this was the year. I'm going to take better care of myself. I'm going to hit the gym. Well, Planet Fitness heard what you had to say, and they are offering you the deal of a lifetime. Very simple. Get your big fitness energy on. Planet Fitness, you walk into any Planet Fitness and you say, I want a membership to the judgment-free zone. I want to be able to work out on your cardio equipment, your free weights, your rowing machines, everything that they have to offer. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes with the 30-minute circuit. And all memberships include a fitness training. You walk in there with 24 cents, less than a quarter, and you can get started. 24 cents is all it takes. And then after that, it's $10 a month, no commitment needed. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. You said that you were going to do this. Planet Fitness is waiting for you to keep you to your promise so that next year at this time, you'll be a different person. Now through January 12th, 24 cents down, $10 a month. Go to any Planet Fitness or go to planetfitness.com. We got the national championship game coming up. David, maybe a very happy man on Tuesday. I think Kenny's opted out for the college football altogether. So, yeah, for me, I'm hoping my godson can do it for me. Let's hit it, fellas.
So unlike the guy to my left, or I'm sorry, to my right, I guess I can't tell directions today, I'm happy about the college football playoff, everything about it. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to go over some winners and losers from the New Year's 6 bowls. So let's start with the winner. And I know I'm going to mess his name up, so I'm not even going to try it. Nico Yalamalava, whatever his name is.
Tennessee quarterback.
The Tennessee quarterback. The winner is his hype train is already starting in Knoxville.
I mean, the Tennessee QB position is so funny because, my goodness, it's like winning the prom king or the homecoming queen at your school. It's strictly based off of popularity. I mean, I know the Lions drafted Hendon Hooker, but we haven't even seen what he could do. And yet people still remember he was a Tennessee quarterback, and I remember him going down the field and beating Bama. He beat Bama. He must be good. Joe Milton, yeah, you'll see him at the XFL team near you or whatever the new league is called.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was told that he was going to be the next Cam Newton, Patrick Mahomes. How'd that work out? Here, let me help you. Yeah, this is the next on the hype train, and I got a feeling it'll finish the same way.
Yeah, the Tennessee quarterback went 12 for 19, 151, a touchdown, and 3 rushing scores. Okay.
I mean, Tennessee's cute, but Tennessee can't win. They're a team that's limited when it comes to the SEC. They sell out their place. It looks fun. I mean, it's a bucket list play. I would love to go to a Tennessee game.
Yeah.
But, man, that team hasn't been good since T. Martin.
Yeah,
and just to put in perspective, that was the year after Peyton Manning, retired now doing shows and commercials with his brother. Yeah.
Yeah, Kenny, you should be very scared of Nico Alamalama Ding Dong.
Learn Tennessee. The man's name.
I will. The first loser, hopes for a group of 5 New Year's 6 upset. And the hopes were Liberty. Thought were they were going to beat Oregon. Yep,
I did.
That didn't happen.
I did. And I'm not ashamed to say that cost me a lot of money. I thought Oregon, like Georgia, was not going to show up. For teams like Georgia, and Kenny, I see you looking at me without even me looking over. It's beneath them. This game, we don't belong here. So normally when it's a game like that, they go for the trip, they go for the swag bag, and they just kind of stand on the sideline not to get hurt. Bo Nix decided, like George, I'm going out with a bang, and wow, man, Liberty never saw it coming.
Yeah, let's get to the other side. So the winner is Bo Nix in the way he put an exclamation point on his career. He went 363 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, completed 80% of his passes. Victory 45-6.
Now, what you'll get is a lot of people saying this is why the players should play in the bowl games. And I will still say I present to you Jake Butt, who killed his NFL career. We would be still talking about Jake Butt right now.
Correct.
He would be in that group of tight ends that would still be doing something. I don't know. He got drafted by Denver. Blew out his knee. He even said, I'd do it again. Well, you would make the same mistake twice is what you would do. It means you didn't learn from your history, Jake, because you shouldn't have, knowing what you know now. But yes, next year, Bo Nix will be the poster child for everybody saying, oh, you can't opt out of games. Look at Bo Nix. He helped his draft stock. Look at what he did. I wouldn't have played, but I'm sure he had a great insurance policy taken out on him just in case.
The next loser on the list would be Wisconsin. Had a chance to end a disappointing season with a bowl victory, and they blew it, losing 35-31 to LSU. But it's not just that. They gave up 21 points in the final 2 quarters. They were up 28-14 in the third quarter.
I know, and I was hoping for 28 points. because I needed LSU in the points. Like Wisconsin, why are you caring right now? Luke Fickell. I don't know what to make of this Wisconsin team. I think they're good. I've been told they're good, but they haven't done anything that's really worthwhile. The Big Ten is going to be fun next year when you strip away the divisions. And because I think a lot of teams in the Big Ten West coasted. And I think they padded their records because they played each other and they were bottom feeders. Because if you would have put Maryland over there, if you would have put MSU over there, if you would have put bad teams from the Big Ten East and the West, you would have 7, 8, 9-win teams. So, yeah, Wisconsin, yeah, they could be a loser. I really don't respect them.
Yeah, just for context so people know if you didn't watch the bowl game, no, they did not go against Jaden Daniels. The LSU quarterback was Garrett Nussmeier, and they still
by the
blew
way,
that.
LSU that then turned around and fired their entire defensive staff.
Yeah, House is gone.
Because everybody on the defensive staff.
Oh, they're all gone.
They're all gone because they let Wisconsin score that many points on them. That was the final straw. They were all, by the way, here's a first-class ticket to wherever you want to go, just not back to Baton Rouge.
Next loser on the list would be Alabama losing, which ended the SEC's title game appearance streak.
You know, on the pod, I was trying to figure out when was the last time the SEC was not in a title game, and I could not think about it. It just shows me they don't want it anymore, David. They've gotten soft. They've gotten fat and sassy, as Tom Izzo would say. The SEC should be ashamed of themselves, and honestly, they should just opt out of football. Right, Kenny? Lord knows Georgia couldn't get it done. I mean, my God. Yeah, Alabama. Let me say this correctly. Michigan, you beat the gold standard team. Saying that, I don't know what that Bama team was. David, if I put a Golden Gopher helmet and uniform on that team and told you that was Minnesota, would you have believed me?
Probably.
If I didn't tell you that was Alabama and said, that's Minnesota, you'd have been like, oh, okay.
And not being able to throw the ball.
Not being able to hike the ball.
Yeah.
For Bama, because you're the gold standard, I expect you to constantly be able to replace players. But, yeah, no SEC team. It's going to make it fun. But the good thing for Michigan, if you win, you can validate it by saying you knocked out the SEC. I guess technically Washington can say the same thing since they knocked out Texas. So you beat an SEC team along the way.
And then I'll close it out with this one. Not much to be said, but the last winner is Washington's offensive core returning to then make the title game.
Yeah. David, I'm going to make that co-winners because Michigan did the same thing.
And they were losing the last couple of years in the playoffs and finally won a game to make it.
You know, JJ standing there watching everybody celebrate. Both teams said, we're going to bet on ourselves. Let's all come back. Washington, I mean, Penix could have won in last year's draft. I told you, I wanted the Lions to draft him last year. I thought maybe he could be that low first-round pick. He decided to come back. Rome Odunze, all the receivers, yeah. It should be an entertaining game. I'm hoping for a lot of scoring in that game. I don't want to see a defensive struggle. I want to see scoring. I want to see points. Entertain me.
And that is your winners and losers from the college football playoffs, 97-1.
All right, we do this every week. We travel out to the desert to talk to our main man, owner of the D Casino and Circa Casino, Derek Stevens, joining us here on 97.1. Derek, Happy New Year to you, my friend.
Happy New Year, Rico. How you guys doing?
Man, we're doing great. We are, well, kind of. Lions fans still a little upset over what happened in Dallas, but I think they're going to get over it because they still got a home playoff game for the first time in almost 30 years.
Yeah, long time since that victory over Dallas, but I think maybe this with the way it played out, once we get over it, there's an element where I think the whole country feels the Lions got screwed on this deal. It might not be the worst thing in the long run here. I know we might have lost out on a potential seeding issue, but overall, I think Lions are still all right.
Yeah, it is funny because I think by losing, they actually won because they gained support nationwide because it's not just a Detroit thing anymore. Everybody was like, well, wait, why didn't that count for Detroit? Why are you doing that to the Lions? So I agree with you, Derek. Now,
Rico, we have a guy, a vice president of operations, Mike Palm. He does this VSiN show with Brent Musburger every week. He's been railing on Brad Allen now for 3 years. So it was just fitting that this is how it all played out. It's been unbelievable.
Yeah, and I think I saw a stat. I think the Lions are now 0-7 in games that Allen has been the head referee. So he normally doesn't mean great things for the Lions when you see that he's the head referee. Derek,
that's right.
Derek, we got the games coming up for Week 18. And it's funny because it feels like the bowl situation in college football where you don't know who's playing. Everybody is opting out. At least the NFL, they have to tell you days ahead of time. But what's it been like for you guys just coming up with the different lines with everybody sitting out, all your star players? Everybody's going to be on the sideline this weekend.
Yeah, what it does is it creates a situation where you have a lower volume of bets. When you have this much uncertainty, it's kind of tough for people to pull their wallets out and support a team, and that's kind of what I think I would say we're seeing so far for this week. Combination of who's playing, how long will starters play, if they play at all, and then you throw in a couple games with some weather conditions. This has not been a robust start of the betting week here going into Week 18.
Derek, what's been the most heaviest game that's been bet so far?
Well, right now with the game that we've seen the most line fluctuation is this Jags-Titans game. We opened it at 4.5 and 40. Immediately it goes up to 5.5, and then just overnight we're down to 3.5. So everybody's actually making their wagers, really just speculating on where Trevor Lawrence's health situation is at this point.
Talking with Derek Stevens. Derek, with the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl and all of that, the Lions are in the playoffs. What are the odds, especially for Detroit, for the NFC Championship and winning the Super Bowl?
Well, a couple things that I wanted to mention as far as the playoffs go. There's a couple of situations here for the house that I wanted to throw out there. Number one, at Circa Sports, so our sports brand, we're really long to the Ravens. I could tell you that we do not want the Ravens to win the AFC. We do not want the Ravens to win the Super Bowl, and that's going to be hard to change because that Ravens money came in all season long. When we look at very specifically the Detroit Lions right now, last week we had them at 14-1. They're up to 17.5-1 right now to win the Super Bowl. Lions winning is actually a pretty good outcome for the house right now. To win the NFC, Lions are plus 775. That would be a good outcome as well. We're not in a good situation in the NFC versus the 49ers because 49ers look so dominant early. We took a lot of money there. So from a house side and the NFC, we don't want the Niners, and from a house side, we don't want the Ravens.
So you don't want a rematch from Christmas night. That would just break you in the Super Bowl.
That's exactly the game we don't want to see on the second weekend of February. You're correct.
All right, and on Monday, Derek, you got the Michigan Wolverines in the national title game. What kind of action are you seeing for this national title game?
Oh, it's been good. You know, I didn't get to see our guys post the number. I made a quick trip out to the Rose Bowl. Was at the game.
Yeah, I saw your social media. Yeah, it must be nice.
Loved it. I mean, when you're out in Vegas, it's a quick little trip. We made a way out there. It was a great game, great weather. Michigan initially got posted. Now you had to wait, obviously, you know, until the later game happened. But Michigan initially got posted at 3.5 and 56. He immediately got bet up to a 5. So it was all Michigan money early, and it was at that point where we started to see a little bit of buyback. It came all the way back down to 3.5, and now we're at a 4. And it's been kind of settled in on this 4. It looks like that's kind of looks like where it's going to settle at. The total, although it went down initially, is now up to 56.5. So I could see 4 and 57 is how it's going to look like on Monday night.
All right, talking with Derek Stevens, and owner of the D Casino and Circa Casino in Las Vegas. Make sure you check it out when you're in Las Vegas. Derek, this is your last week for the Circa Millions and the Circa Survivor. How is that looking?
Well, I'll start with the Circa Millions, and you remember last year we had handful of guys from Michigan that won the thing. This year it's going to come down. It's going to come down right to the last week again. The record this year of the individual in first place, it's a rather stunning record. The name of the team name is called Saint 31. They are 59-25-1 this year. That's first place, and then you got a handful of people in second and 3 tied for third, all with records like that. So if you're a football fan and a betting fan, you know, watching the plays of these handicappers has really been something. It's all listed on the Circa Sports website if you ever want to follow or tail some of these guys. But 59-25-1, winner wins $1 million. On Circa Survivor, this is the largest legal football contest in history, $9.267 million, and we are down to 4 remaining Circa Survivors. So it could go to one winner. It could go to 2, 3, or 4. If it goes to more than 1, then they chop the $9.267 million. So they all have a big game coming up here on Saturday or Sunday.
Now, do you make them sit in a room and watch it together?
Well, it's funny. You know what happens, Rico? They all been coming out to Vegas now the last couple of weeks. They more or less have been coming out here since Christmas because they're all locked and loaded. They're all making their hedge plays. So you know these guys all have cash on their credit lines, and they're all betting a couple $100,000 a game because they're trying to hedge their position in case they get knocked out. So they're all going to be sitting with us all day Sunday. We've got a few different media companies coming in. We're filming a documentary about it. We got Jeremy Schaff from ESPN's doing a different documentary. We got Yahoo Sports. So we got a lot of stuff going on watching these guys. I'm telling you what, with $9 million on the line, just watching these guys sweat these games is amazing.
Yeah, you know what? If Stoney can win something out of the Circa Millions, I got to join this thing next year. I do. If Stoney can do it, anybody can do it. Derek, appreciate the phone call, my friend. We will talk to you next week as we get ready for the NFL playoffs.
All right. Love it. Thanks a lot, Rico. Happy New Year. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Happy New Year to you. That's Derek Stevens, owner of the D Casino and Circa Casino out in Las Vegas. Hey, go check him out, especially Circa. Wow. Great place to watch any game. They got the TV selection is great, and if you want to go outside at the pool, even better. Lions fans, I got a question for you. I'm going to give that to you next. 97.1.
Rasheed Wallace has answered your question, Rico. He definitely believes in sports conspiracy theories. Rasheed says former NBA Commissioner David Stern rigged the 2005 finals against the Pistons.
Did he pay off Rasheed? Because Rasheed was the one who didn't guard Robert Horry.
Damn, Rico's got receipts. On his podcast, Sheed and Tyler, the former Detroit power forward, said Stern held a grudge against the Pistons for upsetting the Hall of Fame-laden Lakers in 2004, and he was hell-bent on ensuring the Spurs, who were rife with international players, won the O'Brien Trophy in 2005.
Here's the thing. Hey, Rasheed, you wouldn't have got to Game 7 if you would have done your job and guard Robert Horry. It's not that hard.
Speaking of the Pistons, they announced Thursday they've hired a new assistant coach. Brian Adams comes to Detroit with 12-plus years of coaching experience, both in college and pro, including 3 years as an assistant with the 76ers, most recently in Taiwan. Adams likely won't find it hard to believe this isn't heaven. The Pistons are 3-31 after their 154-148 loss at Utah last night. Bojan Bogdanovic and Cade Cunningham cut like a knife, scoring 36 and 31 points respectively.
I see what you're doing. Okay.
But ultimately, Detroit couldn't stop this thing the Jazz started as their big three combined for 92 points. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, before I get to the Lions question, I really can't believe Rasheed Wallace had the nerve. We've been talking about conspiracy theories today. Do you believe in them? That, Rasheed, does not count as a conspiracy theory that Stern wanted the Spurs to win because in Game 7 he called them his United Nation. You wouldn't have got to Game 7 if all you had to do, David, everybody in the arena knew where the ball was going. Robert Horry had to hit a three. He had to. Let him drive the lane. No. Rasheed checks off his man, leaves him open, and then says, that is not conspiracy theory. Not buying it.
No, This makes me feel better. It is a conspiracy theory. David Stern wanted the Spurs to win. I'm not going to the other thing.
No, if it's a conspiracy theory, then Rasheed was in on it.
I don't want to talk about that because that upsets me. This doesn't.
David, everybody in the arena knew where the ball was going. It was like everybody's pointing. Why is Robert Horry wide open?
It's like the coyote getting the arrows pointed in this direction.
Yes. It's, you know what? Full circle. In 93, everybody at the Silverdome pointing at Sterling Sharp. He's running down the field. There's nobody on him. They're good. Oh, my God. There it is. Touchdown. Packers. Lions done. That was the last time you had a home playoff game. I was there. And, yes, everybody was pointing for that. Good segue, though. Lions fans, here's your question. Everybody's sitting out. You heard me talk to Derek Stevens. They don't know in Vegas who's playing, who's not. But I will ask you this. You get a home playoff game. Who do you want to see? Who do you want to play in that first game? You haven't had this game in 30 years. And now looks like it's about a 90% chance it's going to either be the Rams or the Packers. You're going to play one of those two teams. Which of those two teams would you like to see your Detroit Lions play in 2 weeks in the wild card weekend right here at Ford Field? The LA Rams, you all know the story with that. That's Matthew Stafford coming home, the prodigal son, the guy who left, went out to the Rams, won the Super Bowl, and he's got his ring, and now he's coming back to knock your Lions out of the playoffs. Or the resurgent Green Bay Packers, who came here on Thanksgiving and beat you and extended your Thanksgiving Day losing streak. Which of those two teams would you like to see the Lions play? 248-539-9797. For me, I think you want to see the Packers. I think you want to see the Packers because I think you could beat the Packers. But the team that I think the Lions should have is the Rams. Why? You'll be more focused. You'll be focused because you don't want Matthew Stafford coming in here and beating you. The Lions will be on their P's and Q's, and they will be dialed in. See, I don't think that they respect Green Bay the way that I respect Green Bay. They still see Green Bay as cute. Jordan Love is cute. Yeah, you beat us on Thanksgiving, but you couldn't do that again. You don't want to see a divisional opponent. It was the reason why I was so worried about Minnesota until Minnesota fell off a cliff. And now, yeah, because you would have had to play them maybe 3 times in 4 weeks. But it looks like you may get the Packers for the 3rd time in the rubber match game. When you play a divisional opponent like this, they know each other. You got tape on each other. It's difficult to go. But if you're a Lions fan, I think you want to see the Rams because the Rams will make this team dialed in. The Rams you'll be focused. You will not want Stafford to celebrate. You will. I don't think that you want to see the Packers. That's the one that could be difficult if you had to play them. You play the Rams, you beat the Rams. You play the Packers, and we got to wait and see who's going to be playing in that game and who's not. That's a different Packer team from the team where you went early in the season into Green Bay. You've seen what the Packers can do when they walked in here on Thanksgiving Day. I don't think you want to see the Packers again. Not that you're afraid of them, but I think the Rams means a laser focus for this team because you have something to galvanize against. And that would be number 9, Matthew Stafford. You don't want him to come back here. You don't want him to do what Joey Harrington did on a Thanksgiving Day with the Miami Dolphins and just tap dance all over you. You don't want him coming back to Ford Field and ending your dream season. You're going to do whatever it takes to stop that from happening. You don't want to hear Kelly Stafford on her podcast saying, well, it was great to be in Detroit and we beat the Lions and now we moved on to something. You don't want any of that. And honestly, I don't think the Rams want to play you. The Rams are sitting everybody. They are conceding a loss because they would rather go to Dallas than to come here and play in Detroit. They're telling Green Bay, go beat the Bears and you can go play the Lions. We don't want to play. If you're Detroit, you want to play the Rams. 248-539-9797. If you're a Lions fan, playoffs are happening in 2 weeks. Chances are you're going to get one of two teams. Which team would you prefer to see your Lions go up against on Wild Card Weekend, the Rams or the Packers? For me, you want the Rams. And come on, you want to beat Stafford. Deep down, you want to beat Stafford. You want to beat Stafford because he went out and got a ring. He abandoned you. He left you. And he gave you Jared Goff. And for some people, that ain't good enough. There's a whole lot of people who are not big Goff fans. You feel like the Rams won the trade. If you beat the Rams, you somehow get a jab in and say, okay, you may have got a Super Bowl, but we knocked you out the playoffs, and we're moving on. 248-539-9797. David, if you have to pick between the two, who would you like to see the Lions play?
Football-wise, I don't think they have a problem with either team.
They don't.
I don't think so.
You're happy. We're talking playoffs.
Yeah.
We're not talking
correct.
drafts. We're not talking tank the game for a pick. We're saying go out there and win. Go ahead.
Correct. So here's the thing, and I'm selfish for this, and the reason why I'm saying the Rams. It is because one, Doug Karsh. Love the guy. I respect the guy. He does a great job. But he is refusing to talk about Matthew Stafford. He doesn't want the storyline to overshadow the Lions' first playoff game at Ford Field. And I get it. But I want for him to have to talk Matthew Stafford. So I want the Rams. Let's go, Rams. Face the Rams. Win that game, LA. Win that game.
So the embargo gets lifted?
Yes, that's what I want. I want to force that to happen.
How do you have an embargo? Don't get me started on that.
I love the guy. He does a great job. But because of that reason, I just
It
have
makes
to
him
choose.
feel
I'm
uncomfortable.
selfish, man.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough reason. 248-539-9797. Detroit, I am asking you. Chances are you're going to get the Rams or you're going to get the Packers. Yes, there is an outside shot you could get Seattle. There's an even worse shot that you could get the Vikings again. But probably a 90% chance it's going to either be the Rams or the Packers. Which would you prefer here at Ford Field for the first time in a long time in a playoff game? Because I say you want the Rams. But I'll hear what you have to say next. 97.1. Talking Lions, wildcard weekend opponent. Going through the different scenarios, looks like you're probably going to get the Rams. There's a possibility that you could also get the Packers because the Rams, if the Packers win going up against the Bears and the Rams lose, I think you get the Packers. And the Rams aren't trying. They're sitting a lot of people. which is shocking because the Niners are sitting people. So I thought maybe the Rams would want to take that easy victory. They don't. They're willing to concede and say, no, you take it. So if you're a Lions fan, who do you want to see run out that tunnel to play your Detroit Lions wild card weekend? First time in 30 years at Ford Field. Kenny down there, hair slicked back in a tuxedo in the suite. Who do you want to play? Because I think you want to see the Rams. Because I think the Rams, this team will be laser focused if it's the Rams. You're going to want to beat Stafford. You're going to have that common enemy of he left here, he won a Super Bowl and left you with Goff. You want to show that, you know what, you thought you won the trade, but we got something out of this too. And if you're Jared Goff, what better way to shut up your critics than to beat the guy, the coach, and Sean McVay, who gave up on you. He wanted you out of town. He demoted you before he traded you. He basically said, we want to get rid of you so bad, we'll take Goff and we'll give you some extra picks. Give us Stafford. If you're Goff, there's all the motivation that you need, is seeing that blue and yellow Ram helmet and going out there and winning. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. Dave, you're on 97.1.
What are you doing?
Hey, man.
Good. Yeah, I think I'd rather play the Rams too, but I don't know. I don't think the Bears are going to lose that game against Green Bay. That's my personal opinion. They've been playing pretty good, and I think it's going to be to go into Green Bay and knock them out of the playoffs. I think it's going to happen.
You know what? I think, Dave, it's going to be one of the more entertaining games, just like the Buffalo Dolphins game, because there's so much on the line. But Green Bay losing to Detroit, Aaron Rodgers leaving town, I think this is Love's chance to put a stamp on this team and say it's all mine, and you play a divisional opponent in the Bears. And come on, man, you can't ever put too much faith in the Chicago Bears. That's when you get let down. They're a good team. I like Fields, but that's still the Bears.
Well, he is playing better, so I really hope it's a good game.
Yeah, I'm with you. 248-539-9797. Who do you want? Rams or Packers? Who do you want? Because if Matthew Stafford comes in here and beats you, I don't know if the city can handle it. But if you beat Stafford, you better go ahead and just get ready to give Jared Goff his flowers, because he knocked off. It feels like the Lions they didn't win the deal, because you got to win a Super Bowl in order to break even. But it feels like you didn't get fleeced. 248-539-9797. Al, you're on 97.1.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Good, Al. How are you?
I would rather have the Green Bay Packers come in instead of the Rams.
Why is that?
Because Matthew Stafford would come back here. It would tear the city apart. Can you imagine that? The guy that at one time people were saying he wears his hat backwards. Yeah. Oh my God. Huh?
Yeah.
And he knows the field. He knows the field.
But Al,
he played here.
But you don't think that the team would just want to be able to say, you know what? For the first time, the defense, there's no red shirt on Stafford. We can hit him. We can knock him out if we can. Yeah,
true. Very true. But the thing about the Green Bay Packers, and you know this, that's the black and blue division.
Yeah.
Look what they did to us Thanksgiving.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying, wouldn't you
I
rather
paid $200 for a ticket Thanksgiving to come in there? I went online to Ticketmaster today, $185 for standing room only for the Vikings game.
Really? Wow. Oh, they're going to drop the banner. That's why. That's why. Yeah.
Yeah,
now,
well, what's in your wallet? Nothing in mine.
Appreciate the call. Who would you rather see, Rams or the Packers? Rams, it's Matthew Stafford. Al brought up a good point, David. You know what? Let me talk to the Lions fan of the show. Kenny?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be down there feeling good, hair slicked back in a tuxedo. Would losing to the Rams tear the city apart?
The short answer is yes. But
now, I don't think you're going to lose to the Rams, but Al brought up a point. Man.
That would take the soul from Lions fans, but this year is the year that everybody's been saying things like, this is not SOL. This team feels different. Everybody says that. Would beating Stafford in Ford Field, something that Stafford was not able to do, is win a home playoff game in Ford Field. I think that puts the final dagger in this SOL thing everybody's talking about.
I think it ranks right up there, even though it's in the playoffs when Schwartz came here and you wanted to beat him and you didn't.
Right. So, yes, losing would probably tear the city apart. It would take the soul from Lions fans. But winning is the final dagger, I think, in SOL.
I don't think it's the final dagger.
I think it is.
No. The final dagger is hoisting the Lombardi trophy.
Okay, yeah, that is the final dagger.
This is chopping off another limb.
You've wounded the animal.
Of SOL.
You've wounded the animal in a critical way.
You have. Stafford and for Goff to come back and beat the team that threw him away, beat the guy they traded you for, the guy that people still kind of compare you to and compare your seasons and, oh, look at this, and Stafford did this. And because I always laugh. All the caveats that Jared Goff has to do in order for him to get re-signed, I don't recall these hurdles ever being placed for Matthew Stafford. It was, he's our guy. But Goff needs to do this. Goff needs to throw for these many touchdowns. Goff needs to do that. He needs to win this game. He needs to be more mobile. He needs to be able to throw the ball away. He needs to do this. He needs to do a whole bunch of stuff. Stafford didn't have that.
Whether it's Goff or whether it's the Lions beating Stafford, I think that's like team of destiny type stuff. Then you can begin to say, wow, this team could go somewhere.
All right. 248-539-9797. Oh, let's go to this man who has the greatest name in the world. Rico, you're on 97.1.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I think we're kind of looking at it wrong. Because if we look at the two teams, for example, the Rams, they have Stafford. They have Nakua. They have Higbee. They have Cooper Kupp. They have an upcoming running back. And that defense, all I got to say is Aaron Donald. Now, the Packers, A.J. Donald's hurt, broken thumb. Watson got a hamstring. Their tight end is hurt. All they really have is Jones coming back and Reed. I mean, if CJ can't stop Reed, I mean, what are we looking at?
Actually, yeah. Hey, Rick, you're making a great case. But I just wonder, because it's a divisional opponent, they know what you're going to do. You know what they're going to do. So that's more of a chess match.
They're not 100%. I mean, we should have the upper edge for that. Last time they played us, all they were missing was, I believe, Jones.
Yeah.
Reed killed us. Watson killed us. Watson's hamstring. I mean, I think it's the easy way out for us. I don't want the Rams to come here and then, something bad happens. I don't want to have a whole year thinking about that.
So what if the Packers come here and something bad happens?
No. See, what I think Rico was saying, I don't know how to put this because I do think this team is good. But what he was saying is, if they lose, you'd rather lose to Green Bay than lose to the Rams. Because if you lose to the Rams, you lost twice. Actually, you lost 3 times. You lost to the Rams. Stafford ended your dream season, and he still has a Super Bowl ring. I think that's why he wanted Green Bay.
Well, then I guess it would be a 4th loss because then you have the Stafford lovers would win. They would say, see?
No. But it would drive – Goff would get driven out of town. Seriously, he would show up to his house and there'd be a padlock and a sheriff's notice saying you're evicted. Get your bleep together. We're giving you 30 days. You can go. 248-539-9797. Rams or Packers? Lions fans, which one do you want to see in the first round of the playoffs? Because it looks like you may get one of those two. Now, yes, there's an outside chance, I think, for the Seattle Seahawks, maybe an outside chance for the Saints. but 9 out of 10 times, it's going to be one of these two teams. Which one would you like to see? We'll get to your phone calls. We're going to get to your ticket texts as well. 97.1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be a Chevy dealer. Heck, Andrew, now is the time to go see Andrew. He is floating on cloud 9 because his Michigan Wolverines are in the national title game. Andrew may hook you up with something because he is just in that great of spirits. Now is the great time. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save your money. Get into Hamilton right now to take advantage of the great inventory of the 2024 Chevrolets ready for immediate delivery. Stop in, pick out yours. The selection is best right now. Hamilton Chevrolet wants to thank Ron Marks. You know why? He listened to me. He took advantage of last month's Rico deal, and Ron drove off in a great deal on a Blazer. You know what I say. The best deals I found at 14 Mile and Mile. Ron Marks knew. You now know as well. You walk into Hamilton Chevrolet at 14 Mile and Mile, you tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads. So we talked earlier in the show, do you believe in the conspiracy theory that the leagues hate Detroit? And after what you saw with the 2-point conversion taken off the board, was that the worst screw job you've seen from a referee? You can hit that Odyssey rewind if you missed that segment. But right now, we're also talking about who do you want to see in the Lions wild card weekend home playoff game. Kenny will be down there. Do you want to see the Rams? Do you want to see the Packers? It was funny because the last caller, he brought up something in a roundabout way. He made it seem, now I'm paraphrasing, but he made it seem like it would be easier if they lost to the Packers because it's the black and blue division rather than if you lost to the Rams. That would tear this city apart. I guess I look at it as a positive. You get a chance to exercise the demons of Matthew Stafford. You get to show, if you're Jared Goff, you play the Packers, all right, they beat you. Thanksgiving Day, they embarrassed you. Let's just call it what it is. They embarrassed you. You should have won that game. That was one of the BOGO games that I was giving away on that pregame show. Shocked when you lost. I thought you were going to end the streak. You didn't. America saw it because you were the only game in town. But if you're Jared Goff, you want to play the Rams. You need to play the Rams. You want to exercise. Forget about the Matthew Stafford. I'm looking at this from the Jared Goff perspective. They threw you away. You were so bad, they benched you. Sean McVay not only benched you, he then threw in extra draft picks. Please haul this couch away from my stadium. He's free, and let me put a stack of $100 bills on top of it to sweeten the deal. He basically treated Jared Goff like a car that you want stolen. Let's leave the keys in there and let's fill up the tank and leave it running with a sign saying, please take me. If you're Jared Goff, you want the Rams. I think if you're the Lions, you want the Rams. 248-539-9797. Tony, you're on 97.
I want the Rams. I want to see Walmart Taylor Swift up in the booth crying when they lose.
Oh, okay. Okay. It took a second for me, Tony, to get that. All right.
You want to hear my conspiracy?
Yeah, go for it.
2001, Michigan State, Sparty Bob operating the time clock. Last second.
Yeah.
Smoker
to duck it.
Smoker to duck it. Smoker spikes the ball with no time left on the clock, except Sparty Bob gave him an extra second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one.
I was screaming. I was screaming at the TV, screaming at it.
Yeah. Thanks for that call, Tony. Yeah, I know a lot of Michigan fans. That's one that still upsets you to this day. Was it 1 second left or not? I said it was. Here's the thing. The Big Ten actually came out and said it was like 0.2 seconds left, so therefore there was still a second left. So it was one kind of like what the NFL did with the Lions. They doubled down and said, no, we were right. Big Ten came out on Monday and said they were right. Now, they did also change the rules and says that the home team cannot keep track of the clock, which kind of admits to you, yeah, maybe it was something else going on there. 248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts because I haven't done a good job with that.
Oh, someone says, for God's sakes, for the sake of Goff's revenge, give us the Rams, they say.
One more time.
Yeah, I'm trying not to cough here. Sorry. Bobby Lane and Stafford, both from Highland Park, Texas. I thought Stafford would break the curse, but beating him in Ford Field is what will break the curse, so I want the Rams.
Okay.
I'd rather play the Packers going against Kump and Nakua. With our secondary, I don't want none of that smoke. That is Jeremy at home.
But see, if you play the Rams, it's almost like two victories. Because not only did you beat the Rams, you beat Stafford. And and then you move on, and hopefully it's the Cowboys, and you're ready to slay another dragon. You want to win. You do. You'll take a win over the Packers. But you beat the Rams. You know what it is, David? It's how you feel. You could have played Texas, beat them. That'd have been good. You could have played Washington in the first round, beat them. It's good. But you know who you beat? You beat Bama. It meant more.
You took down the SEC. Yeah, it means something.
Not only did you beat Bama, you beat the SEC. It was like 2 victories. That's what beating the Rams would be. 2 victories. You took down the Rams. You took down Stafford. One more, we get back to the phone calls.
I want the Packers. The Rams are a far better team than the Packers. If the Lions play the Rams, it's one and done for the Lions. Tom in Rochester.
So Ron, you say Ron? Tom is looking at it practically, saying, you know what? Green Bay is the lesser team. You want that. It's just funny because the Rams seem like they're going out of their way just to get that 7 seed. They're not trying to play the Lions. They're not trying to come to Ford Field. And maybe they're like Doug and they just want this embargoed and they don't want, what my man call her, dime store Taylor Swift.
Yes, exactly.
They don't want her up in the suite. But yeah, the fact that the 49ers are saying, we're not playing anybody. It's like the Ravens with the Steelers. Guys, we're not playing anybody. Just go out there and win this game. We don't want anybody hurt. We want no parts of this. We're already in Cabo for the next couple of weeks as we get ready for the divisional round. But then the Rams said, nah, can we join you? Is it a 2-for-1? Packers already beat you this year. It's a divisional opponent. And I don't know if this team will be as focused to beat the Packers as they would be as focused to beat the Rams. Let's go back to the phone lines. Let's see who's been holding on the longest. That would be Bobby. You're on 97.1.
What's up, Rico? What's up, fellas?
What's happening, Bobby?
Give me the Rams all day long, all day. Like you said earlier, this is vindication for Jared Goff, right? He's always getting compared to, the ex-girlfriend, Matt Stafford, right? The new girlfriend's always trying to live up to what the ex-girlfriend used to do, right? So give me the Rams all day. Another thing with the Packers, it's going back to December of last year. It's tough to beat a team 3 out of 4 games. It's tough, right? Especially a division opponent. They know you. They know your scheme. They know what you're going to do. You're too familiar. Give me the Rams all day. The Lions are a better team than both of them. I don't care who they're playing. Give me the Rams all day and vindicate the Stafford, lovers or whatever you want to call those Detroit Rams people. And
I forgot about the Detroit Rams. Yeah. No, Bobby,
yeah.
I'm with you. I do.
Give me the Rams.
I think it's a 2-for-1. If you beat the Rams, you exercise demons, and you also knock out Matthew Stafford, I think you will see the best game that Jared Goff has ever played in a Lions uniform. He may not be able to replicate that in the next week, but I think for 1 week, we're going to open up the phone lines, and you're going to have people, if people saying, re-sign this man right here, right now. That's what I believe. 248-539-9797. Dave, we got time for one more? All right, let's get one more in. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Hey, brother. Rico, you tell me if I'm crazy. I just seen a guy throw 400 yards on the Lions and have 4 interceptions. But they trying to tell me that the Lions going to beat the Rams or Green Bay. The Lions' defensive backfield, Rico, is trash. Hudson had the game of his life, and that guy still had 400. And they still got that. They got lit up this week with that one receiver for Dallas.
You talking about Dak Prescott and CD Lamb?
Right.
Okay.
Love or Stafford are going to light the Lions up, and I don't care. Hudson's going to have 4 sacks. They're going to be in a world of trouble. They play any one of those teams. And for people to call in here talking about the Lions better than Green Bay, I don't see it that way. Because right now, I see the best thing happened to the Lions, Rico, to have that controversy so they can't talk about Goff throwing those picks or their defensive backfield getting lit up. Rico, if they play Green Bay, they are losing. So they could come on, they could call us, they could call into your station and tell you that the Lions are better than Green Bay. They are not. And it's going to be proven when they lose to them in the playoffs. So
Brian, who do you want, Green Bay or Rams?
I'd rather be the Rams because I just don't think they could beat Green Bay. I just don't see it, Rico. And I just see how they go. Okay, Rico, you pretty smart in football. How are the Lions go solve that defensive backfield problem that they have? How they gonna solve that between now and the playoffs with two good quarterbacks coming? Love is a good quarterback.
Love is a good quarterback, Brian. I appreciate the phone call, but Love is still young. Love still makes not rookie mistakes, but just young quarterback mistakes where he forces the ball into some places. He overthrows. He misses receivers. Now, he does have some with Jaden Reed. That's Reed. He's going to get a second deal. And it's not because he went to MSU. He's just out in Green Bay getting it done. I see your phone calls. I see your ticket texts. You know what? We're going to take those all next. 97.1. Before we get back to your phone calls, and we're talking to the Lions fans who you want to see. You want to see the Rams, you want to see the Packers in 2 weeks in the wild card weekend, because it looks like it's going to probably come down to one of those two teams. And it kind of looks like the Rams are doing everything they can not to come to Ford Field. So who would you rather see the Lions play? Before we get back to the phone lines and get back to your ticket text, did you guys see that the Pro Bowl rosters came out?
Yes.
Was there anything that shocked or surprised you?
Not really.
There was one for the Lions.
Who?
But I'm glad that the league recognized what we all saw. And that was Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta deserved to be on that team. But, sometimes when it comes to sports, when you're a rookie, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. You almost got to do it again before they believe you're really good, unless you're like that number one pick that got overhyped. But to be the tight end on the Detroit Lions and get selected for the Pro Bowl, I like that.
Is that a surprise? I don't think that's a surprise.
Kenny, it's a surprise because the league acknowledged it. We see it here. You got to remember, not everybody sees things the way we see it in Detroit. That when you hear of tight ends outside Detroit, you still think, Kelsey, Kittle. Laporta has now jumped into the conversation. That tells me nationally they see what we see.
If you just take away the names and faces, though, and you just sort by statistics, you can be like this guy, and this guy. And Laporta's probably one of those guys.
Well, then would you be surprised that St. Brown wasn't on there?
And I was about to
looking
say,
at stats then.
If you're looking at and St. Brown shows me, I remember having this conversation in the preseason, like, oh, he's a top 5 receiver. Like, guys, people don't see him that way outside Detroit. People see Sam Laporta as one of the best tight ends. Now, Amon-Ra, maybe that was the best thing that happened because he says he's ticked off and he's going to want to take it out on the field and show that they screwed up and they didn't put him on the Pro Bowl team, which really doesn't mean anything because they don't even play in the Pro Bowl game. And I think the Lions had 5 people who made the team. I don't know. What does that mean? You get to play in the flag football game?
Yes, exactly. That's what it is.
Congratulations.
And you get to be involved in the games around it,
here's
competitions.
Dirty little secret. Detroit Lions fans, you don't want any of your players in the Pro Bowl because that means they're headed to the Super Bowl. Okay?
You're right. You don't want any of the alternates
trust
to
me,
play.
People are like, oh, my God, your privileged team sent like half their team to the Pro Bowl. I'm like, and here's the good. Hopefully none of them play, and all the Lions alternates can go play in that game. That none of them go to the Pro Bowl to play whatever they do at the Pro Bowl. But no, I like the fact that Laporta got recognized nationally. You got something here. You stumbled upon. That's a building block. He's going to get that second deal. Now, like I said, the Gibbs is going to be somebody that we're going to have this conversation in about 3-4 years. What do you do with Gibbs? I promise you, we won't have this conversation with Laporta. You're not going to trade him away like you did Hockenson. He's going to be your guy. You're going to pay him. He's going to be one of the highest paid tight ends. Brace for it, Detroit, because you don't want this guy going anyplace else. Sometimes you got to pay the price. If you want the best, you got to pay for the best.
I have something for you, and I wish Mike was here for this one. One Jay Johnson has been hired somewhere.
Just for you, Mike.
He's been hired as the offensive coordinator and
wait. And quarterbacks coach.
Quarterbacks coach.
Okay. Is it a group of 5 school?
Yeah.
Okay. In the South?
No.
In the North?
Yeah.
Group of 5 school in the North. Is it in the MAC? Please tell me it's
it
in
is
the MAC.
not in the MAC.
Okay, where is he going, David?
He's going to Wyoming. So he's really not going anywhere special. He's going to Wyoming.
Oh, my God. Somehow I got a feeling, David, when I tell Mike this news. All right, you know what? Sure. Wyoming, out there in the middle of nowhere. Nobody will see your horrible offense whatsoever. All right. You know what? I have no ill will for him. Godspeed. If he wanted to, he can go run the Georgia offense. I mean, they need all the help they can get. And, he can't beat Bama, and Lord knows I saw what Michigan did to Bama.
Rico, that's one.
Okay. I deserve that one, Kenny. I'll give you that. That's one on me. All right. Let's go back to the phone lines. Cliff, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, everyone? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, Cliff.
I say the Rams, and the why is because Stafford is not a mobile quarterback. Otherwise, I'd say this, that the question is, nobody wants to see the Lions coming. That's the real deal. I mean, we just beat Dallas, got cheated on. We threw 2 interceptions, got a freak 90-some-odd yard touchdown, and still won the game. So I say Lions.
Okay, Cliff, yeah. Cliff. Between me and you know they didn't win, right?
I mean, you understand what I'm saying? They got cheated out of the game.
Right.
Yeah, they got cheated out of the game.
But before you talk about the fluke touchdown to CeeDee Lamb, remember he also had one that he ran in that you caught a break on. So I think that washes. But I see what you're saying. Nobody wants to play the Lions.
Correct.
You're right. You may be right because the Rams are going out of their way not to win this game against the 49ers.
That's correct. And the 49ers don't want to – I mean, again, technically, I understand we lost the game, but really, we just beat Dallas in Dallas. Mm-hmm. And Dallas is a big, bad team now, understand. Mm-hmm. I think it's funny that look like they're going to get Philadelphia. So it's all real.
Well, hold on. Technically, you lost in Dallas.
David, let him have this one. Let him have this one. That's okay. No, I'm Cliff, look at me. Don't look at David. Just look at me and keep talking.
Yeah. So my point is, and we know there is no perfect team. And let's understand, 2 years ago, we were the laughing stock. So we've come, this group that we have now, from the owner down to Spillman, the GM, and our coach and the staff, we are solid together. They are all for one and one for all. So no matter what happens, this team is here to stay. Not just now, but in the future as well.
All right. Appreciate the phone call, Cliff. Because, David, they beat the Cowboys. Cliff is talking it into existence. He doesn't believe in this. No. They won the game. They did. All your phone calls, we're going to get to those. We're going to get to your ticket text. Lions fans, very simple question. Who do you want to see wild card weekend at Ford Field? Do you want Matthew Stafford and the Rams, or do you want payback for Thanksgiving Day? Jordan Love and the Packers. We'll get to your calls, ticket text next, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions' Aaron Glenn has been voted the NFL's top defensive coordinator per a survey of players conducted by their union. The NFLPA surveyed over 800 offensive players, 700 plus defenders, and over 1,000 players who play on special teams to rate coordinators for their respective aspects of the game. Detroit's Ben Johnson did not crack the top 5 for OCs. Lions special teams coordinator Dave Phipp was rated 4th best among his contemporaries. A big ingredient to Michigan football's recipe for success is avoiding self-inflicted wounds.
Cheating? Sorry, I didn't know my mic was on. Sorry.
The Wolverines had a handful of uncharacteristic errors en route to their CFP semifinal win over Alabama, but Jim Harbaugh isn't worried about his guys bouncing back in the national title game against Washington. U of M and UW clash with a Crystal football on the line Monday. Hear it right here on 97.1 coverage starting then at 6:30. 3 MSU football headlines today. The Spartans have hired Chad Wilt as co-special teams coordinator. They're also getting defensive end Chris Bogle back next season. He withdrew from the portal today. And in the portal, they've offered standout Oregon State receiver Silas Bolden. The Tigers are bringing back left-handed reliever.
Hey, you missed the big news of the day. Or is that later on?
Later on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'll turn my
Go
mic
for it.
off
Nope.
and see myself out.
You don't want to give the people what they want now? What a tease. The Tigers are bringing back left-handed reliever Andrew Vasquez, and the Red Wings face off against the Kings in L.A. tonight, looking to build off their win at San Jose Tuesday that kicked off this West Coast road trip. You can hear that right here on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 10:15. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. We'll move on.
The guys in here like, what happened? What are you laughing at? What happened? We'll tell you guys. We'll fill you in later.
Oh, yeah. David, you saw what happened. You didn't see what? Yeah, David saw what happened. All right. 5 o'clock hour, very simple question. Lions fans, who do you want to see in Wild Card Weekend? Who do you want the Lions to host in 2 weeks? Do you want the Green Bay Packers? Do you want revenge for Thanksgiving Day? Or do you want the LA Rams? Do you want Matthew Stafford here? Do you want Jared Goff to get redemption over the team that jettisoned him to the sun? Sent him to Detroit thinking, yeah, you'll never win a game there, son. Your career will be over. Maybe, to quote Lee Corso, not so fast, my friends. 248-539-9797. Let's just jump straight to the phone lines. Will, you're on 97.1.
Fellas, what's going on?
What's happening, Will?
Not too much. Look, shorten to it, give me Green Bay. And I'll ask you this. My question is, do you trust Jared Goff to push the ball down the field consistently and accurately? Because Sean Payton knows this guy. He's not going to allow him the middle of the field. So do you trust him to be able to consistently and accurately push the ball down the field.
You know what, Will? I do in this game because this is personal. It's going to be personal because Jared Goff will have the best game of his life if he goes up against the Rams because he's going to make sure he's on page with J-Mo and everybody, every deep shot because he wants to look over at that sideline when the clock hits 0 and just give the middle finger to Sean McVay and say, yeah, that's what you threw away. You know how it is, man. When you know your ex is going to be someplace, you go get your hair cut that morning, you go buy a new suit, you get new shoes, new underwear. You get everything brand new because, Will, you want to look good because you want to win that evening, right?
Right.
That's what Jared Goff's going to be.
If you say he's gonna have the best game of his career, then I say bring on LA. But I'll say this: I'm not convinced, and I'm scared that he won't accurately be able to do that.
I feel you. He hasn't shown it. I'm stepping out on faith. I believe that Jared Goff wants this game. You got traded, man. They didn't want you so badly. They threw in extra picks and just said, "Please take him." You want to show I'm a different person right now. Now, I don't know if he'll be able to keep that going, but I do believe if he played the Rams, that'll be the best game that he's ever played in his entire career. Man, he may go out there and have like 450 yards, connect with J-Mo for 3 touchdowns. You want the Rams. You do. Because I think Goff will make things very difficult. Stafford, the Rams are doing everything they can not to come here. There may be a reason for that. 248-539-9797. Fred, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on?
What's happening?
Hey, I'd much rather have play Green Bay because you're talking about getting back, and we're not worried about that. We're just worried about getting to the Super Bowl. I think Green Bay would be the easiest. The Rams have too much talent over there to poke the bear. You know what I mean?
So you just saying, yeah, don't worry about it. You want the easiest path of least resistance is Green Bay.
Absolutely.
Even though Green Bay just walked in here about a month ago and won.
They'll never do it again, bro.
All right, Fred.
And furthermore, I want to add this. That call the other day, that couldn't have been organized. That couldn't have been a referee cheating because that was too obvious. He just blew it.
Yeah, I mean the referee did, but the NFL didn't want to admit it. But yeah, they did. He wasn't paying attention. He just wasn't. David, a couple ticket texts, then we get back to the phone lines. You want to get the garbage out of here?
I'm trying not to cough and laugh. Please don't do that to me. I want the Rams. A win over them puts SOL in a coffin. Oh, my gosh. You're wrong for that one, man. Oh, completely disagree. I would rather play the Packers because I don't want the story to be about Stafford. This is about the Detroit Lions making a run to the NFC Championship game. On that note, someone else says, David, I'm with you. LOL, Bug Doug, go Rams. Someone is asking, though, do you think the fans at Ford Field will boo or cheer Matthew Stafford?
Man, we need the troll master for that. We need Jeff Rieger for that one. I think the Lions will cheer Matthew Stafford to begin the game. And then after that, he will get booed unmercifully. If I know my Detroiters, and I know the people at Ford Field, they'll cheer him at the beginning of the game. Hat tip. You're going to always be our guy. Hell, you had people buying Detroit Rams T-shirts. Yes. They'll cheer him, but once the game starts, forget about it. He's dead to you. He is the enemy, and you're going to boo that man. When he throws a touchdown to Puka Nacua, you're not going to be like, yeah! No.
Not at all.
When Cooper Kupp is wide open because he's always wide open.
I just don't.
I don't understand it either. I don't. You know what? I felt the same way watching Blake Corum in the Alabama game. How is Blake effing Corum this wide open the entire – it's not like you didn't know who he was. It's not like he's the third string back. He's Blake Corum. 4th and 2. Don't worry about him. Really? But, yeah, Cooper Kupp, always open. Let's go back to the phone lines. Joe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's happening?
Hey, I'm taking it easy. I got Matthew. I want Matthew here, and simply because we suffer from the Detroit effect of Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson, Matthew Stafford. 3 great athletes, 3 of the greatest athletes, Matthew being our number 1 all time, all 3 being number 1 all time during our losing history. Matthew get an arm to this day that these young cats can't match. So there might be a bigger picture with that. Golf, he got wits. There's another bigger picture with that. He's in combination with Ben Johnson. Golf overcomes Matthew, we win. That might come later.
Okay.
My conspiracy theory is this. Sheila Hemp, 32 owners, single female owner in the NFL. I think the owners are against her. So we have a mother to this shit. It's Detroit versus everybody. In combination, bringing it all together, Matthew might come along later in another division round because he's throwing the ball like nobody else right now. He's a high quarterback. And Golf and Ben Johnson, they're connected together. Golf is going to get paid because if he leaves, Ben will pay him.
So you're saying
and McVay and Ben are tied together because Golf is also helping with the design of that offense. It's tailor-made to him. So I'm hoping that we play the Rams. It might not come in the first round. It might come in the bigger round that makes more money. And that Dallas, that goes to the conspiracy against Sheila Hemp.
Okay.
That goes to the conspiracy against Sheila Hemp.
All right, Joe. Appreciate the call. I didn't see if you had the Sheila conspiracy on your bingo card, way to go. I still got a trash can needs to be taken out, David. 248-539-9797. We got time for one more? All right, one more. Ray, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, man? Rico, how you doing, man?
What's happening, Ray?
Hey, listen, I'm recently a transplant from Detroit to Milwaukee. Bro, I want to beat the hell out of Green Bay Packers, man. They messed up my Thanksgiving, and I'm quite certain of a lot of other folks' stuff in around there. And they even talking right now, looking past Chicago. They want to play us, and I can't wait to play them on the man. Listen, go beat the hell out of Green Bay, and if Matthew Stafford wait in the second round, beat the hell out of him too, man.
All right, appreciate the phone call, Ray. Yeah, Packers want to win. Rams, not so much. 248-539-9797. You want the Packers, you want the Rams. Very simple. Give us a call, 97.1. Before we get back to the phone lines, just found out Evan got a Blackstone, and the first thing he wants to do is grill hot dogs. You got to think bigger than that, Evan. You got to think bigger than just hot dogs. You can do a lot on a Blackstone grill, not just hot dogs. So, yeah. 248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts before we get back to the phone lines.
Rams by a mile. I can't take losing to the Packers at home. But I guess the texter can take losing to the Rams at home. Okay.
I don't think that people could take losing to the Rams. See, I'm not even putting that in the equation. I just say who you want to face.
Correct.
Man, if they lost to the Rams, nobody's showing up to work on Monday. Nobody.
Someone says, it doesn't matter what I want, but you do know which storyline the NFL will make sure happens. It will be Lions-Rams.
I don't know. I mean, there's a storyline with Green Bay who just came in here. It would be the third match. It would be the fourth time this year that you played them if you go back to last year in the final game.
And who did they face the last time they won the division in the playoffs?
No, who did they face the last time they had a home playoff game?
That's what I'm saying.
They didn't win that game.
It would be the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, it would be the Green Bay Packers. They would probably bring back Sterling Sharp to flip the coin.
In Ford Field? No, they would not.
No, Green Bay would.
They can't
make him an honorary captain for their. He can walk out with them.
At Ford Field? No.
No. He can walk out with the Packers.
They can't do that.
You can do whatever you want.
Not on the road.
Stalins can sit behind the Michigan bench.
Not on the road. You cannot have Sterling Sharp there at Ford Field.
You can sit behind the Michigan bench. You can bring your own former player out there with you.
They just suspended what's his name for that? The guy who wasn't a captain but went out there.
No. But because he went out there on his own. I'm not saying that. Sterling just hops the gate and says, "Hey guys, you need me out here."
They can only do that if they're playing in Green Bay. They cannot do that on the road.
Yes, you can.
No, they can't.
David, you can send anybody you want.
No, they can't.
You can send anybody you want out there.
No, it can't bring a former player.
If he's on the sideline, yeah, you can.
All right, Rams, because they don't have a mobile quarterback. Love lights us up with his movement. Fans will be 100 times louder if it's against the Rams, though.
I think the fans and I think the players will want it more. And Jared Goff will have the game of his life if this were to happen. I do. I mean, that's one. If go ahead and put money down on 3+ touchdowns for Jared Goff. Yeah, Kenny, I said it. It's personal. It will be so personal for him that he will want to go out there and show. What you're going to see is Jared Goff that you saw when he played the Chargers. And I don't think it was a coincidence that he was back at home in L.A. and played his best game. That's not a coincidence. Yeah, it wasn't the Rams, but in his mind, he saw the Rams where everybody else saw the Chargers. One more, back to the phone.
Yeah, this person has a plan for snatching SOL soul. Says Lions Redemption Tour starts in the playoffs. We beat our former QB, who was supposed to be our next Bobby Lane. Number 2, then you go to Dallas and snatch their souls. Dallas is where Bobby Lane is from. And then number 3, you head to San Francisco and you let the chips fall as they may.
No, see, that's where you got your heart broken with Monty Clark. And the kid.
So you have to beat San Francisco. You're right.
Or you could go the other way around and you go to Philly and beat your former head coach.
That's true, too.
Matt Patricia.
That's true, too.
I don't know who the AFC equivalent
I
of
have to figure that out there on that side.
Or
Pittsburgh Steelers, because Bobby Lane got traded, too.
Could be.
But the Steelers have to make it, though.
Steelers are trash, though.
They are.
Somebody tried to tell me they were good at the beginning of the year.
I had to believe
David, just keep looking forward. Nobody had to know I was talking about you. Just keep looking forward. Nobody knew I was talking about you. Nico, you're on 97.1.
How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, going back to the storyline, who do we play last year, last game of the season, and won?
It would be the Packers.
Who screwed us out of the playoffs last year while we were waiting for that game?
Oh, that would be the Rams beating the Seahawks.
Exactly. So the storyline plays out is Matthew Stafford is going to come to Detroit, bend us over, no Vaseline, and take us to Pound Town, USA. I want the Packers.
Okay.
Because I don't want that to happen.
All right. I get what you had to say. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Nico basically said that he wanted to really, really beat the Rams.
Oh, my Lord. Let me just read some ticket checks here. Someone's saying the AFC portion of it would also be Cleveland because you would beat Jim Schwartz.
Oh. See, if Cleveland played Detroit.
Oh, man.
You got two cities who've never seen the Super Bowl. Las Vegas couldn't handle it.
I was about to say, there may not be enough room in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas would burn down. They couldn't handle that. I mean, there would be so many drunk people out there.
Before the Super Bowl.
Right.
Yeah.
The ticket prices, oh, forget about it. Standing room only will be $5,000. You got two fan bases that have been dying to see this. I mean, it'll be a great story, but yeah, Jim Schwartz, that would be the Cleveland. Yeah. He goes out there, gets it done. Okay. Another ticket text, and then we're going to try the phone lines again.
Rams, man, it would be incredible to see us play Stafford at Ford Field. The stadium would be electric.
It would be. The fans would be into this game. It would be loud. It's the game that you want. I think it's the game that Goff wants because after that game, it's going to exercise a lot. Put it this way. If Goff plays the Rams, I think it's going to let you know whether he's going to be your quarterback of the future or not. Or whether we move on to Hendon Hooker or take somebody in the draft. Because if he loses to the Rams, David, nobody could defend him. You can't say anything because nobody, but you lost to the Rams. Okay. But I do think one of his best games was in L.A. The place where he played, I think that means something. Eric, you're on 97.1.
Good evening.
Hey.
Well, good afternoon. Yep, I'd like to see the Rams. You know, earlier on in this thing, I mentioned that we mess around and have to face them. But to beat the Rams would be like beating a champion. They got the championship. Stafford got better. Their running game is good. And Goff gets to face his old team that he went to the Super Bowl with. It's head up. We'll find out whose house it is. Stafford played in Ford Field for a long time. So to beat him would be, you know, a capture and a king. And then you go take that momentum and go to Dallas. And I like the mentality to say that we won that game. Why be a loser when they threw the pass, we felt like we won that game? So I like that caller that said we won that game.
No, and Eric, I see you're joining. Appreciate the call. I think you'd rather see the Rams here. Now, the Rams are going to test your secondary. Matthew Stafford's not going to roll over and show his belly. Matthew Stafford's going to come in here, and he's going to try to want to win the relationship. Jared Goff is going to want to win the relationship. And what I think you're going to end up getting, Detroit, is one of those epic games that'll get talked about for decades. Kind of like the Music City Miracle, like one of those types of games where, man, you're going to say I was there when that happened. But I do think now the Packers are young. And the other reason why Packers are young and stupid, and I don't think that they realize they should have pressure on them. They're just happy to be in the playoffs. Like most of their team is in year 3 or less. So they don't know what pressure is. Whereas I think Stafford and Goff, man, they're going to be so competitive and telling their Stafford's going to tell his team, I don't want to go home a loser. And Goff is going to tell his team, I've captured all of your pets and we better win this game. Or if not, Fluffy ain't coming back home. That's where Goff is going to be. That's how bad Goff is going to want this game. Still a little college football in the mix. Break this up a little bit. 97.1. All right, let's get to Roger before we hand this thing over to Rieger and Wojo. Roger, you're on 97.1.
How you doing? Hey, I'm a 60-year-old Lions fan that left Detroit about 40 years ago, and I've been a Lions fan in L.A. for about 15 years, and now I'm a Lions fan in Chicago. And I just want to say for Lions fans everywhere, for people that liked Matt Stafford like I did, and for Jared Goff, I think the best thing in the world would be for the Rams to come into Detroit, for Jared Goff to beat the team that fired him. And I think that'll show not only Jared Goff, but Detroit, what kind of quarterback they got going forward.
Okay, so you're saying that I agree. I think that Goff's going to have the best game of his life if he goes out there and plays. I really do.
Yeah, I do. And I think, you know what, in some ways, I think this would be a bigger game to him than a Super Bowl, or just as big, because, you know, imagine what it's like to beat the guy or beat the company that fired you.
Yeah, exactly. I just look at it as the ex-girlfriend. You always want to look a little bit better when you know she is going to be there as well. So, David, a couple ticket texts as we wait on the guys who are at Buffalo Wild Wings tonight.
I love the story of the Rams coming here, but I want to shut the cheeseheads up. So that's who I want. I want the Packers here for the playoffs. I want to see the Rams and Stafford come in and hang 50 on the Lions. He will send them home packing. Wow, I guess that's not a Lions fan.
They want the Rams to hang 50 on the Lions?
Yes. I want Stafford to do that to the Lions.
Wow.
I want to see the Rams so we can see all those Detroit Rams fans come out to cheer on their beloved quarterback, Matthew Stafford.
I do wonder if it is the Rams. And, guys, I'm not saying it's going to happen. But, David, what happens if the Rams win? Like, who sticks around? Do the Detroit Rams fans show up and stick around and cheer for the Rams at the end and send them off to the next round of the playoffs? Do you wear your Detroit Rams shirt? Do you have it underneath your Lions shirt?
Just in case.
Oh, wait, the Lions lost, and you quickly take off the Lions shirt, and there you have your Detroit Rams gear on underneath.
I would much rather play Green Bay again at home. I really hate to have to play Stafford and root against him. There's one of those Detroit Rams fans right there. That's Trevor in New Boston.
Root against Stafford. Wojo has joined me. Rieger, he'll join us sometime out at B-Dubs.
In Lake Orion. I'm here in the studio, but Rieger is holding down the masses there and eating the wings for me. And honestly.
You okay? You need to catch your breath?
Well, yes, I do. It's been a very busy day. But honestly, if any Lions fan were still to be rooting for Stafford at any point during that game, before that game, or after that game, you are the softest little sumbitch I've ever seen. If you are. Wow. I understand when you weren't involved, when it was just the Rams to the Super Bowl. Okay, you can have your little fun. It ends then, right? Immediately. Ends.
You would think, but there are people who don't want to play the Rams because they're afraid if the Stafford comes in here and wins, it'll tear the city apart.
Oh, no, I believe.
It will.
No. It would tear them apart if Stafford won.
That's what I'm saying. If Stafford came here and when the Rams won, it would tear Detroit apart because it would. Jared Goff might as well pack up his stuff and
that would
leave.
be bad. That would be bad.
Hey, guys, you guys realize the Rams want no part of the Lions. They want no part of the Lions at all. So as much as Lions fans might be afraid of the Rams are afraid to come to Detroit. I have proof. I'll give it to Wojo. I have proof they're afraid to come to Detroit.
Okay, well, I won't steal your show, but because I feel like I've had 3 shows today, not with Rico. Had to do 2 podcasts.
I haven't talked to Rico at all today.
Shut up. Yes, you have.
No, yeah, I had to do 2 pods this morning, and then I had to come in and do this show.
Wow.
I got to do a pod later. Hey, I got to come back and do the wings after this Buffalo Wild Wings till 10:15. How about that?
But Rieger, I'll say this.
Yes.
I think the Lions would be more focused if it was the Rams, but the Rams have opted out for the rest of the year. The Packers already beat you on Thanksgiving, and here's the other thing. they're young and dumb enough not to realize the situation that they're in. So I don't think there's any pressure on them. They're just like,
Rico.
So this is the playoffs, huh? All right, let's go have fun.
I think you're dead on. Add that to the fact that Aaron Jones will be healthy. They had 7 guys missing on Thanksgiving, and nobody talks about it, but Jordan Love can run the football, and Matthew Stafford can't. So I think you add all that, not to mention we know divisional games are tougher than non-divisional games. So I agree with you. I think the Packers would be a tougher matchup.
No, I actually agree with that, too, that they would be tougher because you would have all the emotional advantages against Stafford and the Rams.
Yes.
You would. Those defensive players.
I think Goff would play the best game of his life.
Right.
Yeah, and that offensive line will not let Goff lose.
Right, the Packers would come in with nothing to lose. You ended their season last year on the last game. They wouldn't end it, but they could spoil your season to a certain degree. Yes, you would rather play the Rams, although because I don't like to see so much strife and Rieger's head explode, I want nothing to do with the Rams from that standpoint.
You're embargoing it from your show. Rieger, I got one quick question for you before
Minnesota will beat Michigan today, yes. Is that your question? Even though Michigan's favored.
I forgot about the college basketball was going on.
No.
Rico, are you going to that Penn State game?
It's if I can get you to shut up so I can finish the show, yes. We had a
Rieger,
caller.
keep talking.
We had a caller, and I said, this is a Jeff Rieger caller. If Stafford does win here, do you cheer for him at the end of the game? And I said, you know what? I got to ask Rieger that because that screams Jeff Rieger.
Like cheer for him, like
the
applaud
people
him?
at Ford Field. Oh, no. Do they cheer for Stafford at all that game? That's the question.
No.
No. You are an awful human being and an awful
Exactly.
Detroiter if you cheer for Stafford.
Last time I'll ever agree with Rieger.
All right,
Yes.
Rieger-
No, Rico, they already cheered for him for crying out loud. They
stop
bought
it.
his jerseys and Detroit Rams shirts.
So,
Come on,
Rieger,
no.
you guys are breaking down the Minnesota-Michigan game,
Big
right?
game. Yep,
Okay.
that's a big game.
Yeah, we're going to start with that, then we'll get to Penn State to Michigan State.
Okay.
Should be a big one.
All right.
Good one.
Wojo and Rieger.
Rico,
up next,
Happy
yes.
New Year. Woo!
Happy New
Happy
Year,
New Year.
Woj. 97.1.
Woo!